Hello and welcome to Slash Cinema, the show where we watch and rank entire horror film franchises so you don't have to. My name is Justin Ashley, and joining me, as always, is the man with a million hot takes, Mark Skews.
Top of the morning to you.
Mark, the question on everyone's mind, what was in the box?
Well, in case you can't tell, Justin surprised me with the Leprechaun franchise.
We are tackling the highly regarded, critically acclaimed, Oscar-nominated several times over Leprechaun franchise.
None of those things are true.
How many movies did you think there were in the Leprechaun franchise?
I feel like we're a broken record with this. I would not have guessed that there were 8 entries.
Yeah, see, I knew that they just never stopped making these fucking movies.
Especially for a franchise that didn't start until 1993.
I'm glad you bring that up.
Yeah.
Yes, this franchise just misses the 80s.
Yeah.
But, okay, so the question is, like, why did I pick Leprechaun, right? My goal is always to go after, I'm trying to knock off the big ones. I keep trying to take out those big horror franchises so that our work gets a little bit easier every time, right? You know, we go from Halloween, which has like fucking 13 entries, to Chucky, which had like 8, and, you know, A Nightmare had 9, and then we just slowly, it's getting a little bit smaller.
Chipping away at the big boys.
Exactly. And surprisingly, Leprechaun, like, this has 8 entries. It's a pretty big franchise. Some people like these movies.
Yeah.
I'm not one of them.
You're not one of them.
No, I'm not one of them. So I picked this in case you're wondering, like, oh, did Justin pick this because he likes? No. I picked it because this is the job. The job is, like, sometimes you don't want to go into work. And let me tell you, I didn't want to go into work for this one.
I arrived today, and it was all that Justin could do to stop himself from immediately telling me how much he did not enjoy this experience whatsoever.
No, I don't have a lot of stakes in this one. Okay, so what? How many had you seen? I've only seen the first one.
Yep, good question. This is a first for me.
You've never seen any of them?
Other than the Freddy's Dead episodes, which is very difficult for anyone to see. This is the first movie franchise that we've done where I hadn't watched any of them before we...
You said Freddy's Dead. You mean Freddy's Nightmares?
Freddy's Nightmares. Sorry.
Yeah, so the Freddy's Nightmares, yeah. So you hadn't seen a single one?
Nope, no.
Had you ever wanted to?
I always knew that it existed, but it's always one of those ones that gets relegated to the bottom of the list when there are other choices that, you know, you're in the video store and you're like, ooh, that just looks so much better. And I think because it didn't get started until the 90s, it kind of missed that.
93 is the first entry. Yeah, 93. Yeah. It's like, it's like Child's Play 1 is like 88, 89. It's like just in there. It just catches that last wave of slasher films and horror films. It still had some of that magic from the 80s. And like the second one, I think, is 1990. So like, again, it's borderline an 80s movie.
Which doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be in the 80s. It's just that that's when my love for horror movies really started.
I think most people would say golden era of horror is the 80s, like without a doubt, right? And that's also the golden era of like the slasher.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah,
like
very specifically the slasher.
Like that subgenre,
right?
And Leprechaun, so like, because I think of this podcast as we're trying to do a definitive breakdown of every major horror franchise. Right. And so sometimes you just got to do the work. And for me, this was doing the work. Yep. I had no attachment to these movies. I'd watched the first one. Not even when it was new. I watched the first one like in university when I was like a demon and just going through every horror franchise. Only watched the first one. Had no interest in watching the other ones. Watched the first one and went, nah. That was it. Mm-hmm. So this was more of almost like an assignment for me. I had homework on this one.
Well, I'm going to blow you away a little bit. And I think you alluded to this when we talked earlier. I was pleasantly surprised with this franchise.
I am shocked by this revelation. Because
I'm shocked too.
This just goes to the inconsistent Mark Skews that you get. This is a perfect example of you cannot rely on this man to give you a pattern you can follow. Okay, this is a man that is just pure chaos embodied. It's a million hot takes. He's always changing. He's morphing. You know,
not growing.
No.
Just
His
changing.
taste isn't growing. Yeah, because normally you hate horror comedies.
Yeah. I find it's really difficult to get it right.
I'm pretty sure on our last episode, in case you haven't watched it, our last episode, Return of the Living Dead, surprisingly, a pretty decently popular episode for us.
Yeah.
It has more view. It right now has more views than Hellraiser.
Wow.
I would have never, not by much, but I would have never.
Well, considering it was a later episode for us as well.
Yeah, and Hellraiser is such a big franchise and it's so popular.
Well, I mean, here's your first hot take. I think I might like this franchise better than Return of the Living Dead.
Better than Return of the Living Dead as a franchise overall.
As a franchise, yeah.
I think this might be my least franchise we've done so far.
Least favorite, yeah.
Yeah, like I think of all of them, I think this is probably my bottom franchise.
It's not terrific, but I found with this one, it was the best case scenario because when we go into these franchises and we have very little, or in my case, no experience with it, there's always that hope that, hey, maybe there's a diamond in the rough here. Maybe I just haven't watched this and it's going to be great. Rarely is it great, but sometimes you get maybe the odd entry that's like better than you expected. Overall, I kind of liked this franchise more than I expected that I would.
I'm kind of shocked by that. Yeah. I mean, it's a good thing though. It did the opposite for me.
Helped me get through it.
Yeah, because it seems like it kind of hooked you a little bit, but for me, it was the exact opposite. It just, it never really pulled me in, with the exception of maybe one or two that I thought were not bad, and we're gonna get to those.
Yep.
This time again, as we always do, we have a question to answer. Our question for this episode: what is your favorite and least favorite kill in the entire Leprechaun franchise?
So if you're watching along with us, and you've seen these movies, you can think of your own and then see at the end how yours stacks up to ours.
Yeah, or just pause the video right now,
Go
skip
watch.
ahead 5 hours from now, and go to that last little chunk where find the time code that I put into the description of every video.
Does all the hard work for you.
Skip to the fucking part and then get your answer, okay? Do we have anything else that we want to preamble about Leprechaun?
No.
I think that kind of covers it. We got 8 entries. We're going to go through them. We're going to go in, as we always do, chronological order, starting from Leprechaun number 1 all the way to Leprechaun Returns. And we will be ranking them from worst to best. To best, as we always do. So your number 1 being your best, and your number 8 being your worst.
That's right.
All right, without further ado, I'm so excited.
Justin wants to get this over with so bad. I love it.
I picked this franchise because I was like, Leprechaun. Not to try to rant a little bit more, but like Leprechaun is a franchise that it gets put up pretty high, I think, among horror fans, but it's not good. Like I don't think it deserves. Like
probably doesn't deserve what it. Yeah.
Right. It's like it's not. No one would ever say Leprechaun's better than Chucky. No one would ever say Leprechaun's better than Freddy, Jason, Michael, maybe Leatherface, maybe Pinhead. That's possible because they're kind of, you're starting, like, it's like if you go top 5, the slasher guys are pretty obvious. And then you go top 10, he might go into that top 10, but kind of just edging near almost out of it. And then if you go top 20, some people might put him in that, like he's kind of in the peripheral of the horror greats.
I would say any documentary you watch on slashers is going to have Leatherface. It's going to have Pinhead. May not necessarily have Leprechaun. It doesn't quite make the cut.
And the other thing I want to mention is, are these slasher films?
Good call.
Hold that thought, right?
We're
gonna talk about that because he's definitely lumped in as a slasher villain. He is and he isn't.
Do the movies themselves feel like slashers?
And for me, most of them don't. And that's kind of a little bit of a problem for me, but all right, let's get into it. That's enough waffling. You're here. It's warm out. We're not getting to enjoy that. We're sitting in this stuffy studio.
We're doing this for you instead.
It's so beautiful out, Mark. We could just go outside right now and run around, in the field. Look for some 4-leaf clovers. Maybe we stumble upon some gold or something. But no, we're sitting here talking about the fucking Leprechaun franchise. All right, here we are. Starting out with entry number 1. from 1993. This is Leprechaun. So, as I mentioned, the first one's 93, misses the 80s by a couple years. I'm going to tell you right now, my ranking is the assest fuckest ranking that I've ever done on this show ever. I don't have much stakes in my rankings.
Right.
I'm going to stand by what my rankings are, but know that, like when we watched the Freddy's Nightmares show, I'm very agreeable. So there's not a lot of like, if you have something, that I don't have high or vice versa, you're not going to get much pushback on me.
You're not dying on any hills.
No,
for your picks
you
today,
could
right?
argue. You
Right.
could argue any one of these is your favorite or least favorite, with the exception of maybe one.
Yeah.
And I probably could probably, I could see your point.
Yep.
So, yeah, my ranking's just all over the board. All right, first entry. This is my number 4.
Number 4, I have this number 6.
Oh, you have it low too?
Yeah.
Holy
Yeah.
shit. Okay, maybe
Yeah.
we're going to line up.
So
Whoa,
I was
wasn't
actually
expecting that.
thinking today, as I was making my way over here, I'm like, okay, it's all going to hinge on number 1. Because I always say this, every time we come into the studio, I'm like, maybe this is the time when our picks are going to be the same. And as I was thinking today, I'm like, I'm going to get an idea of how this is going to go, I think, right away.
Hold on a sec. I'm getting a phone call. Sorry. How unprofessional. Normally you're supposed to mute your phone, Mark, or at least tell me to mute my phone. All right. Let's mute that again.
I think you got to leave that in.
Oh, I definitely have to leave that in. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So
I got a call. That was on my Nokia cell phone.
Oh yeah, we don't have sponsorships, so if you if you want to sponsor us,
Sorry. Yes. Continue, Mark.
yeah. So I'm still not sure because with only 8 options or only 8 spots, 4 and 6 feel like they're close together, but they're really kind of not. You had yours as like a mid pick.
Yeah.
Mine is definitely
Kinda
sort of bottom
bottom.
third, right?
That's interesting.
Yeah.
We might align more than you think then on what we
right.
like out of this franchise
Right.
and what we don't like.
Yep.
All right, let's get into part 1. So it immediately opens with the titular leprechaun in fairy tale land, I guess. I don't know where he's supposed to be. And he's happily fondling his pot of gold and rhymes to himself. Try as they will, try as they might. Who steals me gold won't live through the night.
Yep.
Try as they will, and try as they might. Who steals me gold won't live through the night.
Don't expect...
There's a lot of this.
Yeah, there's a lot of rhyming in it. Don't expect a full-on leprechaun impersonation from me, folks. It's not happening. I might occasionally slip into a bad Irish accent, but
Right.
don't expect it. We then get a title card before we cut to some drunk asshole returning home in a limousine to his confused wife. The man is Daniel O'Grady, and he tells his wife that now they're rich because he went to a trip to Ireland to bury his mother, where apparently he found and caught a leprechaun, and as a rule, the leprechaun then has to reveal the location of his gold, which then Daniel stole from the leprechaun and took back home.
Right.
His wife, of course, thinks he's crazy, but she hears a child's voice from one of his suitcases, and out pops the titular leprechaun, demanding his gold back. The leprechaun is, of course, played by Warwick Davis, who I was actually just at Niagara Falls Comic Con. This is a Canadian podcast. We're in Canada. And Niagara Falls is Niagara Falls, Ontario. He was just there.
Yeah?
Yeah, he was just at Niagara Falls. Yeah. I just thought that was so weird. It was like, we're doing the Leprechaun films, and then he just happens to be at a con. Yeah. I did not go get his autograph. I did not go talk to him. I did not care to.
No.
He's looking good.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's looking good. He actually still, I don't know how old he is, but he's looking good. Yeah. He could come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, he could come back. Yeah. The husband, no, sorry, I skipped ahead here. Oh, no, I did not. Yes. Daniel O'Grady returns inside, exclaiming he successfully hid the gold before running face to face with the leprechaun. Mr. O'Grady grabs a gun and a 4-leaf clover. Ooh, interesting. Which causes the leprechaun to freak out. He then tries to kill the leprechaun and finds his dead wife, who tripped herself down the stairs after being scared by the leprechaun.
That's right.
He fills the little menace full of lead, but the leprechaun proclaims, "Your bullets won't stop me forever. I'll keep coming back," before passing out. O'Grady then places the leprechaun's body inside a wooden crate that just happens to be there.
Everyone's got one.
Everyone just has a giant, oversized wooden crate in their basement. Yeah. He doesn't build the crate.
No.
It's just there. And it's like...
Empty,
Yeah,
ready
right.
for something.
What
to be
was
put in.
that for, Mark? Like, what did O'Grady get before that crate was used for? Because normally crates are for shipping large objects.
Yep.
Yeah. Do you think it was like that weird statue The Simpsons got from that one episode, like a gift from Mr. Burns, like that giant crate? Yeah. So then O'Grady puts him in the crate, and he takes a clover and puts it on the top of the crate, which somehow magically seals the leprechaun inside. He then nails the crate shut and covers it with gasoline, and he's about to light the match, but he has a heart attack.
Right.
Seemingly caused by the leprechaun.
That's right.
We'll get into that.
Yeah.
The leprechaun's powers are wildly all over the place in this franchise. They
Just
kinda,
like the mythology, it changes.
Every entry.
And his powers change as well.
Every entry, literally, they're fucking with this. We then jump ahead 10 years to a father and daughter driving along the country road. The man's daughter, Tori, is played by
Jennifer Aniston.
Jennifer fucking Aniston. I think this is like, if not her first big role, first or second big role, like first or second major role, like way before Friends. Or
1 year.
Oh, okay.
So Friends started in 94. Yeah.
And what's funny about this, I want to talk about Jennifer Aniston for a second, because this is obviously, a lot of actors before they were famous. Johnny Depp does fucking Nightmare on Elm Street, and Kevin Bacon, Friday the 13th. Like, you get a lot of the Jamie Lee Curtis, but I guess she kind of embraced the franchise later on. But you get a lot of these people that later become big stars, but they start up. Brad Pitt was in an episode of Freddy's Nightmares.
Yes, he was.
Before they were before they were famous roles.
Yeah.
Aniston basically has turned her back on the franchise. She doesn't really acknowledge it at all. She doesn't really talk. She doesn't go to any cons or, bring it up. She kind of became too famous almost, in a sense. I kind of not hate, but I kind of think that's shitty of her to do that.
It's disappointing.
Yeah, it's disappointing when people just like, that was just a nothing project, you know. But
and now I'm embarrassed that I did it, right?
But what's funny about this is the marketing team, after Aniston became big, they re-changed the poster.
Right.
Did you know this?
All the marketing materials, pretty much, yeah.
Exactly like Texas Chainsaw Next Generation, where they then changed the marketing because like McConaughey and Zellweger became famous. They're like, all right, we're going to change all the posters.
Right.
So the original poster, it's the leprechaun, and he's like, it's all dark, and you get like this little light on him, and it says, "Your luck just ran out."
Yep. He's like coming out of a doorway.
Yes. And then they redid the poster, and now it's Jennifer. It's the same poster, but Jennifer Aniston's in the foreground, and it says, "Her luck just ran out."
And she's like 75% of the frame now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I mean,
it's funny to mention, right? So Tori and her dad are driving down the country road, and Tori is complaining about being stuck in the middle of nowhere for the summer. They arrive at a house, which of course is the same house from the beginning. It's Daniel O'Grady's house. And Tori's father reveals that he got the country home for a great price.
Yeah.
I wonder why. Tori freaks out and runs into Nate, the hunky handyman hired to clean the place up. Trying to impress him, Tori does a complete 180 on her attitude, and she starts like trying to get with the hot guy all of a sudden. She's like, first she's like, I don't want to be here. This place sucks. And then suddenly she's like, oh, okay, it's not that bad. There's a hunky guy. I'll just try to like fuck the hunky guy.
Complete change, in attitude. Yeah,
exactly. Immediately. We're also introduced to a goofball named Ozzy and some kid named Alex. Ozzy is played by, see if you can get this.
I don't know his name.
Okay, I got it. Do you know who he's from? Well, you know the major role that most people know him from.
Well, wasn't he also in one of the Pee Wee Herman movies?
Yes. Okay, so that's what I know him. So the actor's name is Mark Holton.
Okay.
And he is the antagonist Francis in Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
That's right. Okay.
Yes. Did you know him from something else?
No.
Okay,
that's what I remember.
That's what
seeing
I
him
would
from,
say
yeah.
he's probably most well known for. And the little kid, Alex, is the hunky guy Nate's little brother. And together, the three of them are part of a crew called Three Guys That Paint.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pretty clear.
Pretty clear what their occupation is. Yeah. And they're like hired by Tori's dad to fix up the shitty rundown home that he just bought.
Yeah.
And for some reason he wants to the interpretation I got was that Tori's dad was rich and this is like a country home for them.
Yeah, I got the sense that they were just renting it, which wouldn't make sense. Like, why would you?
No. Because he's like, I got a great deal. No, he bought it. You know, he definitely bought it.
Okay.
And because later on in the series, in Leprechaun Returns, I'm skipping ahead way. They comment that they no longer own the property, so they definitely did own the property.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Get your fucking lore right when it comes to Leprechaun, Mark. This is your favorite fucking horror franchise, okay?
Right at the top.
You should know all the details, okay? All right. We then get a shot revealing the leprechaun is slumbering inside the wooden crate that Daniel O'Grady locked him up in, and he's like now covered in cobwebs, so he's like pseudo-immortal. And no one found this body?
No one has gone through the house.
Well, that's not true because Daniel O'Grady and his wife's bodies are gone.
Yeah.
So at some point, somebody showed up and found dead bodies and then removed them, but no one noticed this mythical creature sitting in a giant wooden fucking crate and thought, that's odd.
Nobody has moved anything else
in
the place.
They literally came in, removed the bodies, and did nothing else. the most thorough of...
over 10 years.
Yeah, the most thorough forensic team imaginable scrubbed this house. Then Tori has an accident which awakens the leprechaun's slumber. The leprechaun disguises his voice to sound like a child trapped in the crate to lure doofus Ozzy down to the basement. He wipes the top of the crate, removing the four-leaf clover and freeing the leprechaun.
What are you?
What do I look like, me lad? See that? The buckles on me shoes? Why, I'm a leprechaun. A shoemaker by trade. And speaking of shoes, yours could use a shine.
Ozzy freaks out and tries to warn everyone, and they all go downstairs to check it out and, of course, find nothing. They go back outside as a magical rainbow suddenly appears. Ozzy and the kid, I think his name is Alex, run out to the end of the rainbow where they find an old beat-up car and the bag of gold Old Man O'Grady hid. He hid it so well, he just put it in an old car, just sitting there. Alex is like, we can't tell anyone what we found. I'll check if it's real, and we'll hide the rest in the well on the property. After the leprechaun tries to perv on Tori by rubbing her leg while he's like underneath a truck, she freaks out and gets scratched. Her father and Nate rush over and the leprechaun starts meowing inside a log. Tori's dad reaches his hand inside and the leprechaun bites him. Then they all pile into Nate's truck and rush him to the hospital in town. Ozzy and Alex use this opportunity to get one of the coins appraised by some collectible shop owner. And the dealer's like, leave this with me overnight and I'll do some research on it because it's such like an ancient coin, right?
He's never seen it before, really.
Right. So it's so odd. And it's like, what is this? Is this like a relic or something? Like, what am I looking at, right? Tori and Nate go to a local diner to get something to eat, revealing Tori's dad is being kept for observation overnight, which is weird. He got a bite. Observation overnight for what? Right. Rabies?
Yeah.
Was that it? Rabies? That's the only thing I can think of. It's like, okay, maybe. And even then, do they need to keep you for observation for that?
Normally they just give you a shot of penicillin or something.
They give you they have to give you those shots to the stomach.
Yeah.
And I think that you have to do it I think you need a shot like once every day for like 10 days or something. It's pretty brutal. But I don't know that they need to keep you for observation. Whatever. It's a convenient way to get him out of the movie.
That's right.
The group then returns home to find the house ransacked by the leprechaun, who makes his grand entrance to the entire group. What follows is the group trying to survive the night against this terrifying mystical creature who spends most of the last act goofing around and tormenting the group by doing stupid shit like riding a skateboard around the house. That is the plot of Leprechaun 1. There's not much to it.
Yep. Yeah.
Mark, you have it lower than me. Why don't you kick it off? Why don't you tell me why is this a little bit lower? Like let's hear it.
Yeah. There's nothing great about this movie. We often talk, there are awful entries in some of these franchises. Some of them are really great. Sometimes the worst criticism you can cast against one of these movies is just that it's so boring and bland.
Generic.
Right? This is a very meh entry.
Yes.
Like if we can say, you and I talked at the outset of the episode that this is kind of a horror comedy franchise. This movie doesn't do a good job of achieving anything like that. It's not funny, but it wants to be funny.
So let's talk about that.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the tone of this movie, right? So the producers could not agree on the tone.
And you can
shows.
tell. Yeah.
Half of them wanted to make a serious horror film,
Yep.
and then half of them wanted to make a goofy horror comedy film. It seems to me the half that wanted to make the horror comedy won out more.
Yeah.
Because this movie is trying so hard to be funny. It's got so many stupid little gags and things in it. It's trying to make you laugh. It's trying to be, over the top. But none of it works very well.
I feel like in their compromise, neither one of those groups got what they wanted. Right? It's not funny or scary. So it's just very
there's just a lot of like little dumb moments.
Yep.
I guess that's really what it is. It's like they tried to make goofy moments, but they end up becoming kind of little lame, dumb moments.
Yep.
Like, so you got like the Leprechaun at one point, he's like driving around in like the little kid's convertible car.
That's right.
Racing around on the highway.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, it's kind of a funny little sight gag, I guess. I don't know. He gets like pulled over by the cop.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm 600 years old. And it's like some awkward
and
dialogue.
that cop scene, it feels like it was added after the movie was done because that's one scene in the movie where the violence seems to kind of up itself.
Yeah, I think it was actually, or they tweaked it, or because I think the extension to that scene of the leprechaun chasing the cop through the forest, and then eventually killing him. I think that was added to make it more of a horror.
Right.
So again, it's like the movie's fighting with itself of what does it want to go.
It's like it's a sudden change in tone, and then it changes right back as soon as that scene is finished. Right. So it's just very disjointed in that way. Yeah.
The cringy at one point of the leprechaun, he's like when he's ransacking the house, he like pulls out a box of not Lucky Charms.
That's right.
It's called Lucky Clovers.
That's right.
And he eats some of it and then spits it out. It's kind of funny. All right.
I got a Return of the Living Dead Part 2 vibe from this. Almost like, we talked about.
It's very family friendly.
Yeah. Where we talked about, like, is this movie PG? Like, and I know that this isn't, but it's almost there. Like there's not enough here to really make this an R-rated movie, but they do.
Is it even R-rated?
I think they all are, simply because like people do die.
Fucking hilarious. Right? Yeah, but like, okay, so that, like even more goofy things. The scene where he's in the kitchen and they're playing like whack-a-mole with him in the cabinets. He's like popping out. And he's like over here, and then he's like dicking around. He's skateboarding around the fucking house.
Yeah.
At one point, he's roller skating, and then like he crashes through a fence, and they do like the cartoon the cartoon cutout in the fence. Like, what are we doing here? I don't know. It's trying so hard to be funny, and then like later on, there's he's like in a wheelchair, and he's like chasing Tori in a wheelchair.
Yep.
Like it's trying to be Looney Tunes, but it's not pulling it off. And it's not scary, so it's just kind of, yeah. I'll give it credit for trying to be scary though at moments. It does take itself decently seriously at moments.
Yeah, just not enough.
I agree. Yeah.
There's another
It's
movie.
fighting with itself.
There's another movie in this franchise that I feel commits the same crime. It wants to be a number of things and doesn't successfully be
just one?
any of them.
Oh, just one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right,
that
cool.
one made me angry. This one I was just very, I don't care, right, about this one. Like I never felt like, there's enough things about this one already that I didn't like. There's a kid in it. You know me and kids, like get him out of here. All right, I knew right away.
5 of your own. And you have
right.
you have a paternal instinct,
That's right.
obviously. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think in every episode you've talked about infanticide.
Look.
you've talked about this.
And credit to, what was it, Halloween, that actually took one of them out. So
A few horror films
Yeah.
have killed. We've
Yeah.
talked about a few horror movies now that have killed some
Not
kids.
this one.
This series doesn't kill any kids, I don't think.
a couple other things that I didn't appreciate about this. It's set in a remote farmhouse, which is fine. Like, isolation is a big factor in a lot of horror movies. But if you're going to isolate your group of characters, those are the characters that need to be attacked, and the villain needs to go after them. He doesn't. All 4 of our lead characters in this movie make it to the end, and there's no, like, come on, why? Why even have them, right? Jennifer Aniston survives.
Nobody gets picked off.
Yeah, none of
is what you
them.
mean.
Yeah,
Well, let's talk about Jennifer Aniston.
Yeah.
I want to talk about the characters, specifically Tori.
yeah,
Dude, Tori sucks.
yeah.
She is one of the worst final girls in any of these fucking movies ever.
Yep.
Of any of these slasher movies. She's terrible.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying Jennifer Aniston's bad. I'm saying her character is awful. So she's just like this rich, entitled, like whiny bitch. And then she gets like almost zero development.
That's right.
Like from the first time we see her, she's complaining about like, she's just so entitled. She's clearly like daddy's spoiled little girl.
Yep.
I'm going to be miserable here. There's no swimming pool, there's no shopping malls, there's no cable, but you don't even have a TV. I want it to be very bad. Oh, great. Who are you?
I was a guy carrying some paint thinner.
Okay. Here. Does that cover?
Oh, wait, hold on a second. You knock over my can of paint thinner and then you offer me $20.
Okay. How about that? Does that do it?
No. But maybe you said you were sorry, it might.
She's this high maintenance fucking woman that just is so, you're not rooting for her at all.
Yeah.
Like in any other one of these slasher movies, she would be the hot chick who's the high maintenance chick that gets picked off and you go, yes.
Right.
Jason would come behind her and cut her in half.
It's like they tried to make her the final girl at the very end, but she doesn't go through the development to kind of build herself up over the course of the movie. So you're just like, oh.
Okay, so at the beginning, her entire motivation is, I just want to leave this place.
Right.
Then her motivation switches to, I just want to get close to the hunky guy.
Right.
And like, that drags on too. She keeps like trying to get close to him, like trying to do stupid, like, oh, hey, I just brought you like some lemonade and shit like that. Like, so that's her arc. Get with the hot guy. It's like, it's just so lame motivation.
Yeah. I mean, as we talk about it, I could kind of see why Jennifer Aniston might want to separate herself from this role. But, because again, it doesn't really give her much.
Well, why not
do.
come back and do like why not come back in the Legacy sequel and then do like a badass version of Tori that has completely matured, right? So I actually want to compare this to another movie that I weirdly watched around the same time. I rewatched the original Christy Swanson Buffy the Vampire Slayer movie, the one with Donald Sutherland and Rutger Hauer and the late great Paul Rubens.
Yep.
Firstly, that movie's pretty good. It holds up fairly well, actually. I had a good time watching it.
Yep.
They did such a better job of that archetype and that character development in that movie. Have you seen,
I haven't seen the original, but I know enough about it to know.
So in that movie, you start off with Buffy Summers, and she's just like a stereotypical California Valley girl cheerleader.
Yep.
And she's kind of an airhead, and she's very vain, very vapid. And then all of a sudden she gets powers. She gets introduced to this whole other world. Donald Sutherland becomes her mentor, and she slowly matures throughout the movie. And the way they do it is such a better job. Like, it's such a better gradual character growth than in this movie. Right. So I can't help but compare the two because they're such similar characters. Here, it's like Jennifer Aniston sucks for 80% of the runtime. Then the last 20 minutes or 20% of the movie, they're like, okay, we're going to make it so she's kind of a little bit of a badass. They give her kind of a hero moment. She has a shotgun for a little bit.
Yeah.
She patches up a few of the characters. She takes the lead for a second. But then immediately they drop that too. Because like right after that, Nate ends up like, again, taking over that role and being the hero dude. So then she kind of goes back to damsel. It's like they don't know really, they didn't do it right with her character. The way to do it is the way Buffy did it. And by the way, shout out to Christy Swanson. She got fucked out of being in the TV show. I love Sarah Michelle Gellar, and I like the original Buffy the Vampire Slayer show. So I'm not shitting on Sarah Michelle Gellar, but Christy Swanson would have done just as good of a job. And I think it sucks they just didn't even give her the chance. Because she's great in that movie. She does a really good job, believably maturing
becoming the character that
that you want to root for. She becomes the hero you want to root for. Tori does not. Tori fucking sucks. Yeah.
Something was rubbing my leg, like caressing it. And it ran off over there.
It's probably just an old possum, honey.
No, Dad, that was not an animal. Okay, I know what it feels like when a man caresses my leg.
You do?
She's the final girl but not really the final girl because final girl implies she's the final one.
Right. You have to be the last survivor. Right. Or at least like you and maybe one other person that you save. Right. And none of that happens. Right. All four of them make it through to the end. I think Nathan is the hero guy's name. I think he gets bitten at one point. So he gets wounded, but that's it. Like,
yeah, but then he immediately like takes command again. Like it's so temporary, right?
Yeah.
I want to talk about Warwick Davis. So this is the question. Why did this take off? Right? Like, because you and I are saying we don't even like this first one.
Yeah.
What was it that made this? Because this instantly became a new horror icon. Like Leprechaun very quickly became like a new big one, right? I think what does it for me is Warwick goes all in. There is not a moment where he is not the Leprechaun. He is in full character. He hams it up a little bit, but he's also really trying to embody the character, and I got to give him credit for it.
And he'd already done some pretty big projects at this point, so it's not like he necessarily...
What other big franchise was he attached to other than Leprechaun, okay?
Let's see. What else has Warwick Davis
He did nothing else, Mark. It was just Leprechaun and Leprechaun in space, buddy.
That's right.
That's it. Yeah, no, he was he had obviously already been in Star Wars.
Yeah, Wicket in Star Wars.
And was Willow?
I was trying to think if Willow came before this.
I'm going to say sure, just for the sake of
I think it probably was. But we should probably check that.
But he's a serious actor.
Yeah.
And he's actually a very good actor.
He could have mailed this in the way that some characters did and the way that some characters completely disregarded their inclusion in this franchise after, but he did not, right? He took this seriously. He obviously is having a ton of fun with it and was willing to come back for 5 more after this, right? 5? Yeah. So he did a total of 6 of these movies. I mean, that's the kind of dedication that you hope for from some of these actors, right? I think you're right. I think the reason why this had any chance of surviving and actually getting numerous sequels after is because of the performance of Warwick Davis.
Hey, Tubby, you got a light for an old leprechaun's pipe?
I'm starved. Haven't eaten in 10 years.
It sounds like me go. It looks like me go. It smells like me go.
Yeah, he's great. Yeah. He goes all in. He goes full camp. He is Freddy Part 4, but in Part 1, which is interesting. You know what I mean? Like Freddy, when he goes full, what you like to call the MTV Freddy, right? he's MTV Freddy, which I love that version of Freddy. A lot of people like that version of Freddy, right?
Yep.
The more campy, goofy Freddy, right? But he's that in the first one.
Right.
But
Right away.
But he fully commits to it, so it totally works.
Yeah.
You know? I think also the Leprechaun's kind of a cool character. I struggle with this. Sometimes I like him, sometimes I don't. I'll give them credit. He looks cool.
Yep.
I think the design looks pretty good.
The makeup effects are pretty decent throughout the franchise, I would say, for the most part.
Yeah, I think the
Yeah.
prosthetic work looks pretty
Yep.
good. I think the costume work they got, I think they got a pretty good design for him. You know, like for the prosthetics, he looks menacing enough. Like they didn't go with his normal face, right? They evil him up to make him look more like an ancient creature, right? He reads as mythological creature, not guy in a leprechaun costume, right? Like some jackass wearing a leprechaun shirt or some shit like that, right? They give him like the pointy ears and the teeth, and he's got like claws and hairy hands and feet.
Yeah.
And it's a pretty good design, you know? And the leprechaun's kind of cool. He does like green magic. So like the lore in this one, he can manifest things, and also he's got like telekinetic abilities, and he can teleport. All of the movies change this, but in this first one, he basically has all the powers. Would you agree with this? There's not much he can't do in this. Like he kind of can do anything.
And remind me, his weaknesses in this one are 4-leaf clovers.
Yep.
And the shoes.
The shoes are dumb. So there's
like if you put enough shoes in his way.
Well, no, it's something where he has a compulsion to clean shoes.
You'll have to polish the shoes, yeah.
So like they use that at one point to like they throw a bunch of shoes out into the yard, and then he's like running from shoe to shoe, like polishing it, and it's very goofy. It's just that was I think that was kind of a dumb idea.
Sometimes they kind of repeat that in future entries, but maybe not to the same extent of setting a trap for the leprechaun of just dumping 50 shoes in front of him and tar pitting him that way. Yeah. But in this one, they definitely do. Right?
He's like kind of immortal. Like he's got like regenerative abilities.
Yeah.
Like at one point he gets like his arm or his hand ripped off from the door, and like he just regrows it.
Picks it up.
Yeah, he picks it up and just reattaches it. Tori stabs his eye out with a police baton. Do you remember this?
Yep.
And then he just takes the eye out of like, I think it's the dead cop.
Yep.
And he like absorbs the eye.
That is a recurring thing as well in this franchise. He loses his eye a few times.
And and the fact that he can regenerate.
Yep.
Right. So he is a slasher movie monster, right? He is he's very supernatural.
I'll give you that.
He's 100% supernatural. I mean, it's a fucking leprechaun, right?
Yeah.
It's not a man in a hockey mask or a man in a Halloween mask
who comes back to life.
Every time. Every time. Right. And is not a zombie. No. It's just a man. So that can happen sometimes. Yeah,
that works.
Yeah. Electricity does a lot. Anything else you want to talk about?
I have one question for you.
Okay.
And this is a question that I like to ask you, and I've asked you in previous shows that we've done. Do you think that this first movie is a good example of what the franchise is?
No.
Okay.
No.
So I want to challenge you to think about that.
So this isn't what? No. I know which one I think is the best example of what a Leprechaun movie should be.
Yep.
Because this movie doesn't know what it wants to be.
That's right.
It's kind of at conflict. It's at conflict with itself.
Yep.
Right.
I like this discussion. We tend to have it on some of these franchises where, particularly with the first entry, because that's where everything kind of starts, right? If you could only take one of these and put it in the Smithsonian to be the example of what this franchise
represents.
That's right. Does the first one, or which one, if you don't think the first one sort of makes that cut. But generally, does that first one meet that requirement? And yeah, I'm with you. I don't think this one does.
I don't think it's the best representation.
If someone came up to me and said, hey, I don't have time to watch the entire franchise, give me one entry from the series that you think does the best job of illustrating what the Leprechaun franchise is at its best, which one would you pick? This one's not it, unfortunately.
Yeah, like the kills suck.
Yep.
So we've got like a lot of people like this kill. I think it sucks. The pogo stick.
It's just it's trying to be funny.
Yeah,
but it just falls flat.
It feels like a Chucky kill, but from like Bride or Seed, like a later Chucky kill, or even Child's Play 3 had some bad ones, right? But it's like he bounces on a pogo stick and like, I don't know, the pogo stick somehow stabs through the pawn shop guy's chest and kills him. Sure. And then like, that's basically it. There's like this is a bloodless horror film.
You
so
got
it's not
you
really
got the
a
cop
horror
in the
film.
forest, but
he
again,
just
that
snaps
one
his neck.
feels like it was added on after.
Yeah, and he just snaps his neck. He doesn't even do anything that's like over the top.
And remind me, the father doesn't die. He just gets.
He's just out of the movie. He doesn't even come back for like the fun. They don't even do an epilogue or anything like that. Then let's talk about the third act. The third act just fucking drags, man. Yeah. It's literally just the leprechaun chasing the group, or the three of them, four of them, around the house. Four, right? Yeah. Ozzy, Alex, Nathan, and Tori. Yep. And he's just chasing them around the little farmhouse, and they're dicking around, and he's trying to be funny and quipping and rhyming, and they're trying to attack him. They're trying to figure out what to do. Yep. But there's not like high tension, because he said none of them get killed. No one really gets seriously injured. So
Nathan gets hit with a bear trap, but I mean, you could argue that's not even the leprechaun that does that, right? He just steps on a bear trap.
Yeah, it was just coincidental. Yeah, because isn't that the bear trap they set up to catch the leprechaun?
Possibly, I think.
I don't even remember.
So,
but like, yeah, and there's no character development. There's no character growth. It's just characters running around, and we're not given any depth to anyone. Yeah, it's a lame first entry, man. It's a lame movie. The characters are hollow. There's no one really to root for. It's a bloodless horror entry. It's not very funny. Doesn't do anything impressive.
I have 2 points I want to raise very quickly about Ozzy. First of all, it's important to understand that at one point in the movie, Ozzy swallows one of the gold coins. Right? It's not important at all in this movie, but this will come back. Second of all, what did you think of the portrayal of Ozzy?
So, I've already forgot his name. I think it was Mark Holton. He's supposed to be slow. Yeah. Right? Like he's mentally impaired. Why? Did you think it was offensive?
I don't understand what the need for that is. Right? Like, I mean, I know we've become a little bit more progressive in the years since, but I just felt like it was anytime you see that, it's kind of a low blow.
You mean and a character playing a slow character?
Like
I didn't feel it was over the top.
One of the things that Alex,
I don't know. Oh yeah, I know what you're saying.
Alex is like, hey, I want to use the gold so we can
make you smarter.
Yeah.
We're rich, and I buy comics every week.
Yeah, but you know what else?
What else?
We can get you an operation.
For what?
To make you smart. See, we can go to the hospital and have them operate and fix your brain.
But I'm smart.
Yeah, well, sort of. See, what I mean is we can make you real smart. That way people won't make fun of you.
It's like, okay.
Yeah, but okay, he's a kid.
Sure, but he's played out to be like the smartest of the group. Like you always see this. The kid is always
right. But I know what you mean. But it's also kind of a child's innocence that he thinks he can help his friend.
True.
I don't know. I didn't think it was in bad taste. It never comes across as full in bad taste, right? Yeah. He never goes full blown with it. It's never really over the top. He's just kind of a little dumb and a little slow. Yeah. And I felt it was respectable enough. And I knew that scene was going to come up. I just, the way they portrayed it just didn't feel offensive to me. It felt very like an innocent kid trying. It felt like a child's innocence, like a naivety, trying. He wants to, like, he doesn't look down on Ozzy.
No, not at all.
It's like he feels bad for Ozzy. They
very much love him, right?
Yeah.
Like,
those are probably the two more interesting characters, is Alex and Ozzy. Yeah. And it almost felt like they would have been more interesting to follow, Yeah. Ozzy gets a little bit of an arc.
He gets Let's
talk about the ending. Let's talk about how they kill a leprechaun, because that's the big question. How do you kill a leprechaun, right? And at one point, they actually Ozzy and Alex like have a little discussion about this. Like, what
are we gonna do?
Yeah, it's like how do you kill a vampire? Yeah. So they're discussing this, and it turns out, like, through their discussion, the group's trying to figure out, like, okay, how do we actually kill this fucking thing? And I can't remember who reveals this, but they reveal that Mr. O'Grady from the opening didn't actually die. He was alive. Right. Remember the third act is this. So it turns out he just had a stroke. So it looked like he died in the basement, But no, he did not die.
That's right.
He got taken, which also leads me to why the fuck was that crate still there? Because if he was still alive, why wouldn't he have told them to just burn, like, whatever?
Yeah.
It creates other issues.
Don't look too deep,
Yeah.
man.
But so then O'Grady is now in like a retirement home.
Yeah.
And so Tori, for some reason, drives off alone. Why she has to go by herself, there's no reason for it, but she drives off to the retirement home. Of course, the leprechaun beats her there and he kills O'Grady. And then Tori's like trying to leave the retirement home. And coincidentally, O'Grady falls through the ceiling of like the elevator. Why would he be there? It's so convenient, a word you like to use a lot. And then he conveniently is still alive just enough to be like, you need to make him touch a 4-leaf clover.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so then they learn he has to like, it's either he has to touch a 4-leaf clover or like ingest it or something. You have to use a 4-leaf clover basically to kill him. That's the way to kill a leprechaun. How did you feel about the 4-leaf? Because they change in each movie how to kill him. I don't mind the 4-leaf clover. I kind of like the idea that it's a symbol of luck.
Yeah.
So the leprechaun is actually like, it's the antithesis.
I thought it was kind of strange that after 10 years, the 4-leaf clover was still sitting on top of the crate and had not turned into dust a long time ago. I don't know how long leaves.
Yeah, but that's not the 4-leaf clover they use.
No, but that's what O'Grady initially uses to keep the leprechaun.
Yeah, you're
trapped,
saying
right?
it should have like turned it
or
dust.
blown off or turned to dust. I mean, 10 years is a long time for something
Well,
like
it's
that.
a magic 4-leaf clover.
Oh, that's right. Is it though? Or is it just one that he found? Yeah. You know.
Well, okay. In the defense of this movie, all 4-leaf clovers are actually magic.
Sure.
So you have to take that into account.
Yeah.
Magic takes a long time to deteriorate.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then they're like, okay, we got to use a 4-leaf clover. And then they dick around trying to find a 4-leaf clover. They find one. And then the kid, Alex, he like wraps the 4-leaf clover in like a gum. And then he shoots the
Slingshots it, yeah.
he slingshots the 4-leaf clover down the leprechaun's throat. And then we get finally some cool shit. The effect of the leprechaun melting is awesome.
Yeah.
That was a really cool animatronic, or however they pulled that off with the prosthetics. It looked good.
Do you remember the line that they...
Fuck you, Lucky Charms.
Fuck you, Lucky Charms.
Because of course.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, sure. It's kind of a lame
You gotta
final
lean on
line.
that
They got to
if
come
you
up with
can.
something, right?
Yep.
But then that doesn't 100% work. And then like the half-melted leprechaun crawls back up the well.
Yeah.
And then Nate knocks him back down and then fills the well full of gasoline and then just lights it up and the well explodes.
Yeah.
And then it just like instantly cuts to credits.
Yep.
Yeah.
I said I got Chucky getting burned vibes off of that sort
From
of-
like the first one?
Yeah.
Like Child's Play 1,
Yeah.
you mean, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's the ending of Leprechaun. Yeah, it's whatever.
Yep.
Yeah. Anything else you'd like to say about Leprechaun 1?
No.
No?
It's one of the things I always think about after we're done watching these franchises for the show is which one would I most likely go back and watch right away? This would not be.
No,
I will probably never watch
and
this
this
again.
this is why I watched Leprechaun 1 and I was like, and I never watched the other ones.
Yep.
This first one, it probably won't hook you.
Yep.
Yeah. I have a couple other little things, just little nitpicks here. At one point, so this is like later on in the movie, this is like 3/4 into the film, Ozzy, he calls the police and he's like, you gotta help us. There's a leprechaun running around. And they're like, yeah, okay, Ozzy. Last week it was, something. They don't believe him, right?
Yeah.
Which that actually makes sense because he's kind of like, the town knows he's a simpleton. It's a small town, right?
Yeah.
So they're like, all right, they don't take it seriously, right? So they hang up. And then someone shoots the leprechaun with like a shotgun. And then they run back into the house, and now Tori tries to use the phone, but now the phone doesn't work. The phone just was working like 2 seconds ago.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
like Ozzy uses the phone, then they encounter the leprechaun, then they shoot the leprechaun with a shotgun. He like runs off into the field, and then they go back in the house. Then Tori tries to use the phone, and now it's dead.
Right.
It's like, how did it magically go? Like, did the leprechaun, so the implication that the leprechaun instantly ran and cut the phone line.
Is he like Jason Voorhees and he goes around pulling?
It's almost like they just had the scenes in the wrong order or something. And then speaking of the phone, did you catch they rip off a Nightmare on Elm Street gag?
There's a tongue,
The phone, yeah. So at one point, Tori has the phone, and the leprechaun is magically talking to her on the phone. And then in Nightmare on Elm Street, it's a tongue that comes through and fucks with Nancy. In Leprechaun, it's a little hand.
Yeah.
He's like, would you like a little hand, lass, or something like that? And then I just wanted to mention it because it's just like because that wasn't even that long ago. Like it hadn't even been 10 years, and you're already ripping off Elm Street.
The best parts of your movie are things you took from something else.
Yeah,
yeah.
I think the best part of the first movie is the leprechaun's death, and that's about it. That to me is the most memorable. I think it was a cool death scene. If you don't have anything else to say, I'm ready to talk about some other ones.
Yep.
All right.
I'm good.
Moving on. Only a year later, and these are always so when it's a year later, like, oh God, they didn't have much time. 1994. Yep. This is Leprechaun 2. I have this decently high. This is my number 3.
This is my number 2.
Whoa!
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
We're actually weirdly kind of in sync so far. We're actually not far off. It's not bad.
Yeah.
It fixes a lot from the first one.
I actually had this at number 1 for a little while as I was going through before eventually I had to knock it down a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's get into the plot. Yeah, this one's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's definitely a worthy sequel.
Much better than the first.
Yeah, it fixes a lot of issues with the first movie.
Yep.
Not perfect. None of these are. They all suck, to be clear.
I mean, this is praise for Justin on this franchise. I'm surprised.
Yeah,
and it's number 3, so there's.
I put it decently high. Yeah, we're pretty. So far, we're pretty close. Like on our rankings here, we might be almost like we.
This could be.
I thought we was just gonna be Wild West, but I've got 2 that I think will not be the same as you.
Okay,
we'll see.
All right.
Okay, Leprechaun 2. Let's get into the plot. So we open in Ireland. And we get a title card saying "Once Upon a Time." Oh no! As soon as I saw that, I was like, we're doing a flashback. It's not too bad.
You can kind of do it. You can kind of get away with it
and it's brief. It's brief. Yeah. But so then it's some guy. He's like running around. He's running away from the titular leprechaun, and he has like this magic collar around his neck. And the man apparently tried to take the leprechaun's gold, so the leprechaun turned him into like a slave.
Yeah.
So he's now, that's why he has that magic collar, so that the leprechaun can control him. But today is a very special day. It is St. Patrick's Day, and it is also the leprechaun's birthday. He is 1,000 years old and ready to claim a bride.
That's right.
Hold on a sec. If I recall, in Leprechaun 1, did not the leprechaun tell the cop I'm 600 years old?
Right.
Say, aren't we a little young to be out this late?
No, I'm 600 years old.
That's odd. That seems like a mistake there, doesn't it, Mark?
Unless.
Here's my theory.
Yeah.
And I'm going to keep bringing this up. I think every single one of these entries, with the exception of one, is a different leprechaun.
Yep. I kind of like the idea that they were just like, screw it, we're not making these sequels. We're just, every one of them is just going to be its own.
I think they're all a unique leprechaun, and we'll get more into that as we go, but basically every one of these entries is a different leprechaun. It even though it's all Warwick Davis for the most part, they look slightly differently, and they all have different lore.
Yep.
So,
different weaknesses, different powers.
Different powers.
If it weren't for the fact that Warwick Davis plays all of them, or like the first 6 of them, it wouldn't be confusing at all that the entries weren't sequels of each other, right? The only thing that makes you think that is the fact that he's playing the character all the way through.
And they're numbered.
Right.
Yeah. They're numbered as well, right? Yeah. Well, the first 4 are numbered, right? So the leprechaun slave William asks what trick the leprechaun will use to woo his bride. The leprechaun states when the woman in question sneezes 3 times and no one says God bless you, she'll fall under a love spell. And then he'll release poor William. That's what he says. He says it as like all right, this is your lucky day, William. I'm going to go get a bride and then I'm going to release you because I'm going to be in such a good mood, right? Cut to William and the leprechaun peeping on some hot blonde that turns out to be poor William's daughter. Uh-oh. The leprechaun tries to use his sneezing spell, but William says, God bless you, and the spell doesn't take effect. Enraged, the leprechaun vows that on his next 1000th birthday, he's going to claim the fairest of William's offspring and make her his bride.
Yeah, there's some implication that he can only do this every 1,000 years, right? So he can't just do it again tomorrow.
No, he can do it again tomorrow. It's just a convenient way.
That's right.
No, so here's my interpretation. Why did they do that? Because it's a convenient way to jump into present day.
Yeah, because this is in the year 990 or something like
right.
that. And now it's 1990.
Exactly, yeah. So it's like, I don't think that was I think the writers were like, well, we got to get it back.
How do we figure this out?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, it only happens every 1,000 years. Yeah, that makes sense. It can only happen in the year 1994.
Yeah.
Cut to our title card and we get our opening credits, which is this really nice green font, and they put it over shots of the leprechaun, like tracing the lineage of the guy's family.
You get the sense of time passing, right?
Yeah, this is how you do opening credits. Right. Filmmakers, take notes. Make your opening credits interesting and serve a fucking purpose. So, kudos. Well done.
Thank you.
We then jump ahead to modern time where a young man is trying to entice tourists to take his haunted tour of Hollywood, known as Dark Side Tours.
Yep.
We get a cameo, two of the tourists. One of them is played by Clint Howard.
That's right.
Clint Howard, who is now a 2-time member of the Slash Cinema alumni.
Right. Yep.
And we also get the woman. I don't know if you caught who that is. You don't really know. I don't think you would catch this. The actress, so Clint Howard's, I think it's his wife.
Yep.
It's Kimmy Robertson, who is Lucy on Twin Peaks.
Oh, yeah, because I haven't seen it, so I wouldn't know.
Shout out to our mutual friend Kevin, who is a diehard David Lynch and Twin Peaks fan. We somehow keep getting Twin Peaks alumni on this podcast, but there's another one. So the tour guide, the young guy, his name is Cody, and he is the boyfriend to Bridget.
Yep.
Bridget, who is played by Siobhan Durkin, whose IMDb profile picture is a still from Leprechaun 2. So that should tell you all you need to know about this woman's career.
I mean, you're the actor among us.
Yes.
I did a little bit of theater when I was younger, but I'm not surprised.
Did you play a tall tree, Mark?
That's right.
Just a very tall tree.
Someone's got to be foliage, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not surprised that this may have been the biggest credit in her repertoire because her acting is terrible.
Now it's just you, me, and a ton of hot steel going 200 miles an hour.
Cody, we're going to the go-kart park, not the Indy 500.
A boy can dream, can he?
I can't believe we're actually going to spend the afternoon together.
Listen, his job's important. I gotta make enough money to pay for my sister's eye operation.
Good plan. If only you had a sister.
Oh, you know me too well.
Let's go nab your uncle and split.
Okay.
Okay.
She is a true thespian among actresses, okay? It is Judi Dench level. Yep. It is Charlize Theron level. It is art.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
She is giving you So Cody finishes suckering a small group of tourists into taking his lame tour. He loads them all into a hearse, and then him and his girlfriend just walk away.
So my idea is that he's the guy that kind of sells the tickets and gets the group.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
But let me explain it why that doesn't make sense. I get what they're trying to do, but they fuck it up. So then they leave, and then they go to this bar, and we're introduced to Cody's boss, who is the guy who actually does the tours, named Morty.
Yep.
He is played by actor Sandy Barron, who I know him best as in Seinfeld.
That's right.
It's Jerry's dad's rival in like one of the retirement homes.
Jack Klumpus.
Oh, you actually remember the character's
Yeah.
name? Yeah. He's pretty funny. And
Jerry, the car, something happened with the car. Yeah.
So they find Morty, and he's like getting blitzed at a local bar, and he's trying to hawk one of his Dark Side Tour like franchises to like some passed out like
He's trying
drunk.
to sell it.
He's trying to sell franchises to like his burgeoning business idea, right? And it's also revealed to be St. Patrick's Day.
Yep.
Weirdly, this is the only entry to take place on St. Patrick's Day. It's kind of, I thought that was interesting. Just neat little trivia. You
like,
would think,
why not?
Right.
You know?
Why not take advantage of that? Right. And they do like it's not just mentioned and then there is nothing like it. It's like, no, you see the St. Patrick's Day decorations and later on it plays into it. There's a whole scene that plays into that.
Yep.
Cody and Bridget show up and so they went to fetch Morty. Okay. That makes sense. Why? I guess Cody just couldn't do it.
It's just not his job.
He's
right?
not. He's just.
He's
like the trainee or something.
He's the young apprentice for the business. Yeah.
Okay. So then Cody takes Morty into the bathroom to sober him up, and it's clear he's plastered. So then Cody's like, "Okay, I'll just do the tour." So it's like
Morty's like, "I can't do it."
Right. But Cody could have done it all along. So
but Cody's got a hot date with Bridget. They're going go-karting, right? It's like so. They're very excited about this. As soon as Cody's finished, they're taking off.
Oh, I get it. I get it.
No, this plot.
No,
man, it
explain
bangs.
the plot back to me because I'm not understanding. So then they go back to the tour group, right? Yeah. And it is now pitch black.
The show must go on.
No, but this is where it makes no sense. So Cody has lured these people into the hearse, and he's like, "All right. Our tour will begin soon. I'm just going to go grab the guy that's going to run the tour." They walk down the street to the bar and they go and they fuck around there. Now it's pitch black outside.
Yep.
It was broad daylight when they got in that fucking thing. It is now pitch black. So are you telling me that these poor fucks have been sitting in the fucking boiling hot sun in this hearse for hours waiting for this tour to begin?
Day for night continuity is really hard to nail down.
They fucked up. No, they fucked up. They definitely fucked up with the timing that it made, because it literally is like bright daylight and then like pitch black.
Like it makes sense that they would do their tour at night because my take on it is that they're,
but then they needed to make it look dusk.
That's right.
Not middle of the day. Yeah. So cut to the leprechaun emerging from some tree in the park. Mm-hmm. So we are obviously ignoring part 1 because he died in the bottom of a well or whatever, died. And interestingly, this was actually supposed to be a direct sequel to 1, but Jennifer Aniston refused to do it.
Yep.
She did not want to return. So this again leads to the theory that's not the same leprechaun.
That's right.
It's clearly a different leprechaun. It's not the same one we saw die at the end of 1. There's so many things that are different.
And it's probably just easier to not in your mind try to make that connection because it's gonna be more difficult to try to make this a sequel to the first.
None of them work except one of them, which is meant to be the legacy sequel. So the leprechaun spots a local vagrant with a gold tooth and rips it out of his mouth before pouring alcohol into his mouth. And even I wouldn't do that to the homeless. Even I have my limits, Mark. That's pushing it just a little too far.
Even Justin, who is notorious for his poor treatment of society.
I am a philanthropist above anything else.
Yeah.
I want to give them purpose. Dress them up as zombies. It's not going to take much makeup, and use them in zombie films and just tee off on them so we get realism on film, right? That's all I'm asking for. All right. So then the leprechaun adds the homeless guy's gold tooth to his magic pot of gold, which interestingly is not just gold now. It's got like rings and other shit in it. It's like, it's a pot of gold things. It's not just the gold coins here, right? So again, leading to this is not the same leprechaun. Yeah. It's not the same one. It's not the same one from part 1. Cody drops Bridget off at a go-kart track where they were supposed to go on their date, and she's mad at Cody, and they break up. She breaks up with him. Angered, Cody runs a red light and gets arrested. Morty then shows up and bails him out. After getting some courage from Morty, Cody arrives with flowers, and he and Bridget make up. But the the leprechaun has set his sights on Bridget to be his new bride.
She is the descendant of our O'Grady character, was it? Is that
O'Grady's part.
O'Day, sorry.
Yeah.
William O'Day.
Nope, it's just complete coincidence.
Yeah.
They drop the relative ancestry. It's just complete coincidence. It's just because Bridget's hot, dude.
They have not established for every moment of this movie up until now that 1,000 years later.
Complete coincidence.
Yeah.
And what I find funny about this is like, so normally in horror films, the way you reveal the main monster is you slow roll it, right?
Yep.
So we got our monster shows up, and then you get little teases of him. You know, we see him maybe stalking the main characters,
Yep.
and then like maybe there's like a slight interaction. We get some jump scares and things like that. Like they usually slow rolls. No, the leprechaun just instantly pops out at fucking Bridget and is it Cody?
Bridget and Cody.
Yeah, Bridget and Cody, and he's just like, "Bah, she's gonna be my bride." Like, there's no build up to this.
I mean, to be fair, that's just the decision they made for this franchise. They were not going to hide the leprechaun. He just jumps out, and now he's there.
Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah.
So then he kidnaps Bridget, and then Cody's like, "No!"
Yeah.
And then the leprechaun takes Bridget back to like this new leprechaun lair, and he like starts fucking with her and reveals that she's going to bear his children.
Yep.
Ew. What follows is Cody trying to save Bridget with the help of his pal Morty, Bridget trying to escape the leprechaun's lair, and the leprechaun doing whatever the fuck it wants to, killing and attacking random people.
Yeah.
That is the plot of Leprechaun 2. There's some good stuff here.
Yeah.
There's some good stuff here. I want to get out of the way what I didn't like,
Okay.
if you don't mind.
Sure.
So, Bridget just sucks.
Yeah. Yeah.
This franchise in particular loves like really bad female leads. She's just another one.
So they just can't get it right.
She's just another Tory.
Yeah.
Like she's just kind of a bitch, and like she's not fun, and she's not like a nice person. Not really. And she just comes, like, I get that Cody fucked up some shit, but she comes across as very manipulative and I just not a good partner, like not supportive.
Like it doesn't have to be that they follow this final girl trope, but either way, she has such an important role in the movie. But she's just not a very good character.
But she's not likable.
Yeah.
So like they start off and like Cody is Cody unfortunately has to do his job, and he's like, "I'm really sorry, our date got fucked up." Right? What does she do? Rather than being understanding and being like, "I get it," like
he's got to work.
Right?
Yeah.
He's got to work. This is out of his control. You can clearly she saw Morty fucked up in the bar. No, she holds it against him and sabotages his job.
Yep.
Remember, she switches because Cody has like these tapes that play like facts about each like stop on the haunted tour.
Right.
And then she like fucks with the tapes, so it fucks up the tour. So she's trying to sabotage his like means of employment.
And she immediately starts to, fraternize with some other guy.
The hunky guy,
well.
the hunky guy, Ian.
Yeah.
Ian. His name is Ian. So there's this dude, and so then Cody's like, "Look, I'm sorry, our night got fucked up," and she like is just needlessly cruel to him, and then she goes to hang out with this other guy named Ian at the go-kart track where they were supposed to be on a date, and she basically goes on a date with that guy.
Bridget, just give us a second, okay? What if I come by and pick you up later?
It's okay. I'm sure one of the guys can give me a ride home.
Wait a second. Look, next time things will be different.
What makes you think there's gonna be a next time?
It's like, cool, fuck you. But then later on, and I specifically noted this guy's name because I felt so bad for him, she uses that Ian guy. Because the Ian guy, he's not portrayed as like a douchebag. He's not portrayed as like a meathead or anything like that. He's just some guy who Bridget completely leads on. They have a whole date. Then he drives her home, and then she just stonewalls him, gives him the cold shoulder, and she's like, "Yeah, well, I'm with Cody, so you know." And
it's
then
like she was just doing it to try to hurt Cody.
Yeah, and then Ian's like, what the fuck? You led me on all night and you let me pay for you and like buy you all this food and all this shit.
Yeah.
And she's kind of like, yeah, well, tough titty. It's like, fuck her.
I get it. You're just a tease.
We'll tease this.
Stuck up bitch.
You go, Ian. You're right. She is. Yeah, no, like, fuck that.
It's funny because Morty is like when Cody is telling Morty about what happened, there's a line that I made a note about where Morty says, you did the right thing. You went after the cash. Women are trouble every time. Forget her. I'm like, oh, Justin's going to love that.
Well, you got drunk, so I decided to break our date and give the stupid tour.
You did the right thing. You went after the cash. Women are trouble every time. Forget her.
I'm glad you bring up Morty because Cody and Morty are partly what they're what fixes the first movie for me.
Yep.
Their relationship. So the last thing I'll say about fucking Bridget, she sucks as a character. She has no development. She is literally just a damsel in distress.
Yep.
And she's a damsel that I wish they didn't rescue because she's not a likable character at all. Right. Cody and Morty are the exact opposite. They are some of my favorite characters. They're not my favorite, but they're some of my favorite characters in the whole franchise. They're just fun.
Yeah.
I like that they're both, so they have kind of like this father-son relationship, and it's like, it's mentor and apprentice, and it feels very much like Back to the Future, like Doc and Marty.
I was going to say, yeah.
Where they don't explicitly tell you their exact relationship, but you get the feeling.
It's fine.
It's implied, but it's implied. It's like there's this implied history between these two guys where for some reason, at some point, Morty took Cody under his wing and saw something in this kid.
Yep.
And you clearly get the feeling of like Morty kind of has no family. And maybe his family doesn't really like him because he's kind of a loser drunk.
Yep.
But Cody sees something in him. And I like their relationship, like this little father-son.
Yeah, Cody, again, gets taken to jail. Morty's the one that goes and bails him out, not any other member of his family. So obviously, like they do care about each other. They have a history there. Yeah, no, I agree with you.
And like Morty's constantly like giving Cody like little tidbits of wisdom.
It's terrible advice for the most part, but yeah, at least he's trying.
He's trying to mentor him. Like, he's trying to take him under his wing. Morty is fucking awesome. I love huckster characters, and Morty and Cody's like this too, because at the beginning, Cody's a fast talker.
Right.
And the implication I got was like he learned the ropes from Morty.
Yeah.
Right? He learned how to manipulate and talk people into shit, right? I love characters like that.
Yeah.
That's what I do for a living. That's my job, is talking people into buying stuff. So I can relate to these guys, right? I'm singing for my supper.
Yeah.
That's what these two guys are forced to do, right? And Morty is just constantly, he is like the slickest slick motherfucker. The one of his intro scenes is like this pizza guy shows up and Morty's like sitting there waiting like to the second.
Yeah.
And it's like the pizza delivery shows up and it's like a couple seconds late. He opens the door. He's like, pizza's late. It's free. Takes the pizza, just slams the door.
What are you doing?
31 minutes, it's free. Nothing tastes as good as a free pizza. Now, if I could only figure out how to get free beer.
Nothing tastes better than free pizza. Now, if I could only figure out how to get free beer.
And he'll do it.
And he'll do it, right. So Morty's the guy that's always working the angles, And I think it's very fun pitting a guy like that against the Leprechaun, who is the exact same. The Leprechaun is constantly doing mind tricks, constantly deceiving you and trying to manipulate you. So you have these two hucksters going up against each other. And the best scene of that is the bar.
Yeah.
That drinking scene, is that what you're...
I actually had a different one that I wanted to talk about.
Oh, okay. I think the bar scene is fucking awesome.
Yeah.
So it's St. Patrick's Day. They go out to the bar and the Leprechaun shows up, and Morty and I keep forgetting his name, Cody.
Yeah.
At this point, they've already been like running from the Leprechaun. They already know, they're like, well, we're kind of fucked. Like we gotta have to figure out a plan here. And then Morty comes up with a genius plan, because it turns out earlier in the movie, at the beginning, the bartender gives Morty, it's just water that is food colored, and he tells him it's alcohol to sober him up. So Morty knows this bottle of just food colored water is behind the bar. So he challenges the leprechaun to a drinking contest.
Right.
And it's the first time in the franchise, even though it's only the second one, it's the first time we actually see the leprechaun lose confidence for a second. He's caught off guard.
My little buddy here just got married. What do you say we raise our glasses and toast his good health? Have a drink. It's on me. You got a problem? Maybe it's just part of that leprechaun myth that they can all hold their liquor. Oh, don't be ashamed. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Why don't I just get you a little green lemonade?
And he puts him on the spot, and he challenges the leprechaun's manhood, and it's a battle of wits. And what ends up happening is Morty just keeps drinking the water. He's unaffected.
It works.
The leprechaun gets fucking blitzed, just gets completely plastered. And because of that, now the leprechaun's magic is he's completely wasted, and his magic doesn't work right. And then it allows them to get away.
Yeah.
That's my favorite scene of Morty and the leprechaun.
Yeah, and we are rewarded with another scene between the two of them where you'll remember towards the end, they managed to get the leprechaun locked into this wrought iron safe at the go-kart place, right? And this is the first time that we learn that wrought iron
new lore,
is a weakness.
Iron, hurts the leprechaun.
But then they kind of Morty's desire for more to be the winner wins out because he instead of just
his hubris takes over.
That's right. You know, he could have just left him locked in there and won the day, but he doesn't, right? He wants his 3 wishes, and unfortunately the leprechaun then gets to sort of take power back and manipulate those wishes to defeat Morty, right? He could have just left him.
Oh, he had the win, but he had to take the victory lap, right?
So you see the best/worst of each of those two characters as they get this second scene together. So yeah, it's almost like Morty got the best of the leprechaun in the bar, but now you're back on the leprechaun's turf with respect to the wishes. And
there's fun. They have the little battle of wits, right? Yeah. Morty wins one and then the leprechaun wins one. How does this movie function as a sequel?
Doesn't.
So it doesn't.
Yeah.
But why I'm bringing this up is it improves things. So it improves things over the first film. Leprechaun gets new motivation. What did you? So one of the annoying things about this series is always I want me gold. It's a running motivation where some character accidentally gets one of the pieces of gold or finds the gold, and just a leprechaun is chasing them because of that.
Right.
But this one is very different. It's the only one. I think it's the only time in the franchise. No, this is the second one. It does, yeah. It's he's trying to get a bride.
There's some other thing that he's
some
after.
Other motivation. Yep. It gives him more to do, and it gives him a little bit more agency.
The gold is just a secondary thing that, don't steal my gold. I want to get it all back, but I'm still after my bride.
Yeah, that's the prime. It gives him a secondary goal to go after. They expand the lore a little bit. The Leprechaun Lair.
Yep.
I thought that was pretty cool. It was a cool little set. Obviously they had a little bit more money to work with. They built this underground little cavern.
Yep.
It's something out of it looked to me like something out of Dark Crystal or The Labyrinth.
Yeah.
It was kind of cool.
Yep.
I don't know. It's not bad.
And then it almost kind of implies that he could establish this really wherever he wants, right? His layer's there, but he can access the real world because he comes out of a tree.
Well, it feels like the leprechaun's lair is outside of time and space.
That's right.
That's the way I interpreted it.
Yeah.
It also gives Bridget something to do because literally while Morty and Cody are having this great adventure trying to do battle with the leprechaun, Bridget's back at Leprechaun HQ playing with rocks.
Yep. I think at one point she tries to fight him very unsuccessfully.
Yeah, I think she throws a bunch of rocks in a sack. And that's about it. Yeah. She has nothing to do.
Yep.
The leprechaun uses a lot more magic in this entry. Like in the first movie, he had like all the powers, but they didn't have the budget to really do it. But he does a lot more with his powers in this one. He's a lot more like it's more of a spectacle of him doing things. He's manifesting things in this one.
Yep.
They improve his look a little bit. I don't know if you caught. He's a little less cartoony.
Well, I was going to say, I don't know if it's necessarily that they improved how he looked. He's just more menacing, which is a theme throughout this movie compared to the first. This one's a little bit more serious.
A little more serious.
And you see that in things like the
way
way that
they did change his design slightly. So like he's less cartoonish. He's more scary. They muted the colors of his outfit a bit. It's an improved look.
Sharp claws now, I think.
I think he had those in the first one too.
Okay.
Well, I think he has them in all of them. But this one is a better version of the Leprechaun formula. And I think this is where we're starting to see the actual formula take shape, which is thin plots that allow the Leprechaun to run around killing people and do funny, creative things with his abilities. That's kind of the Leprechaun formula.
Yeah. So to that point, this is the one that I think is it's not my favorite, but if I had to give somebody one entry from the franchise, this is the one that I'd give them. If you want to know what Leprechaun is, this is the best balance of comedy with horror and taking it seriously, but also not so seriously that it's not a little bit goofy. This is the one that I think that gets the balance right.
Yeah, I'm not gonna disagree with you. I can see where you're coming from. Is like this is a good boilerplate, like solid entry that has a lot. I mean, they lay out his powers in this one. Like at one point, Cody's like reading a book on like mythological creatures.
They possess telekinetic powers and can turn invisible at will. They are masters of illusion. Both leprechauns and fairies can only be harmed by wrought iron.
Right. And they're all greedy as hell, and they love to drink, and they make those shoes, and they all have little pots of gold, and if you catch them, they grant you 3 wishes, and all the rest of that crap. Look, I have read that stuff. It's made up.
So like they're very clear. Their rules are more established in this one. It's not like the first one where he just has all the powers, and like the only thing we learn is like the 4-leaf clover. That's about it. There's not much.
No.
The rules aren't as clear in the first one. The second one, it's a lot more laid out. One of my biggest pet peeves, I'm curious your opinion on this. So the Leprechaun's powers vary wildly, and this is the problem when you have magic, supernatural creatures, right? They kind of do whatever the plot needs them to do. So Leprechaun has telekinesis, and he can perform illusions. But that's not manifesting things. Those are not that ability. And I think the writers and creators of these films misunderstood what those powers mean.
Yeah.
Telekinesis is moving things. It's manipulating matter that's already there. Illusions is creating an illusion. But in this movie and all the other ones where he can do this, he manifests things.
Actually like creates it out of nothing.
Well, he creates a go-kart.
Yeah.
And he kills the cop, the one security guard. He kills the one security guard with a go-kart.
Yep.
He did. Because I was going to say, he stole one of the go-karts. But no, he did manipulate the go-kart because it had all like the spikes and shit on it. So he manifested something into reality that wasn't there.
And it's not like it just looked like it had that. Like the implication is that is now what that.
That's
thing
what I'm
is.
saying. Sometimes he can do, and he manifests the gold pot like in Morty's stomach.
Yeah.
So like I think they're confused about how his powers actually work. See, I think the best kill in the movie is when he kills poor Ian with the lawnmower.
Yeah.
Because he manipulates what Ian's seeing. He creates an illusion.
That's an illusion. Yeah.
Yeah, that's an actual illusion where he thinks it's Bridget's naked body,
right. And
then he fucking lawnmowers himself to death. Right. Yep. That's a better use of his power. Like that to me makes sense. Yeah.
How did you feel about if you have one of his coins, he can't harm you?
Okay, so constantly these movies bring up these fucking gold coins. And like sometimes the gold coin gives you a wish.
Yep.
And sometimes the gold coin does this.
Gives you immunity.
So they all kind of do something different. I don't know. I mean, it's better than 3.
It's just a different interpretation of it, but you're right. If you're trying to find links between these movies, it's not going to help you because having one of these coins prevents him from harming you in this one, but it's not going to carry over to the next one, and you didn't see it in the first one, right? So again, it just reiterates that the best thing to do is to just watch all these as independent movies rather than having them be any kind of connection between them, right? There's no consistency there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything else you'd like to talk about for Leprechaun 2? I only got 2 more things, and they're both. I have 2 nitpicks, 2 random nitpicks.
The scene where the guy goes into the bathroom and Cody's there.
Okay, wait. Okay, yeah, that's one of my nitpicks. Okay, so there's a funny scene where it's St. Patrick's Day, and again, this rather. Unlike Silent Night, Deadly Night 3, where Christmas is just not even in the fucking movie, or I guess Silent Night, Deadly Night 4 is really what I'm referring to. This one's, you see St. Patrick's Day stuff. They try. Yep. It's St. Patrick's Day night, so they go to a bar and everybody's
people are dressed up.
And people are dressed up. There's a bunch of little people dressed as leprechauns.
Yep.
And one of them is prominent little person actor Tony Cox.
Right.
And there's a scene in the bathroom where it's a false scare. I don't know. It's a stupid false scare though. It's not that bad.
So weird.
It's so like, Cody's like in there taking a piss, and then Tony Cox comes in and scares the shit out of them. But Tony Cox is just trying to be friendly. I also found it so funny because Tony Cox, he shows up later when they're doing the drinking contest, and there's a whole table of little people, and they're all cheering on. Right. They're cheering on the leprechaun like it's like he's one of them. I thought that was a fun little like interaction there. Like the leprechaun's got to represent the little people. That was great. Yeah. So my pet peeve is how this plays out. So Tony Cox comes in, scares the shit out of Cody. He smiles at Cody, and he has a gold tooth, and it's so obnoxious, like this.
Yeah.
It's this so over the top grin, right? And he holds the grin for like
and again, Cody's taking a piss at the time. Right. Like he's standing there doing his thing, and this guy
dressed as a leprechaun
just kind of standing behind him,
holds the smile for like a whole minute.
He's offering him a chocolate coin out of his bucket.
Right.
Right.
So then Cody sees the gold tooth, which then jogs his memory that while he was in jail because of the red light he ran, he overheard the homeless guy who got attacked by the leprechaun and had his gold tooth ripped out. And so Cody remembers this and is like, oh, Morty, because they're trying to figure out where the leprechaun could be stashing Bridget, where his hideout is. Yeah. So they're like, well, I remember this homeless guy got attacked at this place and I overheard him while I was in the police station. We should go there.
Morty, listen. Houdini's ruins, don't you remember? The drunk at the police station said a leprechaun stole his gold tooth. He came out of a tree at Houdini's ruins. That's where Bridget is. Let's go. Morty, come on, let's get out of here.
It's a bit of a stretch.
Well, and also like why the chocolate coin that he takes from him comes back later because he gives it to the leprechaun. The leprechaun thinks that that's the one he's giving, when he's getting back.
Right.
And that sort of tricks him, and then they can sort of defeat him at the end. So it is a very forced way to get him the prop that he needs to be able to defeat the leprechaun at the end. But it's just the whole scene. And I hope you can kind of put a little bit into the.
It's a little
so
stiff and weird. Yeah, it just plays out weird.
Yo, man, want me go? Come on. Take them.
Thanks.
It's real milk chocolate.
The ending of we got another good leprechaun death. So Cody like tricks the leprechaun with the chocolate coin, and then he stabs him with the wrought iron rod. Yeah. And then leprechaun just fucking blows up a la fucking Chucky in Child's Play 2. That's good.
Yeah.
These movies actually do a pretty good job of killing the leprechaun. They have very satisfying leprechaun deaths for the most part. Yeah, another good one. Okay, this is so nitpicky, but I happen to catch this. And it's just so like a weird, clunky thing.
Okay.
So, in the scene where the pizza guy shows up to deliver to Morty, the pizza that's late, which he gets for free, right? When the door is open, you can clearly see he's on ground level, wherever Morty lives.
Okay.
But then later, when Cody is like running away from the leprechaun at this point, and he needs to get Morty's help, he sneaks into Morty's house, and Morty's like, how'd you get in here, kid? And he's like, oh, I got into the fire escape.
Morty! Jesus, kid. How'd you get in here?
Fire escape.
Are you all right?
But if Morty lived on the main floor, why would he have a fire escape? So does he mean the window?
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean by a fire escape? Fire escapes aren't on, like, technically they would be if I guess your apartment maybe was on the first level. Actually, no, I don't even think the fire escape would connect to that. So so at first I wrote it off and I was kind of like, okay, the line was stupid, made no sense. But then when the leprechaun shows up in the apartment and chases Morty and Cody, they escape through a fire escape.
Yeah.
So he actually wasn't on the first floor.
Folks, let me know, is this a nitpick? Or,
I'm telling you this is a nitpick.
Or does Justin have a legitimate concern
here? Well, it's nitpicky, but it's also like these little weird goofs, like these mistakes, I can't help but catch them. And that's one that bothered me where I'm like...
So you could have easily caught that and addressed it, right?
Right.
But
yeah, to me it was like, it's like... I think where they fucked up was when the pizza delivery guy showed up. It very clearly showed he was on the main floor, and the pizza wasn't delivered to an apartment. And that's the other thing. It was like, where is he? What is he living in? Because the shot they show, I thought it showed that he was like in an apartment. Like, is that where did you think Morty lived? Did he live in a home?
I don't know. I didn't take it this seriously.
Because why? Mark, why was there a fire escape? What home has a fire escape? And it's like a metal fire escape too, like the type that you would see in an apartment building.
Right.
And they frustratingly don't show a wide shot of that. I wanted them to just zoom out to show me the bottom of the stairs, but they didn't, Mark. They didn't show it to me. So I'll never fucking know.
I got to deal with this shit every time we do that. Aren't you glad you just get to watch these? You don't have to sit through the actual experience.
Do you have anything else you want to say?
No. Again, this one,
it's good.
I found it got the balance much better than the first. I feel like they realized after the first, we kind of made a mess because
it's too goofy.
It wasn't any. We didn't commit one way or another.
Yeah.
And this one did a much better job with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let's move on to another entry, which also didn't do a very good job with the balance, as far as I think. Let's move on to 1995 with Leprechaun 3. Based on your shit-eating grin over there, you weirdly like this one. Mark, this movie fucking sucks. This movie's 6.
This is number 1 for me. Okay, so we're...
way off.
No.
We're out to lunch.
No.
I didn't think I was going to get heated. I'm about to get heated. Fuck Leprechaun 3.
I'm so surprised.
Leprechaun 3 doesn't deliver on anything.
No, man. This is
no. This movie
is so
sucks.
much fun.
No, man, no. You're not alone. Leprechaun 3, which is represented on the Sacred / Cinema desk there. It's one. I only had 2 of the VHS tapes for Leprechaun. I had Leprechaun 3 and 4. I wanted to love 3 because most people say 3 is one of the best.
Oh, is it? Okay.
A lot of people say, in fact, 3 is Warwick Davis's personal favorite entry in the series.
Oh, see, I don't know any of this because, again, like I say before, I try to avoid any outside reviews or anything. Right. So this is new information, and
I went in with high expectations, and I came out thoroughly disappointed. Yeah. So I'm very curious to see your high praise for 3. I'm shocked by that.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to agree with me and have it more at a mid or a low. But having it as, so if you said, so 2 was your number 2?
That's right.
And this is now your number 1?
That's right. Yeah.
And what was, and you had number 1 as 6?
That's my 6th best, yeah.
Okay, so you still may not be too far off my other ones, but no, you're way off on this one.
No.
All right, let's get into it. Okay.
Yep.
This is the first direct-to-video entry in the series.
Yeah.
It feels it looks it is the quality of it, and that's all I'll say on that. So I really like the green font opening credits I like that text. I like how it looks. But what the fuck is this? Now we suddenly don't have a credit sequence and we're just getting that green text on a black background for 2 minutes straight with Celtic music playing. We're big step down, buddy.
Like they had you and then they lost you.
No, they fucked up those credits. We then hard cut to Las Vegas, baby. That's right. Leprechaun 3 is all in Las Vegas. Or is it? We'll see. So it opens with a mysterious man with a hook hand, an eye patch, and a limp walking into a pawn shop dragging a large sack, desperate for gas money to get out of the area. Inside the sack is a huge pewter-like statue of the leprechaun with a fancy medallion around its neck. The man warns the shopkeeper, whatever you do, don't remove the medallion.
Yep.
So how is this a follow-up to 2? Because the leprechaun blows up.
It's not.
It's not.
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
Yeah, it's not. It's
Stop trying to think that
right.
it is.
I'm just reinforcing that
Yeah.
this is again, another leprechaun.
You could absolutely watch these out of order.
Exactly.
And it doesn't.
So ignore the 3. I'm just reestablishing that for our audience.
Yep.
So the pawnbroker gives him $20. How generous. And sends him on his way. He then immediately removes the medallion to inspect it. Because of course he does. Which reanimates the leprechaun statue, who then springs to life and attacks him. But the man holds up the medallion, causing the leprechaun to shrink away in fear and flee, leaving behind a single gold coin. Cut to some hot chick with a broke down car on the side of the road. This is Tammy, one of our new protagonists. Mm-hmm. Stunned by her beauty, our protagonist, Scott, pulls over to assist her. She begs him for a ride to work, and he happily agrees. Cut back to the pawn shop where the owner boots up a CD-ROM, which, for our young listeners, back before there was YouTube and you could just find any video of anything and all the information was available, they used to have these things called CD-ROMs.
That's right.
And they were kind of like encyclopedias on disc.
Yep.
And they would give you facts about things. So he puts in a CD-ROM about legends and folklore.
Very convenient. Again,
And he searches specifically leprechauns, and then it reveals some backstory of like how the leprechaun works and all that shit. They give you some of the lore, the new lore. Meanwhile, the leprechaun is counting his gold and realizes he's 1 coin short.
Yep.
Just like in the original one, which we did. I don't even think we really touched on that in the first one. That's kind of like the plot point of the leprechaun attacking them is he's trying to get his gold. You know what? Now that I think about it, I think we went through the entire plot of Leprechaun 1 and didn't mention the whole reason.
The reason why.
The reason he's attacking them is because Ozzy stupidly swallowed the coin and the leprechaun just wants his gold back. And then,
well, remember they also left one at the guy that was appraising it for them.
Right, but the leprechaun got that one back.
Yeah. But it's always the idea that his gold collection is 1 short.
Yeah.
Right. Somebody has one, and he's got to get it back. Yeah.
Lame.
I don't disagree with that.
While driving her to work, Scott learns Tammy is a magician's assistant at one of the casinos. And Scott is driving through Las Vegas on his way to Los Angeles for college.
Yeah.
Sure. He's going to Los Angeles. Yeah, that's what I think of when I think of college. The prestigious Los Angeles college schools. Sure. Not trying to be an actor. He's just going there for college. We then cut back to the shopkeeper, and it's really fucking awkward and annoying how they do this. For the first 30 minutes of this runtime, they keep cutting back and forth between the leprechaun and the shopkeeper and Tammy and Scott.
Their little battle goes on a little too long.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's so awkward. It's like, just let one of these scenes play out and finish, then go to the other scene. But instead, it's like halfway through this scene, we cut back to Tammy and Scott. Then halfway through that scene, we cut back to the shopkeeper and the leprechaun. And it just keeps going back and forth.
And it doesn't really matter that we get the sense that they're happening at the same time. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter at all. You could have just played out. All the shopkeeper shit should have played out. Then we get the Scott and Tammy thing. Then it connects later on. So Scott drops Tammy off at her work. The casino is called the Lucky Shamrock. Fuck you. Then Scott suddenly bugs Tammy to sneak him into a real casino because he's never been inside one and he's not 21.
Yeah, he's not old enough yet. Yep.
But she agrees as long as he's quick. And I like this motivation comes out of absolutely nowhere. Because first Scott's like, oh, hot chick, I'll pick her up. And then he's like, you work at a casino? Yeah. I've never been in one before. Would you take me in a casino? Like, it's my dream.
And he becomes immediately addicted to gambling.
He becomes immediately enamored by a fucking casino. Yeah. Like, okay.
Life-ruiningly altered
Meanwhile,
addiction.
Back at the pawn shop, the owner and the leprechaun are still doing battle in what feels like the third act showdown of any other horror film. Like, they fucked this up. You're right. It goes on too long. So
it's 24 minutes in and he's still fighting him.
Yeah, but it feels like this is what feels like a third act fight.
Yeah.
Like normally when the leprechaun just kills the first couple victims, it's like a 5-minute scene, 10-minute scene.
This all should have been resolved before the title card.
This could have been, could have been the opening. Yeah, it's almost like it's just not a great film. It's almost like it just has major problems that they just weren't really assembled right, Mark? Yeah.
It's got one thing that
does it. Okay, I can't wait to hear what that is. I happen to catch this is nitpicky, but there's a really bad out of focus shot. I don't know if you caught this. It's like it's during the pawn shop shit. At one point, the pawn shop owner like goes into hiding, and the leprechaun. It's a close up shot of the leprechaun. He walks up to the camera, and he's completely out of focus. So either Warwick Davis missed his mark, or the camera guy just completely fucked up. But I'm shocked they left it in the movie.
They just left it.
They just left it in, and it just looks bad.
Yeah.
I want me shilling.
It looks bad to me. I don't know. That's the filmic eye in me catching
part
little
of the charm.
Yeah,
part 3.
Yeah, as it shows its battle scars,
That's
its
right.
wounds.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. We're introduced to Tammy's boss named Fazio. Yeah, Fazio the Great.
Yep.
That's the actual magician, and his friend and fellow casino employee, played by
Caroline Williams.
Of Texas Chainsaw Massacre Part 2.
Yeah, Stretch.
Yeah. So she has now joined the illustrious Slash Cinema Alumni Club. She's a
two-time member
of the Slash Cinema Alumni Club. Yeah. Scott wanders around the casino awestruck like a jackass. He pulls out a $25,000 check, which is from his parents for his tuition, and for absolutely no reason decides to cash it in and do some gambling. We cut back to the pawn shop again, where the owner, who at this point has earned me naming him, his name is Gupta. Gupta, the shop owner. Yeah. He at this point, you've been on the screen. I actually was like, is this our protagonist?
Right.
He has so much screen time for the first half hour of this movie. I thought he was actually going to be a recurring character.
Yeah.
Like, it's just.
Where do you have this one again? This is your number 6?
Number 6. It's like bottom 3, buddy. You're out of your fucking mind. Okay.
I love it even more now.
That it brings me ire. Back at the casino, Scott has gambled away all his money like a moron.
Yep.
So he's forced to pawn his grandfather's watch. So he goes across the street to the pawn shop, which is the pawn shop owned by Gupta. Oh, that's how these scenes are connected. See, the way to do that is to just play out all the Gupta shit, which should have been like 10 minutes at most. Then when Scott goes across, you go, oh, hey, it's the same pawn shop.
Yep.
See how that works? Do you know in Leprechaun 1 where they had all that shit with O'Grady in the beginning and then he died and then when Tori and her father show up, right? It's like, oh look, it's the same house. See how those things are connected? Yeah, that's how you properly pace a movie, right? But not here. We just keep cutting around.
It's fun.
Characters stay way longer. They outlive their welcome. Right. The Leprechaun continues to beat and him and the Leprechaun and Gupta just keep fucking fighting each other. It goes on so long. So then the Leprechaun's like beating the pulp out of Gupta, asking where his missing coin is, and then he's like strangling him with a phone cord and he accidentally kills him.
Yep.
Scott then shows up and finds Gupta's dead body. He calls the police before finding the missing coin, which was just sitting on Gupta's keyboard. It was just right there. The Leprechaun couldn't spot that though. It's not like it's a big shop either. It's like the size of this studio and it's literally just sitting there on the keyboard, a gold fucking coin on like a white keyboard.
Hey.
Yep. Couldn't see it. So, and the CD-ROM is still playing, and then Scott overhears the CD-ROM's like, if you possess one of the magic gold coins of a leprechaun, you can ask for a single wish, and it will be granted.
Number 1, his power lies in his gold. Without it, he's just another gnome full of mischief. Number 2, each of his gold shillings will bring a wish come true to anyone who possesses them.
A wish, huh?
So that's the lore for this fucking movie is that you can, if you have the gold coin, you can make a wish and it comes true. And seemingly the Leprechaun's not actually doing it. It's like the gold's doing it.
The gold coin gives you the power.
It's not really the Leprechaun himself doing it. So then Scott casually is like, I wish I was back at the casino and on a winning streak. And poof, he's back at the casino on a winning streak. Seeing his sudden hot streak, the casino owner steps in and shuts down the roulette table, which is an actual scummy thing casinos do, before inviting Scott to stay at the casino. He then reconnects with Tammy, and she's like, look, this is a lot of money. Lock yourself in your room and don't let anyone in. The Leprechaun follows Scott to the Lucky Shamrock by complete coincidence, and in no time finds Scott in his room demanding his gold coin back. He attacks Scott, and in the melee, some of the Leprechaun's blood gets into an open wound on Scott's, I think it's on his arm. What follows is a mix of the Leprechaun interacting with random casino staff, fucking with some, killing others, all while pursuing Scott, Tammy, and his missing gold coin, Scott slowly turning into a were-leprechaun, culminating in a final showdown of Leprechaun versus were-leprechaun.
Oh, I love it.
The movie's not good, man. It's not good.
You know what? I gotta say, I'm very surprised that you don't love this.
Okay, I'll tell you why in one sentence. This is Friday the 13th, Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan.
No.
Yes.
Oh, no.
Yes, it is.
No.
Because it's like, we're in Las Vegas, baby. We're going to be doing some high rolling and there's going to be some all stuff, but they have no money. So what you get is you get a single shitty casino set, which looks like crap. The casino set in this movie looks like, do you remember? I think it's season 1. I think it's a season 1, the worst season of Star Trek, The Next Generation, TNG.
Right.
Do you remember the episode where they get like stuck in this time loop, and it's like they're stuck in a casino set and they can't leave it? Do you remember this episode?
Yeah.
And it's because they had no money, so they're like, oh, we had a casino set, so it's probably this casino set. They probably took this casino set and used it.
Just put it in.
But it's just a generic, bland casino set. Like they didn't have much money for the production design. All the machines are just cheap looking. Like if you took like Vegas Vacation, which is debatably the worst of the fucking vacation movies.
Correct. Yep.
Right? Those look like actual casinos. Like they actually filmed in Las Vegas. This doesn't look like that.
It's not that bad.
It's pretty bad. It's very bland and generic.
It's not like you went down to the flea market and got like an old
I'm
roulette
not
wheel.
convinced they didn't do that, and I'm also not convinced you and I couldn't build
make our own
a
better.
better casino set. Bart Simpson's casino in his treehouse looks better than the set of fucking Leprechaun 3. Okay, and this is where the movie lies to you, because the movie is like, we're in Las Vegas. We're really gonna, and this is why it broke my heart. I saw that fucking cover. That cover right there, that like with the leprechaun like hovering over Las Vegas, and I'm like, oh, cool. They're gonna go all out, but they have no money. They have no money.
Yeah.
So what you get is Jason Takes Manhattan, where literally the leprechaun walks the strip for like fucking 2 minutes, and that's it. That's all they could afford, and they didn't even have permits for most of those shots. So you have little shots of him walking around, and then that's it, and then it's just a bad set.
Yeah, I guess the difference is that knowing that this is the first theme movie in the franchise, right? We're going to see a few of these. This is the Leprechaun in Vegas entry. It wasn't as, I didn't care so much that the Vegas piece didn't shine through as much as maybe you were expecting it to, right? I didn't need this to be casino, right? Okay, they're in Vegas.
But then why even have it?
It's the goofy thing that they're tying to this one. I mean, it looks.
I also think Vegas was a smart move, because Vegas is all about luck.
Yeah.
Leprechaun's luck. Like, I actually don't think that was a dumb setting. They just didn't have the money to pull it off. For me.
Yeah. There's one thing about this movie that sets it apart from the rest, because, like Justin says, a lot of the points that he's made, I can't argue with. Right. It is goofier. And I tend to,
Mark,
like,
why?
Return of the Living Dead didn't hit me very well, but this one does. It's not as serious as part 2. The one thing about this one that I just can't get away from, it's fun. It's just so much fun. If you are only going to watch one of these movies, you're not going to get a good cross section of what the Leprechaun franchise is by watching this one.
No, not at all.
But you're going to enjoy it.
Okay. So I'm actually not going to shit on you for that.
Yeah.
Because my 1 and 2, I like for that exact answer.
Yeah.
So I have the exact rationale for what my number 1 and my number 2 are. So I'm not going to shit on you for it.
Yeah.
But I am going to shit on this movie for what it is.
Yeah.
I understand you had fun with it. There's some fun to be had.
Yep.
But that fun didn't click with me. So then I'm just left with, what is this movie?
I love the characters that were in this. I thought they're all detestable individuals, right? One of the things that I thought was great was, I don't think you like this, but when you get one of the coins, you get to make a wish. They all make terrible wishes that are very self-serving, and nobody cares about anybody else. You've got Cody, who just wants to be rich and famous. You've got, I can't remember what her name is, but Caroline Williams, who wishes she were young again and had a buxom body so that she can be the magician's assistant. You've got
and then that turns into her death, because then the leprechaun just overinflates her, and then she just blows up.
You got the casino owner
Mitch, I think his name is.
Yeah.
I think it's Mitch. Yeah, Mitch. Casino owner Mitch.
Who only his wish is to get with one of the.
So he wants to fuck. He wants to fuck Tammy.
That's right. Yeah. Like, just awful people, but just in the funniest way.
So what's funny is what you're saying. You're like, oh, I like how it just bounces around. Yeah, I hate that it just bounces around, because there's no real plot here.
Oh yeah,
it's just, we're in a casino. We never leave this crappy set, and we have a bunch of characters, none of whom you're gonna care for. Tammy sucks. Scott sucks. Was it Scott? Yeah, I forget their names. They're just nothing. And there's so much screen time of other characters. Like, Gupta is like fucking half an hour of the runtime is this random shopkeeper.
Yes, I'm wanting to discuss things with you.
For instance?
I want to negotiate. I'm for giving you this medallion, which we're terribly, terribly afraid of, for half your gold.
Half me gold for a worthless medallion?
This is my final offer. You are taking it or leaving it.
You got a deal, lad.
Tammy and Scott, they don't even feel like the main protagonists. Because the casino staff is given so much fucking screen time. And I get that you liked that you had all these scummy characters and they're all just doing stupid shit. For me, it was awful because you're not giving me anyone to connect to. So you're just jumping around and I don't care about any of these characters.
I shouldn't like this one as much as I do. And I'm surprised that I like it more than you. I actually thought that you would love this, right? Because you tend to be a little bit more forgiving of the entries in these franchises that are just off the wall, right? But this to me is like it's interesting.
But you tend to like the entries in these franchises that are just terrible. So that's the other thing, right? So you got to balance that out, right? You got to remember that. Keep that in mind.
Yeah. I can't explain it. All I know is I guess
for whatever reason it clicks.
Yeah.
With you.
When I started watching it, I immediately knew what this one was going to be. And I think you were probably expecting it to be something else. And by the time you realized it wasn't going to be what you wanted.
I realized immediately. The first 30 minutes, we're just bouncing around and we're getting gooped at fighting the leprechaun. And I'm like, oh, okay, so we got no plot and it's 30 minutes in and there's no Vegas. I'm like, what is the Vegas? Like, sorry to shit. I want to shit on the staff a little bit more again.
Please.
So like so we get so much screen time with this fucking stupid staff at the casino. There's like some dumb subplot of like the casino owner, like he owes like some mobsters money.
What do you want, Art?
What do I want? I want brown hair. I want health insurance for all Americans. I want the Mets to get this shit together. But let's not worry about what I want. Let's worry about what I need. I need my money.
Tomorrow is good. I'll stop by your store and we'll take care of everything. Okay? Excuse me.
Look sharp, be sharp.
Yeah, well, he's got the
two
gangsters
goons
like
that are
hanging
trying
around.
to shake him down.
Yeah.
And like who cares? And then those guys way overstay their welcome. And because of that, that's how we get scenes of the two gangsters having a full fucking like 4 or 5 minute conversation about boxers versus
underwear
briefs.
and socks.
They're talking about underwear and socks.
My boxes keep crawling up my butt.
I hate that. I go with jockeys now.
Yeah. You know, it makes me feel like a sissy.
Yeah. Can't hang like you really want to, but...
How do you want to hang?
Loose. I want to be comfortable.
I like a little support.
Do you?
Yeah.
Feels
How's
good.
my tie look?
Fine.
Yeah.
Good.
My socks are hanging down my ankles too.
I hate that. I wear those ones come over the calves, so like tubers.
Yeah. You get those garters, but they make me feel like a sissy too. What the hell is that guy?
It's just riveting entertainment to watch. It's like this is just a waste of my time.
I can't explain it.
What is this? I'm trying to think if I have any positives, and I'm gonna have to like okay. So there's a couple funny moments. Sorry, why don't you gush?
I mean, that's it.
So it just clicked, but you said it clicked for you. What clicks for you? That like. Do you want to just talk about funny shit that you liked? Because that's the whole movie is just stupid shit.
I mean, if I was going to go back and watch another one of these movies again, this is the one.
Oh my God, Mark, Bree, what the fuck?
Faithful viewer, I got to tell you, like you owe it to yourself to go and check this out. You might not, I mean, again, it is by far one of the best movies of all time, but in this franchise, it is a bright spot. You're like, okay, you can relax, kick back, and have a good time watching an absolutely silly, stupid movie.
I want to shit on Mark, but I get where he's coming from. Because again, I have picks coming up that you're probably going to say the exact thing I'm saying right now, which is like, how did this work for you?
Yeah.
Because this franchise fucking sucks. All of these movies are just stupid shit. And however they click with you, like, okay, sure, some of them are going to click with you somehow, and I won't fault you for it. Because they're all bad movies. None of them are good films. Like, 2 is debatably the only one that actually tries to be serious, but it has a lot of bad crap in it too, you know?
But I'm a bit more forgiving of the entire body of work than I think you are. I don't know why. But
Well, let's just talk funny shit. Let's talk about some funny moments. Good times. Okay. There's the one of the Elvis bits that did work for me was immediately the leprechaun runs into an Elvis impersonator. And the leprechaun doesn't kill him or anything. They just have a funny little exchange.
Have a moment.
Yeah, they have a little moment.
Fine suit of clothes, lad.
Well, thank you very much. Well, those shoes, they come in blue suede. I really like them, man.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Hey, man, you do that pretty good. Next time, make sure you get paid for it. Hey, man, see you on the flip side.
I liked that little interaction. Was fun. My absolute favorite scene in this movie is at one point, the Leprechaun is on Mitch's television in like his private suite. And this was, you want to talk about like Warwick Davis just being the embodiment of this role.
Yep.
We talked about like, is Leprechaun a slasher villain? And he is, but sometimes he isn't really.
Right. Yeah.
I would equate him. So we talk about we've mentioned this before, the different types of slashers, right? So there's the big brutes. There's the physical guys, right? Those are your Michaels, your Jasons, your Leatherfaces, right? Those are guys that physically are going to chase and scare you and kill you.
Overpower you.
Right.
Yep.
Then you've got your witty wisecracking.
More manipulative. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're going to kill you in creative ways. They're not just going to stab you or chop your head off. And that's your Freddy, that's your Chucky, and that's your Leprechaun.
Yeah. And
that's where he fits in. He fits into that category of he's the wisecracking, going to spew some puns and kill you in some sort of weird, inventive way, right? So this scene gives Warwick Davis, like, this is probably the perfect use of, it shows like his range as a comedic actor, where he gets a chance to go all in for a moment and they really let him do it. So he's on Mitch's television screen and he's doing impersonations as the Leprechaun of various TV like infomercial personalities from that time. So he's like a preacher, and then at one point he's like one of those psychic like phone number call-ins. And it is, I think, the funniest scene in the whole movie, and Warwick Davis fucking nails these. Like, it's so good. That's a great showcase of his ability to play this character.
Yep.
The signs point to a tragedy about to happen. Casino owner dies. The bed of lies.
Whoa. That was my name, right?
Yes.
Oh shit. What is happening here?
You'll get what's due when I electrocute you!
That's your Freddy Krueger. Like, Freddy gets so many of these moments in the franchise. So does Chucky, honestly. Yeah. I think this is one of the high points of his performance in the entire series, is that.
Until he immediately kills Morty right after. Is it Morty? Or,
Mitch.
sorry, Mitch.
Morty's the white.
The last guy. With a robot.
A sex robot.
Again, at this point, by then, you're like, yep. That checks out.
Which also doesn't make any. Again, he's manifesting it though. It's not. It's not.
But then
visual.
It is real.
That's
like,
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's real. So because they're always confused in like manifestation versus illusion. He can show you illusions, but they're actually real. Yep. So that's not actually an illusion. That's actually real. He's just making things. Yeah. And
I don't understand.
And also, I don't like this version of Leprechaun where he has all the powers.
Yeah.
To me, he's a little too powerful in this. Like, I don't like he can do anything. He can manifest. Like, you just.
One of the things I do like about this one is that he is not necessarily the primary villain. Because, again, the characters themselves are just terrible people. So they're almost at odds with each other sometimes, right? You've got Scott and what's her name? Tammy, who are kind of at odds with the casino owner
Mitch.
And Fazio.
Yeah. Well, the casino's crooked.
Yeah.
They show Caroline Williams.
Right.
Like, the reason Scott lost all his money is Caroline Williams was rigging the roulette table.
That's right.
So she fucked him.
Yep.
And then, so like they clearly reveal early on, it's like, oh, it's a crooked casino. They reveal what we all know. Casinos are all rigged. They're all crooked. None of them are ever you're never getting fair odds. Yeah. They have a switch underneath the thing that changes the roulette ball.
Yeah.
I don't doubt that for a fucking second, by the way. So, I
just like the idea that for once it wasn't everybody versus the primary antagonist. The primary antagonist, he's almost just kind of there watching them destroy themselves. And then he kind of steps in to finish the job. But no, I thought it was a great, an interesting way to kind of change up the traditional design of these movies where it's one versus all, right?
Did you like the new lore? So we get new lore. There's like a medallion.
Yeah, and if you put it over,
if you put the medallion over the leprechaun, he turns into a statue.
I find the mechanism to be a little awkward, but I did like it, and they repeat this.
The medallion comes back. Yeah, the medallion definitely comes back. I didn't mind the medallion. I don't mind a MacGuffin type thing. Or was it? Is that the right word I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for?
I mean, a MacGuffin is normally just something that people are after. I don't know what this would be.
Chekhov's gun.
No, that's a different.
I didn't mind.
That's showing something early that you
that later has a payoff.
Yeah.
I don't mind. It does. In this one, it actually doesn't have the payoff. Funny enough,
no.
They introduce it, but that's not even how they defeat him.
No,
but what did you think of the? So you like the new lore of if you have a coin, it gives you a wish.
I just thought it was interesting. It gave us a little bit more characterization for the characters that we were following because you get to see.
Like their inner desires.
That's right. Something about them, and every one of them wishes for something terrible, right? Like not a single one of that. So I
could see that point. I think in a smarter movie, it could have been done better.
Sure.
I think a smarter film would have like you said, a smarter film would have just been the leprechaun almost observing what happens when his power kind of goes to a group and watching them tear each other apart.
Yeah.
You know, maybe something like that. But not this movie. It's not
not
this
one.
Yeah, it's not this one.
Yeah.
So yeah, the new lore, if you have the coin, you get a wish. But then if the coin is taken from you, then the wish fades.
And then obviously the next person gets to
make
one,
their
right?
wish. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then they also introduced the lore that if you destroy the gold, that kills the leprechaun. That's how they kill the leprechaun in this one. So the ending is, okay, well, before we get to that, what do you think of the were-leprechaun? Was this necessary?
It never paid off.
No.
Like I don't.
It's just a dumb gimmick.
At first it was like, oh, interesting. Is this how they create new leprechauns? But he never really.
No.
It's almost like they had this idea, but then realized, oh, we don't have what it takes to kind of see this out.
Right. So
but
like
we've already filmed those scenes, so I guess he's got to stay like that for the rest of the movie.
Yeah, so like Scott and the leprechaun have like a blood exchange, and then now he's slowly turning into a leprechaun.
Yeah.
So like it starts out simple. He starts like having he starts having cravings for potatoes.
Yeah.
And then he starts talking this annoying Irish accent.
Yeah.
There once was a lady of Totton, whose tastes grew perverted and rotten. She cared not for steaks or for pastries and cakes, but lived upon penis au gratin.
And it's just
it's
kind of grating.
I would say it's the one thing that if I had to take something out, well, mainly because they just don't do anything with it.
Because it doesn't have a payoff. Yeah. And then he slowly is turning into a leprechaun.
Yeah.
So they do like prosthetic work and like he's got like hair,
bits of
hair coming out of him. And then he even gets some of the leprechaun's magic at one point. Did you catch this?
Yeah.
Yeah, he has a bit of the telekinesis.
Yeah.
So they kind of have like a leprechaun versus were-leprechaun fight at the end. But ultimately, how they kill the leprechaun is they learn like, oh, if you destroy the gold, it'll kill the leprechaun. So they
sets him on fire as
well.
well.
They burn
right?
the gold, and yet another good leprechaun death. The leprechaun bursts into flames and burns to death.
Yeah.
And they melt the gold. And then that magically just reverts Scott.
Yeah.
So then why even do the were-leprechaun thing?
I
It just
feel
doesn't
like
pay off.
I feel like that was probably a mistake that they were stuck with. You know,
Yeah.
they committed to it and then couldn't get out of it.
Anything else you want to gush about? I don't have anything else.
No, again, just to remind everyone, like
that Mark's an idiot.
I know.
Don't take everything he says with a grain of salt.
I don't even understand myself why.
I'm not shitting on you because a lot of people like 3.
Yeah.
I think I'm in the minority on 3, but I also don't give a fuck what Leprechaun fans think of which ones are the best and the worst.
I got a kick out of watching these idiot characters run around and basically just screw themselves over.
My only extra thing I'm going to mention, there is a very funny shot when the leprechaun goes to attack Scott in his room and he kicks the leprechaun out the window and it turns into, it's a really bad dummy.
Yeah.
It's a really bad dummy shot for a second.
Yeah.
Gotta love a bad dummy shot.
I mean,
yeah.
And it's totally fitting in this movie, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Fair enough.
Yep.
Because the humor doesn't land for me, I'm only left with what it is as a film, and what it is as a film is awful.
Yeah.
But because the humor lands for you, I can see your point.
Yep.
Vegas, my kind of town.
Let's get to another entry where maybe the exact opposite is true. We are now moving on to the distant future of 1996 with Leprechaun 4 in space. This is my number 2.
Yeah. Okay. Number 4.
Yeah.
I had this at number 3, but then I did shift it down a little bit.
It is so stupid.
Yeah.
But the comedy works for me.
Yep.
And the thing I'll give it credit for is, unlike 1, where it's trying to be funny and it just fails and it's kind of boring.
Yeah.
This one, it's such a comedy is so subjective, right? Leprechaun 4 has it's so bad that it's keeping you entertained.
Yeah.
And I was entertained the whole time because I'm like, okay, what dumb thing are they going to show me next? It was like a train wreck. I just couldn't help but I couldn't look away.
Right.
I had to watch it. And I had fun with this one. Exactly your reaction
That's
in
right.
3. And that's why, again, I don't want to shit on you too hard for 3. And I'm sorry if I did.
No.
The movie.
It's well deserved. I deserve
It's
to
not
be
a
shit
good
on.
movie.
Yeah.
This is not a good movie either. All these movies, to reiterate, the Leprechaun franchise fucking sucks, okay? These are all... if you held these movies up against any of the other major horror franchises we've tackled, it's coming out on the bottom, baby.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a well-crafted series. These are not like high art, right? So ultimately, these movies, what's going to register for you is so subjective.
Yeah.
So anybody's ranking in these movies, I totally get,
Yeah.
with the exception of 1.
Yeah.
We're going to get to it.
I think I know the one.
Yeah, there's one that I think universally everyone hates. But before we can get to that, we got to do
go through
number
this one.
4.
Yeah.
All right. So this film was directed by Brian Trenchard, Brian Trenchard Smith, who also directed 3. So same director for Leprechaun 3. So
fair.
yeah.
All right.
Where do you have this again? This was your number 4?
This is my number 4.
Oh, it's kind of like a mid pick. Okay.
Yeah.
So just like Hellraiser Bloodline, this is the 4th entry in the series, and it takes place in space. How weird is that connection?
Yeah.
Even fucking weirder. This came out the same year as Hellraiser Bloodline. That's fucking bizarre.
Yeah.
We got Hellraiser Bloodline and Leprechaun 4 come out the same fucking year, 1996, and they both take place in space.
They're both the space entry.
And they're
for
both the 4th entry
Yeah.
in the series.
Yeah.
What is going on here? That's just fucking weird, right? I also want to point out at this, I mean, we've mentioned this, but there's zero connections to, still, we're continuing this. This is the 4th entry. Don't expect any continuity between it and the other entries. Don't expect any continuation. The lore is going to change yet again here.
Each time we sit down to watch the next entry, we keep thinking, hoping, wishing maybe that there is a connection. There isn't. So 4th one in, still no connection.
My opinion on this is because like Elm Street, Friday the 13th, Halloween, those entries, they at least attempted to connect them, and they at least attempted to explain how the killer would keep coming back. I prefer that, I think.
Yeah, I will say though, that
I prefer the attempt. I know what you're about to say is I like the clean break of each of these, right? Where they each kind of have their own feel.
I mean, I prefer it the way that you are suggesting, but if you're not going to do that, don't halfway do it. At least with these, there's no connection. They don't even pretend or create little connections. They're just like, nope. And I at least have to give them credit for that they're not kind of dipping one foot into the pool with these connections. They just don't bother.
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it opens with credits over a shot of open space and some terrible CGI meteors flying around, which, why even do them?
I said, oh God, these CGI space effects are vomit inducing.
Why even do them? Why even have them? If you can't pull a fucking Ed Wood could do more convincing effects than this. If you can't do it, just don't do it.
And so this is why I thought it was funny that you thought that the Vegas scenes were so bad, because at least they shot in Vegas and the casino had real gaming tables. But this one, you're bigger on the space.
No. Well, here they actually shot in space in this one. Okay, Mark. They actually were on alien worlds.
That's
okay,
right.
that's it. That's the difference. We then get a shot of a also horrible-looking CGI spacecraft. Inside the ship, we meet a group of space marines, is what I assumed they were.
Yep.
I was like, every time it's like military guys in space, like, okay, they're space marines.
Just space marines.
Sure,
Yep.
whatever. Excuse me. The space marines are arming themselves, and the set is like this generic sci-fi set that is giving me major Jason X vibes. Like it's that level of quality.
Yep.
It's just generic sci-fi set.
Yep.
Right. But it's supposed to be on a
But with-
futuristic spaceship. Sure.
But we have no money.
Yeah,
so,
right. Zero money. So you're getting tinfoil walls.
Yeah.
The commanding officer then appears, and he has like half of his head is like a chrome metal plate.
That's right.
It's actually a pretty good looking effect.
Yeah, it's not bad.
To their credit, I thought they actually pulled that off pretty convincing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not RoboCop level, but I thought it looked pretty good actually.
Yeah, for what we've come to see already in this movie, the expectation was this could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, I thought that was a good effect. He reiterates to the Marines their mission is to seek and destroy an alien threat that's caused the galactic mining operation $500 million.
Yes.
I wonder what the alien threat could be. Then this hot blonde shows up named Dr. Reeves, and she's a biological expert, and tells them she's to assist their operation, causing the commanding officer to berate her in a very funny exchange.
I'm looking for Sergeant Hooker.
Oh, you found him. I'm busy. What the fuck do you want?
I'm Dr. Reeves.
Great! Dr. Reeves is here.
Come on, guys. I've been assigned to your group.
What the hell for?
I'm to collect samples of any alien life forms and report them back to Dr. Mittenham.
Bullshit! Bullshit!
After being reprimanded by the big boss, the metalhead sergeant guy relents, and he tasks Books, the Marine Books is what they call them.
They all have nicknames,
They all have
right?
nicknames, yeah. He tasks Books with being like her caretaker, like he has to watch her over her, right? Because they don't want her along for the mission. They're like, why do we have to fucking take a civilian, right?
Yep.
Among the soldiers is a guy named Styx, played by
Miguel Nunez Jr.
You got it. That's right. I think our first ever
He might be
three-time slash cinema alumni.
He's appeared 3 times.
Yes.
Most of
I think because he's in Friday the 13th Part 6.
Yep.
He's in Return of the Living Dead.
That's Part 5, I think, is he?
Oh, sorry. Not Part 6. Thank you.
Yep,
Return of the he's in Friday the 13th Part 5. He's in Return of the Living Dead 1, and now he's in Leprechaun 4.
Yep.
Good for him.
Good man.
Yeah, good man. That's awesome. Cut to another hot blonde chained up in a cave wearing like a Princess Leia bikini. Like it's so clearly supposed to be just a Princess Leia bikini. This is the Princess Zarina. Out walks the leprechaun wearing a tux, and he uses his magic to create a dinner setting, and he's trying to woo her. So we're going back to the whole like he's trying to find a bride,
Getting a bride, yeah.
from Part 2.
Yeah.
So there's your loose little connection. Cut to the Marines who have now landed on the target planet. The leprechaun continues trying to seduce the princess, promising her riches. And why doesn't... I mentioned this, but again, just they're not supposed to be connected. But if you're going to mention 2, why doesn't he just use the sneezing trick again? Why not just use that curse of like, if she sneezes 3 times, she falls in love with me. Instead, he's like, I'll give you my riches and gold. It's like, just use the sneezing trick, dude.
Well, I don't...
not supposed to be a connection, so whatever. But one of the soldiers makes contact with the leprechaun, who proceeds to kill him with a lightsaber.
Yeah.
How do you get away with this and not get sued?
Yeah.
Like, is it just so beneath? I guess Fox would have owned. Would they have owned Star Wars at that time?
Yeah, I don't know if you You probably have a hard time copywriting laser sword, right?
I don't think
know.
so, because like, what else did a laser sword before Star Wars? To me, that's so iconic to that franchise. Like, I definitely think you have grounds for a lawsuit. I don't know. That's also just lame.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's got like a little green lightsaber. Yeah. Like, fuck off. Yeah, it's stupid. And I do like this movie for how stupid it is, but that one just was a little too obvious.
He uses guns a lot too.
I like this movie for how when it tries to do things and fails. If it's stupid. I don't like when it tries to be funny and it's like, see?
Yeah.
So we're in space. Huh? We got a lightsaber, huh? You get it?
No.
You get it? No, I don't like that. It's like, no. The soldiers then get into a shootout with the leprechaun and toss a grenade, which the leprechaun jumps onto to protect the princess from blowing up. And in doing so, he gets blown up. The soldiers then celebrate, and one of them pisses on a piece of the leprechaun's corpse, which triggers some magic to fly into his dick.
Yep. Goes up the stream. And
yes, this is a real movie I am describing here. They pack the injured princess up in their terrible CGI spaceship and head off to return back to base. They then receive orders to remain orbiting the planet until the new mining team arrives. And I also want to point out at this point, the boss that they're taking orders from is just this bald fat guy on a monitor.
Right. You just see his face.
You just see his face. He looks like Mr. Freeze from like the 1966 version of Mr. Freeze. You know what I'm talking about? That's what he looked like to me.
Dr. Mittenhand.
Yes, Dr. Mittenhand. Yes. Two of the Marines go somewhere private to fuck, and one of them is the guy with the enchanted penis who starts screaming in pain. Just then, the leprechaun, fully restored, springs forth, seemingly bursting out of his dick.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure that's what they were implying there.
Oh, that's not an implication.
That's what happens.
That's exactly what happens.
They don't really show it, but they kind like you don't see anything graphic, but
there's a pretty bad effect of him coming out and like spinning towards the camera.
Yeah, he just kind of like pops out of the clothing. Yeah. He doesn't like show a prosthetic penis.
No.
They don't go that far. The leprechaun then starts hunting down the Marines. All hell breaks loose, and the Marines suit up and prepare for a fight. But after they realize they're outmatched, they tell the head guy to fuck off as their contract expires in a few hours anyways, and they're taking off. The bald boss then reveals his true cyborg body and offers them 100 times their pay if they stay and kill the alien creature.
Yep.
Which is just pure nonsense. To put this in perspective, 100 times your pay, assuming you were making, let's say conservatively, they had to have been making for like a mission. I'm going to guess what, $10,000, $20,000 as like a contract Marine. 100 times would be millions. So he offers them millions each. Just makes no sense. I think just the writers thought of like, 100 times, that'll sound fun. Okay, 10 times would have been enough. Even 10 times is ludicrous. 100 times is insane. But also my implication was like he never was going to like...
No, there's no payout.
He was never going to uphold that agreement. Right. There's no way. So they strike a deal, and what follows is the Marines attempting to hunt and kill that damn pesky leprechaun on the spaceship, the leprechaun picking off the Marines one by one, the princess teaming up with the leprechaun, culminating in a final showdown with a now giant-sized leprechaun as the ship is set to self-destruct. Yeah. This is the plot of Leprechaun 4 in space.
This is number 2 for you?
This is my number 2.
Right. So we haven't had your number 1 yet?
No.
Wow. Okay.
There's entries. There's time. There's entries.
Wild.
There's
that's
entries.
Wild.
Yeah, there's entries.
Okay.
Yeah, it's wild. Leprechaun 3. Oh yeah, like so different. Yeah. Get out of here.
Viewer, what do you think? Are you with me on this one or not?
Who cares what you think? It's fucking Leprechaun.
Justin
Who gives
knows.
a shit?
Justin knows.
I guess I should defend it. It's my number 2, so I'll say why it's a little bit higher for me. Let's just get into some things. Let's talk about I guess this is something that I don't really like, but like the space gimmick.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Generally speaking, the quote unquote in space entries for any of these You're just going to knock it down a little bit for me because
Well, it just results in bad sci-fi looking sets that are supposed to be a futuristic spaceship, but you don't have the budget to hire a set designer to build you something that looks like something out of Alien or Aliens. So it's just, and then it just devolves into exactly what Jason X and Hellraiser Bloodline do, which is just a bunch of dudes with guns running around hunting a thing on cheap looking sets.
Yep. This felt like it was supposed to be like an Alien movie ripoff, but they somewhere along the line had to tie this into Leprechaun. We saw this with Hellraiser a few times, right? Where you've got this, someone's trying to tell you this story, but then some film producer tells you that, okay, we're only going to pay you to do this if you then tie it into...
I don't know what you're talking about. Those Hellraiser movies were crafted by writers that were passionate.
Yep. They were
cared
intentional
about the source material.
That's right. Yeah.
Pinhead was integral to those plots.
Yeah.
I don't know that they could function as anything else but a Hellraiser movie.
Right.
Yeah.
Same here. Right.
But no,
so much
you
so
could
that
be right.
I don't think they even refer to him as Leprechaun.
No, he's called an alien creature. Yeah.
Right. So like you could tell that they really didn't want to put the Leprechaun in here. Not that replacing it with the Zorg Beast instead would have made the movie much better. The Zorg Beast.
Where are you getting that from? The Zorg Beast?
Copyright, Mark's Hughes, 2025.
Zorg Beast. If anyone makes a Zorg Beast film, just know you ripped off Slash Cinema.
I want my 6 cents of
Zorg Beast. Zorg Beast, the Eternal.
I wanted an image of Zorg Beast right here.
I'll put up whatever Google shows a Zorg Beast is. I'm very curious.
It's got to be something.
It's going to generate something. Yeah. Maybe I'll use AI to come up with what it thinks a Zorg Beast looks like. Okay. This movie is just, it's a perfect example of so bad it's good.
Yeah.
I know that, funny enough, most people groan about this film.
Yeah.
Most people, when you mention Leprechaun 4, they're like, oh, remember, it's just called like Leprechaun in space. It's not creative at all. It's like, I get it. It's not. It's stupid. It's a gimmick. Is it any less of a gimmick than, Leprechaun in Vegas?
Yeah. It's definitely one of the theme picks, right?
Right. Right. And we're about to go to another theme in a minute. Yeah. So like, I find it funny that people have the opinion that like, this is the one where they jumped the shark. Because this is not a serious series anyways. This franchise is goofy as fuck.
It was already in Vegas, the one before. I mean, so...
And it's there. It was always a hammy, like nutty series. So to me, it doesn't... With this one, it didn't feel like... With Jason, it's such a stretch to put Jason where he's in space.
Yeah.
Pinhead made more sense because he's kind of an ethereal kind of creature that can kind of just manifest wherever.
Sure.
It made more sense. Leprechaun also kind of just fits in where I'm like, he has all the powers anyways.
Small though I am, mighty is my spirit when bloody battle calls. Come at me with what you will. Shoot me, stab me, kill me 100 ways. Still I fight on. I am eternal as the sun. I am 1,000 demons from hell. Death and destruction are my game. Agony is my name.
Sure. These movies are stupid. Who fucking cares that he's in... Like, making it sound like, well, this is one of the lowbrow entries in the esteemed Leprechaun franchise. Like, shut the fuck up.
I think you're hitting on something important, right? Because depending on your attachment to the franchise, how much you value it, how much you like it, it also determines how, whether or not this type of fork in the road, whether you like that or not. Like we don't profess to love the Leprechaun franchise. So when they do something like this, you're like, okay, whatever. Whereas with Friday the 13th, like when they did that, it's like, this series, this franchise means something to us. These entries have been pretty serious so far. So this is just really goofy when they do that. But with this one, it's like, I'm not all that committed to it. So sure. Knock your socks off.
Put him in space. Put him in Vegas. Put him in the hood as we're about to go.
And it's kind of freeing. This is one of the reasons why I did enjoy this franchise a little bit more than I thought I was. Is because I had no connection to it. So I'm just like, I'm going to sit back and watch these. Oh, you're going to space this time? Sure. All right.
Why not?
Let's see how this...
Let's see what stupid shit you come up with.
If it sucks, well, I already expected it to suck. So if it doesn't suck,
well, they all suck. It's just which ones you liked a little bit more than
right.
other ones, right?
So
let's talk about how it's so, for me, it's so bad it's good. I don't know. It didn't register as much for you, I gather. But it's just, it's not boring. It's entertaining because it's constantly just doing something. It's like, it's just constantly doing the next stupid thing.
Yep.
And it makes you laugh because it's just so bad, right? It starts off with these CGI meteors, and the CGI in this film is so fucking awful.
Yeah.
Like, you thought the ship looked bad in Jason X. Holy fuck does this look like? It looks like rudimentary, like early, like PC, like a screensaver.
Yeah.
Like that kind of graphics. Apparently, the problem was they didn't have the money to finish the effects.
That tracks.
So what you're actually seeing are the pre-viz shots
Right.
of what would have later been finished by the company. But I guess the production team on this was like, fuck it. You did something. We'll just use it. Which I find funny because like I watched this on the recent like this is the most recent Blu-ray collection, right?
Yep.
This is how I watched it. Why not just fix that? Like they could easily fix those effects now with no problem. And then they wouldn't be so bad.
Yeah.
Like they did this with, when they put Star Trek on Blu-ray, they went back and fixed a lot of the shots so they wouldn't look so out of place in high definition.
Yeah.
Well, they did.
Yeah,
and they did
for sure.
And TNG did an excellent job of it, where the effects are heavily improved, and they didn't, but it was very tastefully done. Like it wasn't like fucking George Lucas meddling. You know.
So there's a lot of people that don't like that though.
Yeah, but for this, it was never finished to begin with.
Right,
so
but then
it's
you're putting more money into something that. I mean,
but dude, it's Leprechaun 4. This is $1 billion franchise.
I was gonna say,
money's not an issue.
Finishing those effects might have cost more than they spent on the movie.
I'm pretty sure I could, and I'm not challenging myself, but I'm pretty sure I could fix these effects now with what I have on my computer.
Yeah.
But
then you wouldn't have the movie the way it is.
You're right. You're right. It does add to the charm.
We wouldn't be sitting here talking about how awful they were, right?
Yeah, you're right. So starts off with that, and that sets the tone. The terrible pre-viz shot sets the tone for the whole thing.
Yep.
The characters. Dr. Mittenhand, this is madness. Just madness. He's half of a man. He's like an upper torso, and he's like this bald torso, and I think he's missing an arm too. And he's like fused mechanically with like some sort of, what would you call it? Like sentry?
There's like a metal can all of a sudden.
Yeah, but he's like on a turret that moves around. It's just, it's so fucking goofy looking, this effect.
And it's obvious what they did, that they just basically took like a piece of metal, stuck it on him, and used like silly putty to kind of stick it onto him. It's the worst, absolute worst. But in a way, it's like, I give you credit for that. I respect that.
He does move around. There's a few shots where he moves around on his little turret. But yeah, he's this awful looking cyborg thing. And I didn't write down the actor's name. I wish I did, because he is one of the more entertaining bits of this movie. He is so fucking ham and over the top, and he never lets up.
We signed on for 30 days. Legally, we are free agents as of midnight tonight.
No one leaves this ship unless I so say. Say so. Make no mistake. I am in command. You will do as I say. We have a contract, Sergeant, do we not?
Yes.
Your time is up, it is true, but subparagraph 4 states that I have the power to extend your contract in the event of an emergency. And that is what I do.
He is chewing the scenery in every fucking scene.
Yep.
He's got his face is constantly contorting into these weird expressions. Like he's just constantly like making these weird faces, and he's got this weird like pseudo-German accent that I can't place. He's great. It's so bad.
You knew he wasn't winning Oscars with this, so just lean into it.
Yeah, and he's just so entertaining to watch. Every scene he's in, and there's some subplot with the princess character where she, for whatever reason, has like her blood, it has regenerative abilities. And so like they pump out it's like blue milk's colored blood.
Yeah.
She's got like blue blood, and he wants to use the blood to regenerate his body. And that's like his little motivation. So he has a subplot motivation aside from killing the leprechaun. Right. Again, this movie's a fucking mess, but who cares? It's just stupid shit happening. Yeah. And there's a line delivery in this that weirdly mirrored a line delivery from one of your favorite Return of the Living Dead's, Necropolis. Did you catch? So Mittenham, he's like, I will use her blood to rebuild my body, and I shall rise again. And he's got his little lackey lab assistant. Yeah. Lackey lab assistant's like, cool.
With her DNA, I shall recreate Mittenhead. I shall rise like a phoenix from the ashes and stand triumphant before the world. I shall be beautiful.
Cool.
Yeah. What was the line in Return of the Christmas is cool.
Christmas is cool. And all of this is just to pad out the runtime. It serves no purpose. The leprechaun then later on injects him with some weird concoction that turns him into a giant fucking like animatronic spider.
Yeah. To the point where like he actually refers to himself as Mitten Spider. Like it's not just like a nickname that the audience calls him outside of the movie.
No. He calls himself Mitten Spider, and now he just embraces that now he's a giant spider.
Right.
And then the Marines have to fight him later on, so he becomes like a secondary antagonist. Yeah, everything with that character is just pure gold.
Yep.
A character that serves zero purpose is the princess.
Yeah.
She's absolutely pointless. She is there for one reason. She is there for our necessary, what's the word I'm looking for? When it's something it has to be. It's like contractual or something.
Yeah, I know what you're thinking of. Well,
I can't think of that word. What's the fucking word?
Obligatory?
Yes, obligatory. She is there for one reason and one reason alone. She is there for the obligatory nudity. There has to be some nudity in this film. Some producer was like, nope, gotta have a pair of tits. So most of the movie, she's walking around half naked.
Yep.
And then apparently the producers were like, well, honey, you're going to have to show your tits. You agreed to it. And she was so against this that they came up with like the stupidest reason possible for her to do it because she didn't want to do it. So then and I guess the writer, there was some conflict where like,
okay,
the producers wanted it to happen because they wanted some TNA. Yeah. But I guess the actor and the writer were against this, or the actor and the director. So they came up with a stupid reason for her to do it, just as like a fuck you. So she doesn't just take off her clothes, which honestly, they should have just done that because they highlight it more.
Yeah.
So in her culture,
that's right.
If she shows her breast to you, that is an insult and she is threatening you.
You may find this cruel, but your behavior leaves me no choice. This is your fate. You have no one to blame but yourselves. Unspeakable pain awaits you.
Yeah, well, hurt me first.
Look upon them and know that you are forever doomed. For I am she who is all-powerful. I am Zarina, Queen of the Damned.
So that is her excuse for taking out her tits.
Like they didn't have to come up with an explanation. Like
right.
Yeah.
Her tits aren't that good.
No,
I feel really bad saying that because we just watched 3. There is a magnificent set of tits in that film when Mitch dies. Yeah. I know you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, no shade. I'm not trying to body shame, but yeah, they're not a great set. And what's funny is like you have a way hotter chick who I would have loved to have gotten that role, that part, but didn't do it. Yeah. So it's just like So then why even force this poor girl to show her awful saggy boobs?
I mean, let's talk about this for a second. Nudity is kind of strange in this franchise because in the first one, there's none. In the second one...
there is a deleted scene. Jennifer Aniston goes full.
That's right.
Full nudity.
Yes.
She has a full bush, everything. They don't hold back. They show it all, Mark. They leave it all on the celluloid. Yeah, I'll put a link in the description of this scene so you can all see it. But this exists. This is 100% real. Believe me.
It's going to be a link to the Zorga Beast or whatever, or whatever it was.
Zorg Beast? Zorg Beast? Okay. And then Leprechaun 2?
Leprechaun 2 did.
But it's not the main actress.
That's right.
It's a fucking body double, which...
Well, but it's strange, though, because in each of these... So 2, 3, and 4 do have a little bit, but it's just a little bit. It's like one...
And it's always the actress doesn't want to do it.
Right. So it's almost like... It seems so forced in these movies that I kind of wish
I kind of respect it.
I was going to go the other way and say, like, I kind of wish they just didn't do it at all, right? Because the way that it's so awkwardly placed in these movies, it seems like it was literally just shoved in.
Oh, it's sleazy as fuck. Yeah, it's sleazy as fuck. Yeah. Back to the characters for a second.
Yep.
Almost every character sucks. Some less than others. Let's talk about the main two characters, Brooks and Dr. Tina, which apparently was her name. I don't even fucking
Tina
remember.
Reeves?
Sure,
Yep.
the hot chick, the other hot chick.
Yeah.
They have like no characterization and no chemistry.
Yeah,
they are so bland.
Well, I would go as far as to say that not only do they not have the bar discussion between our two hero characters was painful to watch. I get that they are trying to show that initially these two aren't getting along, but they inevitably will fall in love. But holy shit, the dialogue is bad, especially from books.
No, but the actors have no chemistry. So the whole thing is like, clearly they set up right at the beginning. It's like, they're each other's love interest, right?
Yep.
And there's supposed to be sexual tension between them, but they have no. So other than them both being pretty hot people, there's they have no chemistry, the actors or the characters.
Yep.
And they're trying to do this whole like, I'm you just think I'm some dumb meathead Marine and you think I'm stupid, so you think less of me, but I actually am an intelligent guy and I have actual depth. And the chick is doing this whole like, she has a chip on her shoulder where she's like, I'm more than just a woman.
Right.
I'm also a smart girl. And
so you're a doctor, right?
A biologist. A doctor of biology.
Well, that must mean that you're pretty smart then, right?
Well, smart's a relative term.
Relative to what?
Relative to the level of intelligence you're referring to. I mean, what are the criteria for determining a person's intelligence? That means what standards do you use? Prerequisites.
I know what criteria means, Doc. And I know what a prerequisite is. You see, just because I'm wearing this uniform does not mean that they have surgically removed my brain.
Well, I didn't mean to...
Anyway.
So
they're going through the motions of trying to establish that each one underestimates the other, and that through understanding that they are more than just the archetype that you think they are.
Yeah,
they
she's
will
more than just the
develop-
hot chick. She's
Yep.
actually smart. He's more than just the grunt. He's
Yeah.
actually like has more depth to him.
Yep.
But because of that, we get all these stupid little bicker moments between them that just suck.
You know, they don't think that she's tough, but she thinks she's tough, but she's kind of not really tough. But then she becomes tough, and it's just like,
And he's just like, he's a military grunt, but he's not. There's more to him, and I'd like to think this is how you and your wife met.
That's right.
Is this
That's
how
right.
it played out?
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess while you were in space. And,
That's correct.
Yeah, and your wife was assigned to join your unit, and you had to like shadow her.
Yeah, she was the grunt.
Oh, you're
I was
reversing the roles.
book-
Oh, you're reversing the roles. No.
Sorry, Megan.
But I'd like to think
through shared experience of
you
being
came to find there was
hunted
more
by
depth by a mythical creature.
Zorg beast.
A Zorg beast.
or whatever I called it. Yep.
So those characters suck.
Yep.
Fuck those characters. We got Mindenham and we got Sergeant Metalhead.
Master Sergeant Metalhead Hooker.
He is fucking awesome. Another character. He's one of the highlights of this movie.
Yeah.
He's also chewing the scenery, but it works. It totally works. Some weird trivia. He's played by actor Tim Calseri. Did you know this trivia? You know what I'm about to tell you?
I think I do. Yeah.
He was originally cast as the drill sergeant in Full Metal Jacket before being replaced by R. Lee Ermey. Oh, man, I feel bad for this guy. I mean, missing out on a legacy film like that.
He is in the movie, though.
Yeah, he is in the movie, but not as the iconic role.
Yeah.
And after seeing his performance in this, like, yeah, he's campy, but he totally could have done the R. Lee Ermey role. He's good. He works really well as the drill sergeant guy.
But
like,
I can't.
As the commanding officer.
You really can't see anybody else in that role, though.
Yeah, I can. And it's Tim Calseri. I just said that. You know that thing I just said?
No. Viewers, what do you think?
No, he's good. All right, let's get into his performance. So he's playing like the grizzled, over the top, like tough as nails sergeant. That's just he's in a constant state of either being annoyed or pissed off at something.
Right. Because every Marine is that's just how they live, right? Like there's no stepping down. There's no dialing it down.
There's like no calm.
Yeah.
He's just always either
always at
annoyed
11.
or
Yeah.
he's pissed off
Yeah.
about something, right? And he's just constantly yelling and berating other characters. Like immediately when he gets introduced and there's like the doctor character shows up, he just starts berating her.
Right.
What the hell are you doing here, lady? You're in the wrong place at the wrong time. This is for authorized personnel only.
I'm looking for Sergeant Hooker.
Well, you found him. I'm busy. What the fuck do you want?
And he also berates the little lab tech guy at one point. Like he's constantly yelling and or belittling everyone else around him in a very amusing way. Like he takes command of every room he's in. He is the top dog no matter what, is how he sees it, right? There's a funny exchange where at one point the woman is like, we can't go in this room. There's flesh-eating bacteria that's been exposed, and it's a biohazardous area. And he's like, we can go anywhere we want, lady. We're Marines. And then she's like, but the flesh-eating bacteria. And then he pauses for a second. He's like, Mooch, you're up.
You can't go in there. That's the waste disposal chamber.
We can go anywhere we want, lady. We're Marines.
It's filled with flesh-eating bacteria.
Mooch, you're up.
Sends the next guy
Yeah,
in.
he's just like immediately sends in the other guy, which leads to a very stupid scene where that guy then gets exposed to the flesh-eating bacteria and it instantly strips him and turns him into a cartoonish skeleton, like a Halloween decoration skeleton, which is not at all how flesh-eating bacteria works, by the way. It's not like termites that just devour you. It's not a cartoon.
I don't know. I mean, Justin, I'm. Have you been to medical school? I'm willing to trust Leprechaun 4, Leprechaun in Space.
Yeah, that's true. Well, they did have a doctor on set, the big boobed doctor lady.
Yeah.
So obviously she would know, right? Yeah. The only problem with his character is the scene with him. Yeah, you know where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
The whole So at one point,
I don't understand it.
It was just dumb.
Yeah.
It was just dumb.
They put him in a dress, so for the
so
viewers.
the leprechaun takes control of him, takes control of Sergeant Metalhead, and makes him cross-dress, and then he just starts dancing and singing while also fighting the Marines who are trying to snap him out of it.
Yeah. I guess maybe they just thought, hey, more cheesy stuff, but not everything lands properly.
That's
and
one of
this
the
is
ones that
of them.
that's one of the jokes that doesn't land for me. Yeah, and then he just gets electrocuted, and then it's revealed he was a robot. What was the point of that? Do you remember this? He was a robot.
He's an actual cyborg. Like he's just a robot.
What?
Like, yeah.
You made the same mistake the movie made.
Yeah.
What did you just call him?
Cyborg.
He's not a cyborg. He is a full-on robot.
He was just a robot the whole time.
Mittenham was a cyborg because
Yeah.
Mittenham was part organic and part mechanical, part machine. The sergeant was full on, even though he looked like a cyborg, he was full on a robot. That was the whole thing.
Yeah.
His brain was a robot, making him a
Terminator.
No.
I don't know.
He's an android.
Oh, okay.
It drives me insane when people mix up these two words. The Terminator is an android.
Yep.
Bishop is an android. Technically, the Terminator is also a cyborg, actually. But so actually, android is full on mechanical, but it's meant to look like a human. A cyborg is exactly what it sounds like. It's cybernetic organic material. So it's
these types of things actually frustrate Justin.
That actually,
we'll be hanging out, just not having anything to do with our show, and he'll just start going off on some of these
Say
things.
it right. Words matter. Why have the word if you're not going to use it right?
Damn. He wasn't even human.
Cyborg.
Otherwise, why don't we just call everything a cyborg, Mark? I guess you're a cyborg.
Yeah.
I mean, you have wires connected to you right now.
Yeah.
Bleep bloop. You're attached to that iPad. It's feeding you your terrible fucking insights on Leprechaun 3. So,
Hey, I'm a replicant.
You're probably,
Get it right. Okay?
Yeah,
Get it right.
Well, a replicant is an android. Yeah, that's a good example. Yeah. See how words matter? Yeah, to some people.
Do they matter?
Not apparently not. Yeah. Anything, Mark, pop in anytime. Anything you want to talk about, shit on, that you liked, you didn't like?
I mean, I'm with you. The goofiness of this one, the only reason why I didn't quite like it as much is just because with the sci-fi angle, it's a little too unbelievable. There was definitely a lot of little bits to this that I thought were great.
How did you feel about the ending? The Leprechaun gets, so they introduced early on, this is an example of a Chekhov's gun.
Yep.
So they have the shrink ray, but it also can enlarge
You
and
can
shit.
turn the dial the other way,
And it
somebody
makes it
big.
grow.
Yep.
And then the Leprechaun gets exposed to the ray, and then he turns giant at the end, and he has a whole scene on the hangar.
He's basically like a kaiju just walking through, stomping around.
I thought that was actually kind of fun.
Yeah, sure.
The first thing he does, he immediately checks his dick.
to see if
to see if it's gotten bigger, and he's like, bigger is better.
All right. Big is good.
Some of the lines in this movie are absolutely great. Private Sticks with the line after the guy pees on the corpse. He turns to his buddy who's peeing. He's like, "I'd give you a round of applause, but I can see you already got the clap."
Death from above. Let it ring!
Oh, shit! Oh, way to go, KO. I'd give you a round of applause, but I see you already got the clap. That's not funny.
Just dumb.
That's pretty good.
No.
That's pretty good.
What was the other one? The private we just talked about. Dolores turns to Sarge because this is right after Kowalski's just been going through his penis problems. She turns to him, "Hey Sarge, you don't think Kowalski getting killed was my fault, do you?" And he's like, "What do you mean?" "Well, I mean, I'm the one that gave him the boner and all."
Hey, Sarge,
Yeah.
you don't think Kowalski's getting killed was my fault, do you?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, I'm the one that gave him the boner and all.
I'm the one that gave him the boner.
This is A-tier
This is-
writing.
yeah.
This is as good as
Top
screenwriting
shelf.
get. They actually teach this in film school, actually. We did analyze a few of these Leprechaun scripts in one of my screenwriting classes. We did. Yep. How to make a bad script.
I'm surprised actually that you like this one so much because this is an example of a mashup of sci-fi, comedy, horror. We had another sci-fi comedy horror.
Yeah, but I
entry.
also didn't think Hellraiser Bloodline was that bad.
No. Return of the Living Dead 3, clearly the best of the Return of the Living Dead. You panned that one, and
rightfully so.
But this one is like one of your favorites.
Yeah, but that one tried to be like Romeo and Juliet.
Yes.
It just doesn't work. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It's close near and dear. The best part of that movie is the nudity we get from what's her face? Oh, what's her name? I only know her character's name from the OC. I forget it.
Yeah.
Whatever. That movie didn't land for me. That movie tries to take itself seriously, though, too. This one didn't give a fuck. And speaking of that, my last thing I want to talk about, talking about how fun this movie is, They blow up the Leprechaun 3 fucking times in this movie.
Yeah.
So first he gets blown up by a grenade. Then he gets shot by like one of the female Marines, shoots him with like a laser gun and blows him up again.
Yep.
Of course, he reforms each time. And then the ending, they shoot him out the fucking airlock and then he blows up in space.
Explodes out there, yep.
Take this, you son of a bitch.
The king is dead.
3 fucking explosions in one movie. That's pretty good. I got to give them credit for that. Like, they didn't give a fuck. They're just like, they put their money where the funny was.
Yeah. Money where the funny was.
Whoa. Coinage.
Copyright Justin 2025.
Coinage. Money where the funny was. And Zorg Beast. Zorg Beast. If it appears in anything, we're fucking suing, damn it.
Or they're going to sue us for using their...
Yeah, we copied it from something else.
They're like, yeah, Zorg Beast has been around for ages.
Zorg Beast is a franchise.
Yeah.
There's 5 of them.
Was it actually Zorg Beast? I can't even remember.
I think you said Zorg Beast. Yeah. This podcast is sponsored by the fine folks at Fly By Night Movies, Games, and Toys. Fly By Night Movies, Games, and Toys is your one-stop shop for everything cool and collectible. We are located in the heart of downtown Oshawa. That is Oshawa, Ontario, Canada. If you're looking for movies, video games, and toys, check us out. We are worth the drive. Let's move on to the future, to the year 2000, with our next entry, Leprechaun in the Hood. What are we doing here, Mark? Leprechaun in the Hood.
Yeah, and I don't think we've given our numbers yet, and I think I know. Where you're at here.
This is my number 7.
Oh, shit. Okay, I did not see that coming.
Fuck this movie. This movie fucking sucks.
Wow. So now I really have no idea what.
Yeah, I know. I knew you thought I was gonna go high on this one.
I'm like, with what's left?
Second worst.
Jeez.
Second worst.
I have number 3.
I'm shocked you have that so high. That's surprising to me. You have this high.
Higher than 7.
Yeah,
7.
No, this movie's awful. Yeah, this movie's just awful.
Oh, damn it. Now I'm. Okay.
Yeah. No,
All
this
right.
is not
I'm
good.
scared now.
No, this is not good. Yeah, no, this is, we got 4 entries left. One of them is, we got 3 entries left now, but one of them is my number 1. It's not this one. No.
There's an obvious 7 and 8 in this franchise, and you've taken one of those
spots.
There's
an obvious 8. I don't know if there's an obvious 7. To me, this is a 7. Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
I fucking hate this movie. I can't believe you had it 3. This one let me down so hard. Just like Vegas, I had the same reaction where I was like, oh, in the Hood, this could be goofy, it could be fun. But it's not. It's just kind of boring. And nothing happens. I can't believe you have this so high. 3?
I thought it was kind of fun.
So you like this more than Space.
Yeah.
And you like...
Very slightly. So even as of like yesterday, I was flip-flopping those 2, 3 and 4. Yeah.
I'm going to try to convince you.
Yeah. That it's bad?
Yes, but I'm going to try to convince you of another one that should be higher than this one. Yeah. All right, let's get into it.
My God, man. Oh, okay, fair enough. I can take your pick for this one, but I know what that means. There's only 3 left after this.
Yeah, and one of them is my number 1.
Jesus.
Yeah, I know. And one of them is my number 8. The one that's my number 8
is my number 8.
Is probably your number 8. But the one that's number 1, you may not see coming. Yeah, I think maybe it's time for Justin to have a million hot takes. Okay, maybe, dude, 3 on this is like, whoa. Okay. I remember this is a movie that when I saw the poster, I thought it was a joke.
Yeah,
like I remember hearing about this. I mean, like Leprechaun in the Hood, and I was like, oh yeah, someone made some stupid joke poster or something. I didn't think this was a real movie until like years later. I found out. I was like, oh, that's real.
They did this.
Yeah. So. All right, maybe they shouldn't have though, unfortunately, because boy was I not in the mood to watch this fucking movie. I had a shitty day, and then I got to come home to this fucking movie. And man, did I have a bad time watching this movie. And before you say, oh, I was influenced by my mood, no, because this movie should have cheered me up. And everything I wanted it to be, it wasn't.
No, but when you're leaning on it so heavily to do something for you like that. Like
all it had to be was funny.
Remember, you gave me crap after watching Seed of Chucky,
right?
And giving Curse of Chucky such a high rating,
Right.
and you basically said that the only reason that happened was because I was so negatively
Tainted
influenced.
by-
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm charging you with the same crime here.
Nope.
You like this movie better than you think.
No,
You
this
just-
movie's bad, Mark. It's not good. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, in that case, you were wrong, though. That's
No.
the thing.
Oh,
In this
right.
case, yeah, just keep that in mind.
I got
Keep that in mind.
Right.
No, this movie, I wanted to be cheered up. I was like, okay, Leprechaun in the Hood, you're going to be stupid and fun, right? It certainly nails the first part.
Yep.
It's stupid, all right. It's not very fun. Let's get into it.
Yep.
Okay, it opens with some reused footage from Leprechaun 1 with a new poem narrated by the Leprechaun. Not a great start when we're reusing footage. Cut to text over a black background. Oh, now you're just trying to fucking piss me off, Leprechaun in the Hood. Okay, all right, I see. You want to play it like this? Let's go.
I'm fine with it.
Cut to some underground lair where someone is breaking through a brick wall. It's revealed to be Ice-T, sporting a giant fro.
Mac Daddy.
He plays the character Mac Daddy. And my immediate reaction was, oh no, this is either going to be so bad it's good or just bad. You know how I feel. And apparently so I guess for you it was so bad it was good. For me it was just bad.
Yep.
Yeah. So Ice-T has a little helper with him. And there was some rumor that they're following. It was like, apparently there's some gold hidden down here. We got to find this gold. It's somewhere in these caverns. They instead find the Leprechaun statue from part 3 wearing the same medallion, which is funny because that's not even how he died in part 3. He burnt up. They didn't even use that medallion to kill him in Leprechaun 3. Sure, whatever. But also, fuck you, get your lore right, Leprechaun in the Hood. Another negative on this movie. They also find the Leprechaun's gold stash, and Ice-T's homie takes the medallion off the statue, waking the Leprechaun up, who then proceeds to kill him. Ice tries to shoot him, but the Leprechaun turns his gun red hot, so he takes out a switchblade. But the Leprechaun then disarms that off of him. Then, in a very funny moment, Ice-T takes like a bat out of his afro. Like he takes like a mini baseball bat that somehow was lodged in his afro. Sure, whatever. That was kind of funny. I'll give it that. And just before the Leprechaun is about to kill Ice-T, Ice-T then opens a valve. It's like some steam release valve because,
Obviously.
They have these everywhere.
Yeah.
These valves that you just turn and just fires off boiling hot steam that will melt your face, right?
You don't know that they don't.
I have an idea that they don't. So he opens the valve, knocking the Leprechaun back, and the necklace flies into the air and lands back on him, turning him back to stone. Did you catch the mistake with this effect? They made a huge mistake.
No.
Okay, so the medallion turns the Leprechaun to stone. But when the medallion falls on the Leprechaun this time, the medallion is also turned to stone. Which makes no sense. They fucked up. So whoever did the effects didn't realize they shouldn't have done the stone effect also on the medallion.
Right.
So if you look at the shot, everything gets
The
turned
whole
to
thing,
stone.
yeah.
Yeah. But then later on, the medallion's not. It's just the medallion sitting on
Right.
the statue like it should be. Yeah. Seems like a nitpick, but it's really not. This is it speaks to a larger issue with
Does
this
it?
film. Inconsistency, low standards, poor quality control. This is a bad Leprechaun movie, Mark.
I mean, we've seen the Leprechaun drive radio-controlled vehicles up until this point, right? Like,
Yep. Yeah.
We have a Leprechaun that has his own go-kart.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. We've seen the Leprechaun create a robot, a sex robot.
We've seen a Leprechaun emerge out of some guy's penis.
Yep.
But the fact that they accidentally colored the medallion like the same color.
Yeah, but I mean, if you can't get one thing right, then you can't get anything
in
right.
space.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if one thing's off, then it's all off.
Okay.
Like, you know, like that's the thing.
Right.
Like, if you mess up once, then you're gonna mess up always.
Sure.
You're never gonna. You know, it's like that. It's like the infamous thing that time I came over to your house. And you thought you had ketchup, and you didn't have ketchup.
I did have ketchup.
And so no, you didn't have ketchup. You were out of ketchup, and you need ketchup to eat French fries. And I have not once ever let you forget this, have I? Because and so every time before I come over, I ask you, Mark, do you have ketchup? Right?
Yeah.
And you know what?
He actually does.
I do this because I know. You let me down once, you're inevitably going to not have ketchup again.
Yeah.
So that is this. That's what this is.
He is right. I did let him down
That one time, yeah, I know. And I always will ask if you have ketchup.
All right, you win this argument.
I've never not asked you whether you have ketchup.
The funny thing is that I actually oh God, do I have ketchup?
See?
So it actually worked.
Little things matter.
Yeah.
Little things matter.
Yeah.
Either it all matters or none of it matters, Mark.
None of it matters.
In this case, yes, I agree with you. Okay. Cut to a rap group led by Postmaster P.
Yep.
And they're performing. And for literally no reason, their sound equipment just explodes and sends them flying into the air. It turns out that was an audition and they're trying to get like a record deal. So desperate for cash, they try to pawn their equipment at this local like pawn shop. And the one guy's like, yeah, this guitar belonged to Jimi Hendrix. And the pawn shop owner is like not buying it at all. He's like, yeah, fuck you, basically. We also learn Postmaster P's bandmates' names, Stray Bullet and Butch.
Yeah.
Stray Bullet and Butch. Butch is like the chunky guy. Stray Bullet's just like the regular looking guy. They then end up running into Ice-T, known as Mac Daddy, who's a big shot producer in the hood and sporting a golden flute he stole from the Leprechaun. He agrees to listen to the boys' demo, and let me tell you, this demo is way worse than anything the Fat Boys ever put out.
We tight. Postmaster P, y'all, positivity, a positive flow through your speakers is what I'm bringing. See, the crew and me, we all got unity. We keep the crowd hyped, positively. Do what you gotta do.
It is fucking awful rap. It's not good. It's none of the rap in this movie is good.
Oh, we'll get to it.
Yeah, it's bad. It's just not good rap. Ice-T is also not impressed, but he says he can work with them if they're willing to change their style to a more aggressive gangster style.
Yeah. Postmaster P wants to send a positive message. The other two guys don't care. And clearly our Ice-T character, Mac Daddy, he doesn't want the positive message either.
He doesn't have any artistic integrity.
Yeah.
It's more about what sells.
Yeah.
Right. As it, good for him.
Yeah.
Good for him. As an entrepreneur myself, I relate to Mac Daddy.
Right, yeah.
Just sell your fucking soul.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
No morals.
What's there's an expression about this. It's like you're too poor to have stances on things. You know what I mean? Like like when you are rich, that's when you're allowed to have a moral compass and you're allowed to have like, you know, things you're allowed to feel things about certain topics. But until you actually have wealth, you don't have anything to stand on.
Right.
You should just step over and step on whoever you need to make that first million, okay? All right. So they hesitate, and Mac Daddy then tells them to fuck off. Stray Bullet then comes up with a plan. They should just jack that gold medallion necklace they saw on the Leprechaun statue in Mac Daddy's office. So they carry out their plan and break into Mac Daddy's office, who immediately walks in on them.
Yeah.
It's like, this was so well thought out. Like, they couldn't even time when he wasn't there. Then there's like an awkward exchange, and Butch like finds a remote that for some reason detonates an explosive that blows open the glass display case which the Leprechaun statue is in. And then that, like, I like the look on Mark's face because Mark's like, is that how that played out? That is how that played out. And then that makes Post accidentally pull the trigger of his gun and shoot Mac Daddy. And then the three of them just bail and they grab the necklace and run away.
Yeah.
Which, of course, then awakens the leprechaun again. And then the three guys, they shoot the leprechaun. They like gun the leprechaun down. Sorry, then they take off. Yeah, they shoot the leprechaun and then they take off. Mac Daddy, seemingly shot and killed, is actually fine because it turns out the bullet hit like his necklace that he's
Piece
wearing.
of jewelry he's got on,
some jewelry he's wearing, some bling. The leprechaun also puts himself back together after being gunned down by the main group. Mac then runs away and lights a joint in the bathroom of some bar. The leprechaun then shows up and they split it in a kind of a funny scene. It's okay. I don't know. Some people think the scene's better than it is.
Yeah.
It's kind of just whatever. Then the leprechaun tears off Mac Daddy's finger and tells him to find the rest of his gold that Postmaster's crew stole.
Yep.
So I guess they stole what gold? I'm trying to remember this because they grabbed the necklace and then did they? Oh, I guess they grabbed the flute also.
That's the big one.
But what was the other? Did they also steal actual gold? I don't think they did.
I don't know if we see that. Like the whole idea is like they're just pissed off at.
Oh, you know what?
Mac
No,
Daddy.
they did grab some gold because then they try to hawk the gold. Yeah, so they didn't. I'm trying to remember, but I just don't care. That's the problem right there.
You were already like scrolling on your phone by this point, right?
So then Post and So Post and crew then go to pawn the shit they stole from Mac Daddy's office, including, I guess, some of the leprechaun's gold. And Post plays the magic flute, which has some sort of strange reaction. We don't quite know yet. But the leprechaun is able to like sense that he's using the flute. There's some sort of like connection there, some sort of psychic link. I don't know. Like when he plays it, like, the leprechaun reacts. So somehow he's able to tell that he's using it.
Yeah. It's like the One Ring when you put it on.
Sure. Yeah, that's exactly what it's like, Mark.
This is
as
Lord
good.
of the Rings.
Level of quality. This is as good or better than anything Peter Jackson ever did.
Right.
Yeah, for sure. Mac Daddy then discovers the medallion back at his place. So I guess they didn't steal the medallion. Sorry, my bad. He then finds Post and crew and demands the golden flute. They take off and run away. And while laying low, they throw an impromptu rap performance. Because, that makes sense. Like, you're hiding out, so why not throw a rap performance and get everyone in the neighborhood's attention? That makes sense. That's a good way to not be
This is at the
found.
church, right?
No, this is at the apartments.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they also do it at the church.
Well, remember, these guys are preparing for this, like, rap battle.
Right, so the thing to do is when you're on the run from a mythological creature out for blood, and a gangster also out for blood, is to make yourself as well known and out there as possible.
Don't hide.
Yeah, no.
Don't be a coward.
No, hide in plain sight.
That's right.
That's what most experts recommend.
Make yourself as obvious as possible.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Post then realizes the power of the magic flute, which is like when you play it, it's just kind of like the Pied Piper. It's like when you play it, people become hypnotized.
Yep.
And agreeable. It's kind of like, so it's like when you play it, they become entranced, I guess is the word. It entrances people. So it's like a hypnotic effect.
Makes them immune or suggestion. They can be,
I guess. Yeah. So it's like if you're trying to win them over with the song, if you play the flute ahead of time, then they're going to really like the music.
They just buy into whatever it is.
Yeah.
That's
Whatever
happening.
shit rap you're singing. Okay. What follows is Post and his crew running away from the leprechaun who's hot on their trail by hiding in random locations and dicking around to fill that runtime. Mac Daddy also hunting down the crew, and it all culminates in Post shooting Mac, the leprechaun then finishing the job and killing Mac before turning Post into his mind slave and capping the movie with a god-awful rap performed by the leprechaun.
I come from the land of the Irish Spring. Dublin's the place where I learned my thing. From the Emerald Isle to your place in the hood, I'm the man of green, come to do no good. Left in the hood, come to do no good. Left in the hood, come to do no good.
That is the plot of Leprechaun in the Hood. Mark, would you like to go first or would you like me to go first? Because I have it low and you have it high.
I want you to, I mean,
defend this?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't understand why you I mean, it's not great, but it's not.
It's
not
the
terrible.
same thing with Leprechaun 3. It doesn't deliver on what it is trying to be. Like it's Leprechaun in the Hood, but there's not much hood to the actual film. A lot of it is just random crappy sets. It's like, okay, so let's go over the hood aspect for a bit. Like, there's a little bit of it, a little bit, but they clearly didn't have the money to really pull off the hood environment. So we don't have a lot of actual shooting locations.
Oh crap! I'm really scared of what's coming next.
A lot of it,
of what's coming later.
Something else might pull it off better. A lot of it is just like sets. Like it's not actually outside in like a hood atmosphere or anything like that.
As opposed to the one in space where, they were orbiting the
100%
Earth.
pulled it off. Yeah, they actually filmed that in space, Mark. They were... But like, okay, there's a little bit of hood aspect that's funny. Like the Leprechaun hearing rap for the first time. It's kind of a funny little scene. But like, other than that, I don't know. There's just not much. Like the hood, it doesn't really earn that for me. It doesn't really feel like this is in the hood.
Sure.
It feels like feels like they wanted it. It's just a Vegas thing all over again. It's like we're telling you it's this, but we're not really giving you that. And actually, speaking of the Leprechaun, like the biggest problem in this movie, the Leprechaun's hardly in the movie. It is one of the lowest runtime amounts of on-screen appearance for the Leprechaun in the whole franchise. Most of the movie is just Post and his crew running around from place to place doing random bullshit.
This is definitely the Hellraiser
Deader.
Yeah, one of the ones where they're basically just telling a completely different story, and including
and then they're like,
Pinhead
oh
at the end.
yeah, it's like this is a Hellraiser Deader, a Revelations or whatever the fuck.
It's absolutely the story of Postmaster P versus Ice-T and their sort of music career and
a Leprechaun just happens to be running around.
Yeah.
Like, okay. So the question, is it so bad it's good? Because I don't think it is.
I don't think it hits the same highs that number 3
or
did.
4 for me or other ones.
Yeah.
I don't find it very funny, and I don't find it very charming. Like and it's boring. I found it very boring. So like the main trio, right?
Yeah.
The 3 guys. So you got Postmaster P, Stray Bullet, and Butch. The film wants you to like them. We're supposed to like them. 90% of the runtime is just them running around, goofing around. They're not fleshed out at all. I don't really get any sense of who they are. They're just caricatures.
Yep.
They don't really have very good on-screen chemistry either, I thought. So I'm going to compare it to the Fat Boys again, funny enough. Kevin and I recently watched, for the first time, the Fat Boys movie called Disorderlies.
Yep.
That's actually, it was a vehicle for the Fat Boys.
Yeah.
Those guys weirdly had crazy good on-screen presence. They were very fun to watch. The movie's terrible, but Kevin and I, like every time they were on screen, we just had a smile on our face. There was something about their on-screen presence and their chemistry with each other that was just so natural. They were fun to watch. These guys aren't fun to watch.
I don't get it. This piece of shit. Y'all still don't get it? Man, we fucking with the spiritual world, man. We done unleashed the whole supernatural universal whack pack. Man, sanctuary's against that shit. That's what we need right now is some sanctuary. We need to go to Reverend Hanson's church.
Yeah, we could do that. We slaughter some Benjamins. We can stay there for the night.
Hey, man, I gotta go home and see my grandma, man. Make sure she's all right.
Yeah, but I feel like the Fat Boys have grown up together. These guys were obviously cast to be in a movie together and don't know each other.
Right, but exactly. So sometimes the chemistry comes out, and sometimes it doesn't, and it doesn't here. And like that, the biggest sin of this movie is like Leprechaun 4 in space works for me because it was so stupid and goofy. It's entertaining. This is just boring. How do you have a premise of Leprechaun in the hood and it's just so? How do you fuck this up?
Yeah.
To me, that fucks it up. You're agreeing with me more than I expected. I thought you'd be pushing back more.
No, I mean, none of your points are wrong. I think the reason why I like this one a little bit more is that, again, we spoke about this on our break. One of the things that I think I like more about this entire franchise than maybe you do is that each one of these movies, like it or hate it, they are distinct. And sometimes that counts for a lot, right? This Leprechaun franchise, I could show you a clip from one of them and you'd immediately be able to tell me which one it's from.
Right.
Even if you don't like the movie, at least you could say, oh, that's the one where Leprechaun, in this zany example, he's in the hood and he's smoking weed with iced tea. It's like, it doesn't have, some of these
They
movies,
are distinct.
Yeah.
I'll agree. I'll give you that.
So, I, after having been to Vegas and been to space, now they're in the hood. I was like, all right, sign me up. I'm not expecting anything more. After number 2, which I felt was like the most serious, legitimate entry in the franchise. After that, like, sure, whatever. Okay, this is where we're at now.
Sure, but it's not fun. Like, I think you like the premise more than what it actually delivers.
Yeah,
I don't think it's very fun.
I think there's some parts to this. Like you referenced the raps.
They're awful, Mark. They're awful. They're fucking awful. They're just, and the film forces you to listen. There's like 3 or 4 rap performances by Postmaster and his crew, and they're fucking awful, not catchy raps, and you're forced to listen to the full fucking song.
And you're going to be forced to listen to them again because I'm going to utilize my once per episode montage. I'd like to have a Postmaster P and crew montage inserted here.
I got no time for negativity. Smooth is my groove and fresh my recipe. Postmaster P, y'all, positivity. A positive flow through your speakers is what I'm bringing. See, the crew and me, we all got unity. Do what you gotta do. We're gonna do what you gotta do. You need to do what you gotta do. Come on, do what you gotta do. Come on, do what you gotta do. Jesus loves me, this I know. If you don't, I find a hole. His mama's name was Mary Jo. His disciples was some bad mofos. Little ones going out to the crack house. They are weak. Jesus, give a shout out. You ever saw your target? Straight bullet to the heart. Straight bullet to the heart. If you place to play hate, fall from grace, won't rage at a furious pace, flatline. Adrenaline junkies getting chased by powerful evil energy, get into a river of wine, and we rhyme and read, speak Spanish.
Those are probably stupid, actually copywritten songs, and we're probably going to get flagged for that shit.
There should be an album.
I'm probably going to get demonetized because I had to put out those stupid songs in it. Yeah, sure. All right, fine. If that section is muted, you know why. You know why that got muted. Because, it'd be nice to actually make some money off of one of these episodes for a change.
Good luck.
Yeah, They try to do some funny things. There's a couple little things that hit for me, but most of the film I find is just boring. I don't think there's enough goofiness, and I think the goofiness is there. There is like Leprechaun 3. It just falls flat for me. I find most of the movie is just dicking around. I think it just fucking drags. So the entire film's premise, it only happens because Post won't give up the magic flute.
Right.
Like literally, the Leprechaun's just like, give me back me a magic flute or whatever the fuck, right? And he won't give it up because he's like, oh, I realize there's power in this flute. What is his plan here? He's just gonna play this flute and what? Get famous, but keep running from the Leprechaun forever?
Well, that's what.
Like, what is the plan?
That's what Ice-T did. Remember, this movie takes place 20 years after that initial encounter. So in that time, right, he's become this media mogul, right? It's not like the next week. Ice-T has built this empire out of basically having this flute and convincing people through the use of this magical power that he's something special, right? So that's why he's so adamant on getting it back, right? And Postmaster P figures this out. Part of the movie is he's kind of selling himself out at this point because he wants to be this artist that sends a positive message with his music, but he realizes nobody wants to listen to that. I have to basically become a scumbag if I want to become rich and famous as well. So, yeah.
I hear you. I hear what you're saying. It's just, to me, it's such a weak motivation. Like the whole movie is just like these 3 guys trying to get a contract, but then they find a magic flute and the main guy won't give up the magic flute. So then because of that, they have to run from a leprechaun. So the film is just them running from this place, dicking around, and that's a scene. Then they run to this place, dick around, and that's a scene. And that's the whole movie. It's just them go to a place, dick around, no character development, bad dialogue, no character growth, like just nothing really to latch on. A lot of the movie is just scenes of them just sitting around.
Yeah.
Just sitting around like, what do we do post? I don't know, man. Let's just sit around here a while. That's fun to watch. It's not fun to watch though, Mark. It's not fun to watch. It's boring as shit. At one point, Post has back-to-back jump scare dreams. Do you remember this? There's like a scene where they're dicking around. Like, this is how you know they're padding the runtime. He has like a nightmare. It's like, I think this is after Stray Bullet dies. And then he like sees a ghost of Stray Bullet. Then he like wakes up. And then he has another dream about like his grandmother.
His grandmother's like
but it's like back to back jump scare dream sequence. It's like, oh, fuck off. And then the end sequence is like Post and Butch have to like cross dress.
Yep.
To like seduce the leprechaun and get close to the leprechaun for some reason. What are we doing here?
But Coolio's in it.
Oh, I'm glad you bring up Coolio. So Coolio is in this movie for all of 2 seconds.
Yo, that's Coolio.
He does nothing. He doesn't utter a single fucking line of dialogue. It is the worst cameo I've ever fucking seen.
He does this.
It's like, literally, that's all he does. So what happens is Post and crew, they're performing at like a church. And Post uses the flute, so the whole church congregation's into it, right? And then it looks like they were filming the scene and Coolio actually walked on set, had no idea they were filming, and then they just got him on camera and then they paid him to use that footage.
Like, can we keep this footage?
Because he says nothing, interacts with no one, and just looks, and then that's it. Like, what I thought was going to come out of that was he was going to offer them a contract. He was going to be like, yeah, I heard your sound. It's fresh, man. It's like, why don't you book under my label? Fuck Mac Daddy. Wouldn't that make more sense? Right. There was a moment where I was like, I saw that and I was like, did they have the gall to put Coolio's name on the poster?
Yeah.
Like as if he was it. They didn't. But there was a moment I had that thought.
Is he in the credits as Coolio?
I don't know. I didn't look. No. Yeah, I didn't look. Maybe he could be uncredited. Yeah. Mark, why don't you talk about something you like?
No. I mean, I guess this is, I think you said it best at the top of the show when you said, I can be convinced of anything within this franchise. I'm not, this is not a hill I'm going to die on. The fact that you don't like this one and I thought it was okay. Sure. Right. You're right. It's not great. It's definitely not my favorite, but I just like the idea of something different, and as it's the 5th entry of the franchise at this point. The fact that they're kind of telling a story that didn't lean so heavily on the leprechaun the entire time. I was all right with that.
Yeah, but see, that's a problem for me because that's that's just a canned film then, or an ash can film, right?
Sure.
It's just like
but we had a whole franchise of ash can films.
Yeah, I know, and it was fucking awful. It was terrible.
Like 11 of them.
It was terrible. Right, that's not a good thing. Okay, another big sin of this movie: the kills are some of the worst kills in the whole franchise. I think they all suck. I don't know that any of them are good. Okay, the one scene is not bad. He at one point there's like a reverend character and the leprechaun punches through the reverend.
Yeah,
that was not a bad kill. But all the other ones fucking suck. There's the pawn shop owner that's like killed by nothing. So like the leprechaun creates this like hot chick to seduce the pawn shop guy, and then you see the pawn shop guy make a face like, oh, like he got stabbed, but the way the camera angle is wrong. No. So you clearly see the imaginary woman doesn't even come near him. So he got stabbed by nothing. And then it just cuts back to the leprechaun's face and you just hear sound effects of him getting killed.
Oh, Jackie. Love me, Jackie. Love me, Jackie.
Like they have no money to show you anything.
I'm not sure if it's which one? This one. I'm trying to remember this, but I've got lamest kill. Chow is just strangled.
Yes. Okay. That was my next thing. So
okay.
there's an Asian convenience store owner.
That's right.
And he gets strangled by what's clearly a like rubber glove of the leprechaun. It's like a fake leprechaun hand, and it doesn't even move. It's not animated. It's just like on his neck.
Yep.
So it's the laziest fucking thing. It's just nothing.
I said it's not even good strangulation. Like
no, it's literally just it's like Ed Wood level of okay. We couldn't the octopus won't move. You have to fight it yourself. It's that level. Right. There's a trans person that the leprechaun chokes.
Yep.
And that causes blood to come out of their mouth somehow. I don't know how that would work, but sure. Like he strangles her or them, and then blood comes out of their mouth. Okay, sure. This one's so fucking stupid. The leprechaun uses telekinesis to make Stray Bullet shoot himself.
Yeah.
But you remember this? You remember the fuck up? Where does he shoot himself, Mark?
Well, he's under here.
Right.
Yeah.
He shoots himself under his chin. It doesn't show it.
Yeah.
You hear the gunshot, and then it cuts, and then now they have Stray in the back of the car, and he just I think he just has like a bit of blood in his mouth, and that's it. That's not how that works. Everything's wrong about that.
It's like you can't show that guy again.
You're implying he shot himself in the head, but you're showing us that he just has a little bit of blood. It's like they didn't do the exit wound out of his head or anything. But even then, he's like under his chin, and even the angle's wrong. He should be like this, like angled up or something, but he's like under his chin, so it just would have gone through his chin.
I mean, I still think he'd get himself, but yeah.
What's that?
I still think he'd get himself.
You think so?
Yeah.
Let's test that. Mark, get the Slash Cinema firearm, will you? We joke. We are in Canada where our firearms are heavily restricted.
Right.
Mark, go get the BB gun. Go get the airsoft gun and tell me if it goes into your brain cavity. Yeah, the paintball, right. Also, Butch's kill sucks. He gets shot by, I think it's Mac Daddy kills him, but you don't see it. Yeah. They just him. It's like Butch and Post are dressed up as women, and they jump behind the bar, and then you hear some gunshots, and then Butch is suddenly just has a bunch of bullet holes in him. It's clunky. Yeah. Anything else you want to talk about?
It's that one scene. Mac Daddy shoots Butch. Butch has one wish as he's about to die: not in a dress. Don't let me die in a dress, because this was at the point where they're
cross-dressing and yeah. How did you feel about the voodoo chicks? That's new to the lore.
They're not voodoo chicks. They are the zombie fly girls.
Yes, the zombie fly girls. I have it written down, but yes, yeah, you're right.
They didn't do anything.
No, they do nothing. Right.
Their only real existence is to be at the end for when Leprechaun raps.
So at one point, they lock the leprechaun in a safe, but they're not. But they don't imply that the leprechaun, they don't go with the wrought iron. It doesn't seem to be burning him. It's more like he's just trapped in a safe,
just stuck in there. Yeah.
But they use that safe again, like the safe gimmick, and then he summons these zombie fly girls, which are just hypnotized women, and I'm assuming they're the ones that got him out of the safe. I guess they don't show it. He's suddenly just out of the safe, and now he has these little minions, but they do nothing. They literally do fucking nothing.
Yeah.
It's just these girls with glowing green eyes, and they're possessed by. That's the thing in this one, is the leprechaun can possess people. And that's the end of the movie.
That's it.
This is the only entry where the leprechaun wins.
He successfully, and then he
kills everyone, and then he possesses and hypnotizes Postmaster P.
Yeah.
And the leprechaun's like, I'm running your career now.
Then he comes out after a Postmaster P concert and just starts rapping himself. So, yeah.
I got nothing else to say, buddy. You got anything else to say? The floor is yours. I'll open it up to Mark Skews.
No,
this is Mark's number one.
It's not my number one.
It might as well be. It might as well be. Picking it as 3. number 3 for a Leprechaun film is basically number 1. That's basically what you're telling me right now.
Out of 8.
Right.
Yeah. It's pretty much like
it's in the top 30%.
High middle.
It's in the top 10%.
Is it?
That's how that math works.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I just thought it was a fun romp.
Good. I would love to move on. All right. Moving on.
I'm scared now. I'm very scared now.
Moving on to the superior of the Hood films. Yes. Yes. We are traveling to 2003 for our follow-up, Leprechaun Back to the Hood. This is my number 1.
We can't do the show anymore. I cannot. This is number 7. This would be my absolute worst pick if not for something else that is clearly the worst of them.
This is my number 1.
Jesus.
Dude, this movie gets everything right.
It gets everything fucking wrong.
I
dude.
disagree, good sir. I disagree. This is my number 1 fucking pick.
This movie made me angry watching this.
This movie made me happy because after I had to sit through the boring ass Leprechaun in the Hood, I got to watch this and I was like, yes, this is what the Hood movie should have been.
No.
Mark, I'm going to try to win you over a little bit. Just a little bit. I'm going to try to win you over just a little bit. We performed a miracle last episode. I got you to change one of your rankings. I'm not saying you're going to change it, but I might get you to just maybe give it a little bit more love. Just hear me out, all right? So what did you have as your 7? Or sorry, 7 was this.
It's this, yeah.
And then you had 3. These movies are already so jumbled in my head. I can't straighten out what's where. But what were your top 3 again?
So I got...
Did you say your top 3?
Yep. Part 3 is my number 1.
Right. Yeah. And I had that as my number 6.
Yeah, part 2 is my
something.
Number 2.
Yeah.
And then Leprechaun in the Hood is number 3.
Right. Okay. So you're not one to judge. Okay. So
that's true.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
True.
So once again, I did not think this film was real. Yeah. I remember hearing about this, like Leprechaun back. It's literally spelled back to the number 2. The Hood.
Yeah.
Back to the Hood. I thought it was a joke.
Number 1.
Yes, buddy. Number 1. I thought this was the name sounds like a name your friends would come up with of like, hey, imagine they went back to like they did the ghetto one again, and it's like,
but they made a real movie out of it.
They actually did, yeah. And it's funny that after the first trip to the Hood sucked so much, I was expecting pure garbage because I hated the first one, the first In the Hood film.
Yeah.
I was expecting to hate this movie, and it won me over on every sense. It's just so fun, and they're good characters, and it's just a good time. And
I don't know if I have disagreed with you more on any movie that we've done so far.
Well, let's get into it, Mark. Let me get through the
even
plot.
Remember we did Freddy's Nightmares, and my favorite was your least favorite.
Yeah, that was the memory one or whatever the fuck that one was called. I don't remember what it was
with
called.
The axe killer.
Oh no, sorry, that one. Yeah, that was. I wish the one with the football player.
Yep.
Yeah, where you were living out your fantasies of being a high school football.
That's right.
Captain. Yeah. I don't remember what that one was called. Something bleeds. I don't know. My brain was bleeding listening
but
to you.
In that case, we are 24 episodes apart, and I still
agreed with me more
than on that than I do on this.
Well, maybe I can win you over a little bit, Mark. We'll see. Yeah. So, fun trivia. At the time that this came out, so this movie is 2003. So Freddy vs. Jason had come out before this and was very successful. And the studio that owned the Leprechaun rights also owned the Candyman rights. And the studio approached Tony Todd to do a Leprechaun versus Candyman film for this entry.
Right.
And Tony Todd said, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, probably for all the right reasons.
And you know what? I'm actually, so not to get off on a tangent too much, but I do begrudge the fact that Freddy vs. Jason did not kick off a wave of versus movies. we all would have loved these movies. Well, you don't really like Freddy. No, you don't hate Freddy versus Jason.
That one is okay.
Yeah.
But I do not think that we needed to open the floodgates.
Oh no, I think we
that.
did.
Oh.
At this point, all the franchises sucked anyways. It would have breathed new life into all of them. I think we needed Michael versus Candyman, Leprechaun versus Chucky. It should have been Chucky. That would have made everybody would have wanted that matchup. Leatherface versus Pinhead. Let's just go fucking wild. I want all this shit. I want to see it.
I am.
There's a reason comic books do this stuff.
I'm accepting applications for a new co-host for a spin-off podcast.
I was going to say, it's not this podcast. Yeah, it's going to be a spin-off podcast. Yeah. It's called Trash Cinema because it's nothing but trash opinions and trash podcasters.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Okay. So that didn't happen. So we're left with this movie. Yeah. They decided to. So it's not a sequel, but they take another crack at the hood, right? So it opens with a book. It's like an animated sequence. And it opens with a book turning to chapter 6 because this is the 6th entry in the Leprechaun series. And then we got a narrator and the book starts animating and like it comes to life. Okay, I see you, Leprechaun Back to the Hood. They got some production value here. We got a little bit of money this time around. Not bad. The narrator tells us about an ancient kingdom whose king made a pact with the leprechaun people to protect the gold of the realm, which confirms my Can I please? Okay, save it for trash cinema, buddy. Save it for trash cinema. How has no one commented that on our video yet? Like it's right there.
Should be called trash
the
cinema.
show should be called trash cinema because the two hosts are fucking garbage.
Right.
I just gave you the troll.
Yeah.
Do it. I want to hear it. All right. So, did I please finish this? So the narrator tells us about an ancient kingdom whose king made a pact with the leprechaun people, right? People, more than one, to protect the gold of the realm, confirming my fan theory that there are multiple leprechauns.
Sure.
So this is the first movie that like 100% confirms it. It's the first time they go, oh, there's a bunch of leprechauns.
Right.
None of the other ones did that. Okay, that's a check for Leprechaun Back to the Hood.
Is it?
And this particular movie is focused on the one leprechaun who stayed behind with the kingdom's gold long after the kingdom had fallen. Cut to modern day where a priest or reverend or something is running scared.
Father Jacob.
I don't know how you remember that, but sure. Well, you didn't remember it. It's written down, but sure.
Yeah.
I don't know why you bothered to write that down. A rainbow forms in front of him and he tries to attack it. Then the titular leprechaun shows up and attacks him, demanding the location of his gold. Yep. The priest, I'm going to go with that and just call him a priest, burns him with four-leaf clover water or just clover water, one of the two. And then he performs a type of exorcism and sends the leprechaun back to hell. And it's kind of a cool sequence. These like hands come out of the ground and drag him down. A la Jason Goes to Hell. Yeah. I thought that was a cool little sequence, actually. It was the first time we see the leprechaun defeated like that. The priest then faints and dies from wounds he suffered during their fight. And we cut to 1 year later and are introduced to our new protagonists. We get Jamie. Jamie is played by Paige Kennedy. Did you recognize him at all? So I recognized him. He's in the Meg movies, if you ever watch those, with the Jason Statham movies.
No.
He's not a main character, but like he's kind of a side character. But yeah, he's funny in those two movies. That's what I recognized him from. We have our female leads, Emily and Lisa, and our other male lead, Rory, who's played by...
I know he's from something, but off the top of my head, I can't remember.
Laz Alonso is the actor's name. He is Mother's Milk from The Boys.
That's right. I've seen the first season.
He's from The Boys, yeah. He does look very different in this movie.
He's a lot more grown up. Like just he's...
Now.
Yeah,
now. Up rolls this mean-looking crew who proceed to mug Jamie and remind him that he still owes the money and he has till the end of the week. Cut to Rory being talked to by the same crew, and they're like threatening him. They're like, man, you can't be doing business on our turf. If you got to cut this shit out or there's going to be consequences.
Doing good for yourself, little brother. I mean, you only on the streets a few months and already you a big spender.
Just making ends meet, man.
Yeah. Only problem that you making ends meet on our part of this motherfucker.
I wanna fight you, Watson.
We understand each other.
Rory is like, fuck that. And then he drives away on his motorcycle and then drives back and then smacks one of them with a fucking baseball bat. Rory is fucking awesome. Great response. Emily and Lisa then go to see a fortune teller, and the teller warns them about a fortune that Emily is about to come into, but it's going to bring with it some sort of evil. So she's trying to give them like a foreboding. It's a, what should we call it? Like a
premonition.
Premonition, yeah. Premonition of doom. Yep. One thing I didn't like though is they show actual future scenes that are later going to happen in the movie. I think I've seen other movies do this. I think that's a dumb thing. It's like, don't show us other scenes. Just keep it vague. Meanwhile, Jamie goes to complain to Rory about four-leaf clovers he found in the weed that he bought off him. And then later, he invites Rory to a barbecue with Emily and Lisa, where it's revealed Emily and Rory have some sort of beef from their past. During Rory and Lisa's squabble, Lisa falls into some underground cavern, and she looks around, stumbling upon a chest of gold the fortune teller predicted. The group celebrates their sudden windfall of cash, but don't celebrate too soon because the leprechaun is woken up once again.
Yep.
We then get a montage of the group spending their riches, and kudos to this movie. This is the first time in the franchise you actually get to see somebody use the gold.
They spend it.
They spend it.
Yeah.
Never. It never happens again. You never get to see somebody actually enjoy the gold. Technically Mac Daddy, I guess, but it was off screen. We know he did use some of it because he got he turned himself powerful. And in 3, you get to see them make the wishes because they can wish on the gold.
Yeah, I mean, normally these movies don't last that long, right? Like they all get killed before they get a chance to actually go and take it to the bank.
Yeah,
right?
I got to give it kudos though that they actually bothered to. We get a sequence of like a montage of them spending and enjoying the money. Yep. You know, nice little touch. Jamie then throws a house party, and an uninvited guest shows up. The leprechaun, of course, murders one of the guests, and then the cops show up and arrest Jamie for having a garbage bag full of weed.
Like massive.
It's literally a huge garbage bag full of weed. The leprechaun shows up at Emily's work and attacks her. She escapes and runs to warn everyone else. But the leprechaun attacks and kills Lisa before the group can get to her in time. Emily tells Rory and Jamie that they have to return the gold to break the leprechaun's curse. And what follows is the leprechaun hunting down the group out for revenge for them stealing his gold. Emily, Jamie, and Rory setting a trap to kill the leprechaun with 4-leaf clover tip bullets, a showdown between the leprechaun and the psychic woman, as well as Emily attacking and trying to kill the leprechaun in the boiler room. That is the plot of Leprechaun Back to the Hood. Second time around, buddy, they got it right.
Yeah.
I know you. Let me get into it, and I'll let you, at any point, jump into my points. Okay. All right? How is this so much better? I don't know how they did it, but they fucking did it. Because the first movie is just boring, and it doesn't really deliver on its premise. The characters kind of suck. The second one fixes basically everything. So the first Hood movie, because I'm comparing it to those two, right?
Sure.
The first Hood movie, it doesn't really feel like a Hood movie. It's just kind of random sets, with the exception of a couple shots. It doesn't really feel like you're in the actual environment. It doesn't feel like you're in the hood. This movie clearly had a lot more money, or just the way they planned it was better. So like the opening, we get a mugging. Like right off the bat, they're setting the scene, they're setting the environment, the atmosphere that we're in. Yep. There's so many shots in this movie that feel very much like inner city, like kind of more mean streets. We get basketball courts. Didn't get that in the first Hood movie. We have a house party. Nothing like, I guess there was kind of the little party in that apartment complex, but it felt so much just like a set. Yep. It didn't feel like an actual house party. The whole thing just feels so much more authentic to what it's to what it's saying. It's saying like, oh, this is the Hood movie. The first one was like back to the Hood, but it was in the Hood in as much as Jason was in Manhattan or Leprechaun was in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
This one, the whole thing, you're in the Hood the entire time. You're on the streets the entire time. It feels like you're in that neighborhood. Okay, so it nails the atmosphere and the environment. Do you have any comment on that?
I see why you like this one and why I don't. So I agree with everything you said.
So I'm glad we're about to touch on something because this hasn't come up yet on the whole podcast. Mark is very racist and it has never come up until this point. Because this movie is very, very focused on black culture in a way that none of the other entries were, right? And Mark likes it when he can laugh at those people, but when it's trying to actually celebrate them, you're not really on board for that trip.
You got me. Of course. Yeah, I had the previous entry pretty high. You hated that one, right? But yeah, because in that one we were all laughing together, right? But no.
Sorry, go ahead, Mark.
No, so
to be clear, Mark's not a racist.
No, the funny thing about this is that I probably had stronger feelings about this one than I did any other movie in the franchise. Everything you just said is correct. This movie is probably the most serious of all of the movies in the franchise.
Yep.
And
no, not the most serious. No.
Okay.
The next one.
Shit.
No.
Yeah. Of the ones that are worthy of even being discussed.
Yeah.
Spoiler. The problem is, and I alluded this back with the first movie, that the first movie, the biggest, the thing that I don't like about the first movie is that they wanted to be all of these different things, and as a result, they successfully ended up turning their movie into none of those things. I was willing to let that go because it's just kind of boring anyway. But this movie felt like it was really leaning into being specific types of movies, but then doesn't become any one of them. So everything that you just said, describing the fact that this is a much better depiction of the Hood,
inner city,
the inner city, things like that. It wants to be Boys in the Hood, but it isn't. It wants to be like a Wayans Brothers movie and be funny at the same time, but it isn't that either. The problem is this one doesn't get the free pass that the first one got because this one actually matters. Like the first one, you can just forget about that movie, right? But this one, it's actually trying to make a real serious movie. And if you're going to go that far with it, you have to do it. And I felt like this one was just like, what are you? What is this?
So I think it pulls it off.
I don't.
I think they tried to do Boys in the Hood with Leprechaun, and I think it works. And they tried to have some Wayans brother comedy, and I think it works. This one completely lands for me.
I feel like, take example, the Rory character. I don't know whether or not he's an absolute menace or whether or not he's a sweetheart.
Let's get into the characters.
I don't know.
Let's get into the characters.
Every scene, they flip-flop who all of these people are.
I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that. I think these are the best characters with the exception of Morty and Cody, I think it was, from part 2. I think these are my favorite characters in the whole franchise.
Yeah.
I think these are great, likable characters. Yeah. I think they're very well done. They're very fleshed out, and they all have arcs.
I agree with you on every one of those points, except the thing that I don't like about it is that I don't think they nailed them. We had a real opportunity here with these 4. And I think they screwed it up.
Well, allow me to get into it because I don't think they did. Yeah. I don't think they missed the mark here. So let's start off with Rory. Okay, badass Rory. Of the group, he's probably the least interesting, but I do like his character. He's playing the badass, strong, silent type. Yep. He's the no one tells me what to do, and I'm my own man.
But he's actually like a bad person.
A little bit. But I think he's more the his intro is like a gang who's like, you should be afraid of these guys. They're trying to shake him down. And then he just like, man, fuck you guys. And like assaults one of them, right?
Right, but
like,
he's not
so he's
like
not really afraid of that?
He's not the strong silent type, but with a heart of gold. No, he's like he's
a
pretty bad person.
No, I think ultimately he ends up by the end of the runtime being a pretty good guy.
No, they want you to think that. But like you can't redeem somebody like that in 98 minutes.
Yeah, but redeem him in what sense? Like, what does he do that's so bad? The only thing we know is that there was some incident where he took money from his ex, which was Lisa.
I didn't choose this life for myself. Look, don't act all high and mighty. I never asked you for anything.
No, I was just dumb looking out for you.
I didn't want you to give up shit for me.
Yeah, but I gave up everything.
And I tried to pay you back, right?
With drug money. You think I was gonna take that, Rory? And you really are stupid.
But he doesn't really do anything that awful.
Yeah.
He ends up like helping Lisa and Jamie, and he attacks. The only person he attacks is the gang members that are all fucking gangbanger pieces of shit that are actually trying to hurt Jamie and the rest of the neighborhood. Like, I don't really think, I guess you could say he's kind of a dick in that like he has like the hot girlfriend and like he's kind of flaunting her around. So in that he's clearly trying to make Lisa jealous.
No,
but he does try to make up with Lisa. Yeah. He's trying. Otherwise, why did he show up at that barbecue? He didn't show up just to be an asshole. He specifically showed up to hash things out with Lisa. So like, I don't buy that he's ever a bad guy.
I think you're giving it too much credit.
No, not at all. I think these are really good characters.
Why should I trust you? Everybody was right about you. You are no good.
You're right. I ain't no good. But I'm trying, Em. I'm trying to do the right thing.
There's Rory, and then we get my favorite character in this movie is Jamie. And I don't know how, I genuinely don't know how you could not like Jamie. He is so likable. This actor is so fun to watch. He has great on-screen presence.
Yep.
And he plays off everybody perfectly.
I think he would have fit in better in any other one of these movies. But this one, like...
But that's why he works, is like, it can't just... Because it would be so dry. He is the... This is Friday, and he is the Chris Tucker to Ice Cube. Rory is Ice Cube. Jamie is the Chris Tucker.
Right, but Friday is a funny movie.
This is
I don't...
So
see,
is
I
this.
didn't get the sense that this was... The way that this is presented, they should have kept this straight. Like this.
No, I disagree. I think I think it should have gone both ways. I think you get to me, this nails the Leprechaun formula.
Oh, no way.
See, this to me is the most. So, the question is, what do you want out of a Leprechaun movie? Because I don't like the Leprechaun movies, but if I had to pick, I would rather something that took the subject matter a little more seriously, and I'd rather you made him more of a slasher villain.
Yep. Okay.
And this is probably one of the most, to me, this is the most slasher movie out of the whole series. This one feels the most like a slasher movie.
Yeah.
That where they treat him like a serious threat. He quips a little bit, but it's not just, he doesn't go full ham. He's not chewing the scenery.
Yeah.
It's more serious.
Not part 4.
Right.
Yeah.
But you still have some humor in here. There's a lot to like in here. And it's all around our comedic relief, Jamie.
Yeah.
In any other serious movie, like Friday's a very serious movie. It has comedy, but there's a lot of fucked up shit in it too. So does this. Yeah. Jamie is a great comedic relief. Like I want to get into the characters a little more. So we got Jamie. Jamie is just he's like the entertaining simpleton. Right? Like he's the comedic relief in the group. He's the one in the group that everybody rolls their eyes at. There's so many funny moments with him. Like he brought a smile to my face every time he's on screen. And that's what he's meant to do. That character is meant to alleviate the tension. He's meant to make you smile. He's giving you some relief from all the heavy shit that's going on in the movie.
How could you afford this?
Well, I have a little help.
Jamie, I'm gonna kill you.
What? I ain't had the money for the food. And I asked him would he float me, he said no. Then he asked me what for, and I told him we was having a barbecue and that you was gonna be here. And that's when he bought all this extra shit.
Asshole.
Look, he even bought wings and some hot sauce. You know how much I love my hot sauce, girl. Don't even try. What's up, man? What's up, man?
So when Emily finds the gold for the leprechaun and she splits it up amongst the 4 of them, she immediately, she's like, Jamie, you cannot use this to buy weed.
Jamie,
Yeah. What's up, baby?
you cannot use the gold to buy bud.
No bud.
Damn!
You heard me.
What you laughing at? Ain't funny shit.
She like gives him the rule that he can't buy weed, which clearly he didn't listen to because then later he's got a garbage
Just
bag,
a massive,
garbage bag full of fucking weed. There's a funny moment during the house party. He's showing the pride and joy of his collection, which is a collection of bongs.
Yeah.
And he's got the one, and then he's like, this is my very first bong. I got this when I was in 4th grade. And then the guy's talking to him, like, yeah, that explains a lot.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, he was smoking weed in the 4th grade. He's just like, I like the way he plays off everyone so well too, because everybody is just kind of always like, all right, shut up, Jamie, like you goofball, right? And the scenes with him and Rory are some of my, Rory, him and Rory are so fucking funny.
Yeah.
The whole like, the thing where Jamie starts, instead of using the N-word, he starts saying ninja.
Ninja.
And he has a whole debate with Rory about like saying ninja instead of the N-word.
Filled with clovers, ninja.
Ninja? Nigga, did you just call me a ninja?
Hey, man, hey. You need to get out more, man. Don't nobody say nigga no more.
Ninja.
Yeah, like, what up, ninja? Oh, look at them ninjas over there.
You need to stop smoking that shit, you dumbass nigga.
Ninja, please.
I thought that was a cute little moment. They play off each other very well because Rory is almost like, he's almost too cool. So like he's not supposed to like Jamie, but like Jamie is so like charming and
likable
likable that he like slowly is wearing him down. There's a funny exchange like at the end when they're trying to like figure out what to do against the leprechaun, and then what's his face? Jamie's like, why don't we just hold out till morning? He's like, then we'll be fine. Rory's like, he's not a vampire. And then Jamie immediately, without even like missing a beat, is like, how you know sunlight don't work, huh? You know how leprechauns work all of a sudden?
Man, how the fuck you get a gun? All I get is a goddamn bat. What I'm do? Hit a home run?
Jamie, I just need you to watch my back, man.
Man, look, all we gotta do is wait until the morning and the little fuck is toast.
Morning, huh?
Yeah, sunlight and shit.
He's not a vampire, dumbass.
Oh, look at you. Oh, look who's the expert on leprechauns now. How you know sunlight ain't gonna work? You don't know. How come you think you know everything all the time?
Which is so true. It's like none of them know anything, right? Like, how do you know that sunlight won't work? You don't fucking know that. Emily and Lisa, great fucking characters. Yep. There is a scene early on in the movie where like they're like driving to work, and one of their cars breaks down and they're just stuck stranded on the side of the road, and they basically just talk about how shitty their living situation is and how much they want to get out of the area.
Hold on to that. Like
that was great. It's like these feel like real people. And then when they kill off Lisa halfway through the movie, I was actually bummed.
Yeah.
I didn't want to see these characters die.
We care about them.
Yeah, you made me care more.
How did you do this?
Yeah. I think I want to compare this to Hood again, like to the first one, Leprechaun in the Hood versus the second one. One of the things this one does so much better than the first one is the way the characters develop. Mm-hmm. So in Leprechaun in the Hood, you've got this core group of 3. You got Postmaster P, Stray Bullet, and Butch. And they've clearly been friends for years. They're like childhood friends. Other than let's get a rap contract and become famous, I don't know what any of their motivations are. I don't know what any of their I don't know what any of them want, but none of them are really given much individual personality. They're kind of just meant to be like goofballs.
One-dimensional characters like you would expect.
Right. In this one, the way they do it, the core group don't actually even start out as friends.
Yeah.
They don't actually debatably even like each other. So like Jamie or Lisa and Emily kind of put up with Jamie, but they don't really like him. He's kind of just the goofball that's around.
Yeah.
Rory doesn't really like him. He just sells Jamie weed. He's not really like his friend. Emily hates Rory because of like their past
history.
Yeah. And Rory, and she's jealous of Rory's like hot girlfriend that he's got, who's like flaunting around. But then as the movie progresses, everything changes once they find the gold, and then the leprechaun situation happens, and the central conflict slowly brings them together.
Yeah.
They slowly have to work together, and then by the end of the movie, you basically get a new friend group. I kind of like the way that plays out. There's even a really nice scene that caps that, where like earlier in the movie, Rory just looks at Jamie like, this fucking idiot, right? But then later on, Jamie hugs him, and he hugs him back.
And obviously,
like their friendship, they actually turn into friends.
And Jamie is like puppy dog love for Lisa the whole time. Like, they play that out. Yeah.
Yep. And it's sad that I was kind of actually bummed they killed Lisa. Yeah. Like, I don't, but the fact that they made me feel something, that's impressive. That's hard. That's hard work.
Yeah.
Because I don't feel anything anymore.
You don't have emotions.
Well, I don't know.
So how's
they
that
don't
possible?
exist.
Yeah.
Watson. Because I'm still comparing it to Hood.
Yep.
So the secondary antagonist of In the Hood is Ice-T's character.
Yeah.
Mac Daddy.
Mac Daddy. Yeah.
Mac Daddy is just one-dimensional evil bad guy. He's just not. There's just not much to him.
Yep.
Watson is like Debo out of Friday. He is just a character straight out of Boys in the Hood, and he's like so intimidating and scary, and he has so much better on-screen presence. Mac Daddy he's supposed to be that character, but it's Ice-T hamming it up in a fro.
They are still playing it mainly for jokes.
Right. This is not that character. I think Watson is such a better secondary antagonist. Yeah, he works really well for me. Sorry, Mark, go ahead and hop in.
No, I'm loving listening to what you're saying, because what you thought was great about this, I also thought was great about this. The problem is, this is so close to being like a really good movie.
And it is. It is, Mark. Mark, come to this side, buddy. It's not. You can correct history and switch your two Hood picks. Hood 1 is actually 7.
No. The problem with this one, this should not have been a Leprechaun movie.
No, I disagree.
No, I made
go
a note
ahead,
here.
go for it. Because I only have one more thing, and all I want to talk about is Leprechaun.
Yep. The fact that they have to keep going back to the Leprechaun element of this is very disjointing. It's like, I made a note here. It's like, we have a hard life and nothing ever goes our way. Oh, and the Leprechaun. I feel like there's a better movie here, and more than any other movie in this franchise, this one feels like tacking on the Leprechaun piece really hurt it. Because I agree with everything you said. These characters are some of the best we've seen, right? There might be some of the best we've seen in any of the franchises that we have. You talked quite a bit about what makes each one of them an individual. You don't get that in most horror movies, right? So they actually took some time to develop these people. The problem is then you've got this dancing leprechaun that kind of inserts himself. What are you doing here?
But,
right?
Okay, here's my counter to that.
Yeah.
This is a serious version of the Leprechaun, though. This is not the campy Leprechaun from 3 or 4 or 1 or 2. They completely redid the Leprechaun for this movie. Firstly, his look is fucking awesome.
Sure.
I think it's the coolest look out of all of them. They gave him like this little like Jack the Ripper outfit.
Yeah.
And they completely muted all the colors. His outfit it's like very dark green, almost black. So it's a great redesign.
Yeah.
They removed all of his magic shit. So he is now this is the most slasher Leprechaun ever felt. He is just an actual slasher villain in this movie. Yeah. He's serious. He does still quip a little bit, but not nearly as much as in the other ones. And they've redesigned him to reflect the more serious tone of the movie.
Yeah.
And they got rid of the magic crap. He's not overpowered. He's basically just an unkillable machine, and he's got superhuman strength in this one. So like in this one, he most of the kills are him just maiming people. Like he'll like stab through somebody.
Yeah.
Like he stabs through Lisa with like his claw. And then like he kills the one cop, he stabs like his baton through him. Like he's got superhuman strength.
Yeah.
And I love the way like they play this out with he feels this is why I like this version of this Leprechaun, is he feels like a slasher villain.
Sure.
Like a real slasher
Yeah.
villain. Because you're saying he's tacked on. I'm saying no, it works because they redesigned him. They retooled him for this tone.
It feels like they added Ronald McDonald to Shawshank Redemption.
I see, I don't think they did. I think they added badass Ronald McDonald that was redesigned for the tone of this movie.
You can take your character development too far. And I think that they did that. They developed their characters and the setting, yes, I agree with you. I feel like the quote unquote, the hood, the inner city in this one is much more intimidating, right? This is a violent place. You are in trouble when you live here. But now they've made this like, okay, I'm invested in this. Get this fucking goofball shit out of here. Right. So I think in a way you and I are saying the same thing, but you were more forgiving of the fact that this was still a Leprechaun movie, whereas this,
I couldn't
stand that.
I didn't mind it at all because I think they appropriately tweaked his character where it fit the tone better.
Yeah.
And this was this version of Leprechaun is my favorite version. This is he's way more serious. He's way more menacing than he ever was. He's more of a physical threat, yet he still has a little bit of that quippiness that we like. This is like Freddy Part 2.
Yep.
Where he's way more menacing, but he still kind of does a lot of that quippy shit, but he's not MTV Freddy.
Yep.
We're a far cry away from Leprechaun in space.
We've had our fun. Now, give me what's mine, and I might spare your miserable life.
Why did you kill them? For this? You evil fuck!
Don't presume to tell me right from wrong. You compromised all you believed in once you got the gold. Just like all those before you. Your kind is weak, and will always give it to your selfish yearnings.
Brings out the worst in us, doesn't it?
You really want to die so badly.
This is a way more serious Leprechaun, so I think it appropriately tweaked him. I get what you're saying. You're like, I would have rather just watched a In the Hood movie.
Like you can't make the Leprechaun better enough for it to fit in a movie like this. So I agree with you. I think the presentation of the Leprechaun, this is what I was hoping for in the first one.
Yeah, I wanted this version.
Yeah.
Yeah, this version's way more. His look it's such a better look.
I don't think we need to have a Leprechaun antagonist in this movie for these characters to be going through some bad stuff. One of my favorite scenes, you kind of alluded to it, when they first find the gold, right? We've established up until this point that these four people they're not living their best life. They're missing opportunities. Their cars are breaking down and they just have to leave them on the side of the road because that's just all they can do, right? They're working crappy jobs.
They're kind of trapped.
They're working illegal jobs.
It's hard to get out of poverty.
Right. They find the gold and they're all sitting together. And I think it is it Kim? Was that her name?
There's Emily and Lisa.
Sorry.
Emily's the main one.
All right. And Lisa, I think she's the one that kind of speaks for the group. And she's like, hey, you know what? We've got a real opportunity here. Let's take this money and give ourselves the life that we've missed, right? Let's do something good with it. They kind of insert the joke, Jamie, no buying weed, right? But the whole idea is that she's being serious about this.
She's actually.
Like, let's get ourselves out of this circle of
poverty.
That's poverty, right? The very next scene is them just joking it up. He's buying his garbage bags full of weed. Rory's still a little sad. He buys a gun, which is like, dude, come on. Like, you had an opportunity to get out of that life and you didn't, right? The other two go shopping on Rodeo Drive, and it's just like...
No, it doesn't mean they blow all the money, though.
I know.
Gotta enjoy it. They're just showing you them enjoying the money a little bit. That's like saying, dude, when you win the lottery, you immediately put it in the bank. You don't go party.
No. But if this were the movie that they want it to be, they wouldn't have the... Wah, wah. No, they're all going to do exactly what... And it was kind of sad, actually, like that they're committed to each other, and then the moment that they are away from each other, they just go and do exactly what they would have done before and like kind of fall back into their life.
I didn't interpret that. We're really going... We're going in depth on Leprechaun Back to the Hood. But I didn't interpret that as though that's what they were ultimately using all their money for.
Yeah.
I interpreted that was like, they're having a little celebration.
Sure.
Like, wouldn't you celebrate if you just came into a big windfall of cash?
No, sure. And I felt that and I'm not necessarily criticizing that happened. I'm just saying that it was really sad to see them. They have this opportunity, and then at the first chance, they revert back to what they were. And
Yeah,
it's
but
just
they
like,
didn't revert. That's just their little celebration, though, Mark. That's not.
Do you think Jamie's going to stop buying pot after the 3 bags that he bought?
Exactly. He's the one that I would say fucked up, but the other 3 I don't think did.
You know, Rory, like he can just leave the gangster life, but no, the first thing he does is he goes and buys another gun to. I mean, what's he going to do with that? He's going to go back into the life because now he's got a gun. Anyway, this is all good stuff. I'm just saying, like, that's what I was. Well,
So
I
do you
started
think
watching.
This movie is better if they just find gold, but there's no leprechaun.
I'm
Would
saying
you
that-
want to watch that movie?
I'm thinking that if you want to tell that story, then leave the other movies get a little bit more of a free pass from me because they don't take themselves so seriously, right? So it's like, okay, I can do Leprechaun in Vegas and just enjoy it, right? But if you're going to present this movie, which I'll be honest, could have been the best one that there is. I mean, you have it number 1,
yeah,
right?
And it
right?
is, yeah.
But
I
started watching this and I'm like, oh, this is something else. And then I was like, oh shit.
I'm
right.
surprised you're not at least
Yeah.
giving it points for being so competent.
No, I did.
then.
But the thing is,
no, but you said you said this one you hated.
this is my
You
second
put-
last.
Yeah, I know.
because if you're gonna start that, that's what you got to do. And if you don't do that, you ruin it.
But at least
right?
it fucking tries.
It would have been
a lot of
it would
these
have
other
been easier to leave the leprechaun out of it and just tell the story of these 4 characters.
But they try.
that
No,
are,
they're trying to give you something more. They're
Yeah.
trying to give you a good, serious leprechaun movie. This
it.
is the best leprechaun formula, man. They
Oh.
nail it. It's serious. It's a serious slasher movie. We have this unstoppable force who's meeting up, like who's now come into the hood. And what is the reaction there?
Yeah.
And we got some great scenes, like fucking Watson when they're in a. I thought it was a tribute to Friday the 13th, Friday the 13th Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan. The boxing scene. Watson is fighting the leprechaun hand to hand, and he just keeps fucking slugging the leprechaun. The leprechaun just keeps getting back up. And then Watson eventually just tires out, and then the leprechaun just like fucking guts him with his hand and then like throws him. And then the hood, like they shoot the fuck out of the leprechaun and he just gets up and just keeps coming.
What's up, ninjas?
The leprechaun is just an unstoppable force in this movie. And that to me is fun. I want to see this mythological creature done more seriously go up against the hood and have the hood push back.
I guess
that's the movie.
I guess maybe we're confusing a serious take on the movie with a more of a drama based movie. Like there's a real life story here that shouldn't be interspliced with some goofball character in a green top hat. Like
No, I disagree.
leave.
No, I disagree. That's like saying you can't ever try to make good characters in horror films. And I just think that's a cop-out answer.
I don't know. I think
you're a sad little man over there.
They're
just bitter at the world.
They're dealing with real social issues that shouldn't just have like this guy.
But it's not
dancing
that
around
guy though. But it's not that guy.
Yeah.
Mark, you're a bitter old
I would
man.
like to have seen the movie that this could have been. I think it would have been.
You mean you want to watch Boys in the Hood?
Yeah, sure.
Or Friday.
Not Friday. So that's the thing though. Friday is more like Leprechaun in the Hood, where they knew, okay, we're going to dabble in some serious stuff, but we're never going to like bring it down. We're always going to keep this at a level where we're all just kind of relaxing and enjoying it, right? This though, it elevates past that. And I almost feel like if you go too far with that, good, but then that's the movie you've committed to make. And you can't all of a sudden be like, oh, but, you know, Leprechaun comes in and they kill, what's her name? Lisa. And then the three of them are just sitting in the living room with her dead in her bedroom, literally 5 feet away. And they're in there for the longest time. They don't think to go and do something about their dead friend. Remember, we care about these characters now.
Right.
All they're thinking, should we give the gold back? What about the leprechaun? How are we going to hello, your friend. Your friend is massacred.
What the hell do you want us to do with you? When we eventually come over to your house and you're dead, the leprechaun has killed you. What the fuck do you want us to do?
Well, start packing up my shit.
Right, that's the
take
first
it with
thing
you.
we're doing.
Take it with you
right,
and leave.
And leave your corpse.
Yeah.
Exactly. Back to me gushing about this movie.
Yep.
Some really good kills in this movie. Some good ones.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Leprechaun kills a guy with a bong. Yeah,
Like
stabs him with the fucking bong. That was an awesome kill. I like the way the leprechaun in this movie is just more physical. I appreciate that more because the magic is just too overpowered. Like when you have a character like Leprechaun or Freddy, where seemingly they have, or even Pinhead, when they seemingly have all the powers. How do you stop that?
Yeah.
So then you end up having to write plot points that are just so convoluted in order to overcome that. So when you strip the leprechaun down to, okay, he's seemingly unkillable. He's has superhuman strength, and that's about it. Then it makes it so that you can kind of do some shit to him. So like Rory hits him with the baseball bat. Watson, even though he ultimately loses, Watson's able to punch him and like knock his ass over. So he's not too unstoppable. It's just like a Jason or a Michael or something. It's like they're seemingly unkillable, but you can still push back a bit.
There's a visceral feel to it because he doesn't have the ability to just wave his hands and make you explode.
Exactly. Yeah, like he could in the other entries. I am going to shit on one of the kills though. The cop, a lot of people like this kill, but it fails for me. The scene where he rips off the cop's leg. Okay.
Okay.
Let me explain why this kill fails. So, to set this up, the characters are running away from the leprechaun. The cops intervene and they try to stop the leprechaun. The leprechaun stabs the one cop with his baton, which is awesome. It's very it's very slasher kill.
Yep.
By the way, did you catch who that was? It's a cameo. Oh, you caught
I
this?
wasn't sure if you knew this.
Yeah, the voice, dude. The voice. Who is it?
His name is Bo Billingsley.
Yep.
He plays Jet Black in one of our favorites, Cowboy Bebop.
The anime Cowboy Bebop. Shout out to our friend John.
Who
has
he seen this though? Like how? Okay,
still not watched Cowboy Bebop.
John, you got it.
Our anime friend has not watched Cowboy Bebop, but yeah. Bo Billingsley has a strange cameo as one of the cops. Yeah.
What the fuck are you? Little early for Halloween, ain't we?
They have me gold.
Oh, it's your gold. Of course, you're a leprechaun, so we'll just hand it over to you.
I'd appreciate it.
So then there's he's the black cop. Then there's the white cop, and the white cop is like fighting with the leprechaun, and then he throws a kick, okay? And they keep switching which leg is doing what in this fight. So first the cop throws a kick with his right leg, but the leprechaun catches the leg, and now he's holding his left leg. Then the leprechaun goes and spins him around, and now he's holding the right leg. Then he throws the cop and tears off his leg, and now he's missing his left leg, which is strange because you can clearly see him holding onto the right leg when he throws him. And you can also clearly see him let go of the leg instead of ripping it off. So everyone failed at their job this day. The stunt coordinator, the stunt man, and the editor failed on this day.
Did they flip the...
Everything's wrong.
Yeah.
No, it's just, they probably shot it 5 different ways. The editor chopped it up wrong, and the camera guy shot it wrong, and the stunt coordinator probably didn't think about it.
Come on!
because they're trying to do it that the guy throws a kick, Leprechaun catches it, spins him, but then that tears off his leg.
Yeah.
But they fucked it up because then he catches the wrong leg, and then I think what ended up happening was they were like, oh, it's really awkward if he catches the right leg and then just kind of turns. It makes it weird to throw him. So they're like, all right, switch, and now he's holding the left leg. But then they probably realized, well, that's going to look weird when we spin it. Like everything, they fucked, it's all wrong.
They opted to make it look as good as possible without making it actually make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. My biggest observation from that was, and we've talked about this before in previous movies, you cannot lose your leg like that and expect to survive. And so often in these movies, this happens. I got a note. No way that cop is jumping towards Leprechaun with his leg ripped off. He'd bleed profusely and promptly
adrenaline
die.
does a lot.
Sure. Yeah, it pumps your heart faster. It's basically so more blood is going to come out of your stump.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
100%.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And that won't kill him fast. Yeah.
There's all kinds of stories about people running into mythological creatures and surviving the attacks.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of stories like that.
Maybe he had like one of the coins, and that's what sort of kept him alive, right?
Did you notice they didn't do a lot of coin shenanigans?
No.
Did you like that the coin, they did change something though. Do you remember this? So they tweaked the lore. The pot of gold is now bottomless. It refills.
Oh, right, yeah.
I thought that was actually a neat touch because then we're not doing this whole, I'm short one coin. Oh, give me all my gold back. It's like the coin, no, the pot of jest is enchanted. It just keeps refilling. So
they didn't really do anything with it, but.
Well, the idea is that they kind of got greedy and they're tempted to keep tapping into it.
Yeah.
And it feeds into the whole greed motif.
I would have liked it better if their ability to save themselves was limited and they blew it.
I did like the clover tipped bullets was awesome.
Yeah.
That was a cool touch. How is that stupid? That's a cool fucking touch.
That's a Jamie idea right
that
there.
was fucking awesome. Yeah, the clover tipped bullets, that was fun. Yeah.
Don't they like wrap it at the end or they dip it in? I don't know. How do they stick them on there?
He like somehow dips. He gets, I don't know. Somehow they're clover tipped. I thought it was fun. That's a fun little touch. The thing that's weird about that though is I don't like the ending because the ending is like he shows up when they're hiding out at the psychic woman's place. The psychic woman like has a little battle with the leprechaun and then she loses.
Mm-hmm.
And then Rory uses the clover tipped bullets, but it's like it's like he has to shoot a certain amount in a row for him to die because every time he shoots the leprechaun, these like orbs come out of him.
Oh.
But then the orbs go back into him and then he's fine. It was weird. And then so he never is able to shoot enough of him into him to make the orbs completely go away. And then they just knock him off the roof into an open pit of cement.
And then the idea is that the cement eventually hardens and then he's just stuck in there.
Yeah, but which would never happen. They would never, no construction site would ever have an open pit of basically quicksand cement, just open to the public that you could just fall into. That would never happen.
That late at night, that was so deep that you couldn't, even a small person couldn't stand up in it. A sidewalk is like a couple inches deep. Right?
No, it must have been like a foundation because he just sinks into the goop.
It's only like, 6 feet long by 2 or 3 feet? What is this a foundation for?
It's also like the most liquidy cement you'll ever see. It's like, why would it be that liquidy still? Somebody just overwatered that. Yeah. A minor nitpick in an otherwise perfect Leprechaun
There you
film. Yeah. Let's move on. Now, I know we didn't agree on that one. We're going to agree on the next one. Or are we?
We better.
Okay. Moving on to 2014. This is Leprechaun Origins. This is my number 8.
8.
Come on. This movie fucking
There's
sucks.
no way that you...
There's nothing redeeming.
This
isn't... Anyways, yeah.
Yeah.
Did I mention at the start of this podcast that somebody fooled me into thinking there was actually a 9th Leprechaun movie? Did I talk about this?
I messaged you one day with the name of one, and I was like,
so the movie is called Leprechaun: The Beginning.
That's right.
Yeah. I got the shit scared out of me because one of my customers randomly came in and was like, "Oh, hey, there's a 9th Leprechaun movie," and I was like, "What?"
Yeah.
And they were like, "Oh yeah, it's Leprechaun: The Beginning." Okay. It is not a part of this continuity. Yep. It's not an official Leprechaun movie. A leprechaun is just a generic mythological creature. Anyone can make a leprechaun movie, right?
Yep.
But what's really fucking cunty about this name, Leprechaun the Beginning, is it's trying to fool you into thinking it's a part of the Warwick Davis continuity.
Yeah.
Because that The Beginning implies like, oh, this is going to be a prequel to Leprechaun.
Right.
So they knew what they were fucking doing, and fuck them.
And it caught me because I was sitting down and I was watching one of these on a streaming service. And when I searched for Leprechaun, this came up in the list of the Leprechaun movies that were available. And I messaged you. I started watching it.
Because I didn't know that you started watching it.
I mean, I haven't watched any of these before, so I didn't know that this one
it's on the continuity.
And I was like, the only thing that tipped me off was the year that it came out. It was like 2020.
It like just came out.
Right. So I'm like, I'm fairly certain when I talked to Justin about this, we didn't have one. So
there's no way I would have missed this.
I messaged you and I'm like, did you know about this? And you're like, hold on.
That's not a real one.
Yeah. Otherwise I fucking would have watched a 9th entry.
And you also brought to my attention another Leprechaun movie that stars Warwick Davis, but it's not this.
This will blow your mind. Yeah. It's called A Very Unlucky Leprechaun. Put up a screenshot of the, it blows your mind because it is Warwick Davis playing a leprechaun, except this is the family version of what a Leprechaun movie would be if it wasn't a horror movie. But it's him doing, and he's portraying the same character,
but it's not. But he's not menacing looking at all.
It's not a horror movie.
It's like a cartoony looking, friendly leprechaun,
smiling, happy. It's completely unrelated.
And what year did it come out? Because it came out like
1998.
So 98. So by that point, like what would have been out at 98? Which Leprechaun would have been out? Like, let me just go through my list real quick here. So like Leprechaun in the Hood is 2000.
Yeah.
So the one before it would have been Leprechaun in Space is 96. So he had already done 4 fucking Leprechaun movies at this point.
Yeah.
So that's just so
it's
strange.
mind blowing.
Yeah. I don't want to talk about this movie.
You can tell we're talking about 2 movies that aren't part of this franchise.
Okay, let's get into Leprechaun Origins. Okay, so this is 11 years after the last entry, which means one of 2 things. This is either the gritty reboot or the legacy sequel.
Or Back to the Hood was so bad it killed the franchise for 11 years.
Yeah, that's what it was. No, this is the gritty reboot is what they went for. This is the first entry without Warwick Davis playing the Leprechaun. He's replaced by Dylan Postal, a.k.a. the character Hornswoggle from the WWE. In case you didn't know that. He's like, he was on the WWE for a while. He's like a little person wrestler. This movie was also produced by WWE Studios, which, yes, that's a real thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure they make great work. This is widely considered the worst entry in the series. Which is like, that's already a very low bar for a Leprechaun film. Every franchise has one of these, has the one we all agree is the worst. I think like this is the one.
Yeah.
This is the one that nobody likes. Nobody has really anything positive to say, but I have like one positive. That's it. It's all misguided. It's bad.
If you like this one, you can't like any of the others.
No, because it's just completely different. Yeah. But not different in a good way.
No.
So, okay, let's get into the plot. It opens with a young man and woman running away from something in the woods, terrified. We then hear some animal noises as the man gets pulled away and torn apart, followed almost immediately by the woman suffering the same fate. Boom! Leprechaun Origins. Cut to a group of young adults hitching a ride through the countryside of Ireland. This is the first and only entry to take place in Ireland. And they can fucking keep this movie. As far as I'm concerned, there are 2 girls and 2 guys. That's the makeup of our young people. The driver then drops them off in a field, the same field from the opening scene we just watched. And it turns out it's just down the road from the village that they're traveling to. But the driver insists he can't take them all the way. Ooh. The group head off toward their destination, passing by a large, strange-looking stone landmark. They also encounter a strange-looking man carrying a shotgun, giving them the feeling something is off with this area. They reach the town and pop into one of the local pubs. One of the guys, David, is played by Brandon Fletcher, who, did you catch what he's from? He is now a 2-time Slash Cinema alumni. He's in Freddy vs. Jason.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
One of the kids.
Yep.
Sorry, I was thinking one of the
Brendan Fletcher is the actor. He plays, the character's name is David.
Yeah.
And he's in Freddy vs. Jason. He's like Will's friend in Freddy vs. Jason.
Yeah.
So I actually like that actor, and I like his character in Freddy vs. Jason. In this, like, no one is given anything to do.
Yeah.
So
no one gets out of this one.
No one gets out and clean in this one. One of the locals takes an interest in the group after overhearing they're on a trip to explore Ireland's rich history, which they were at a pub drinking beer, so I'd say they were already halfway there.
Yeah. Apologies to our Irish fans.
As we've learned from previous horror film franchises, anywhere that is not North America is just a wasteland.
Savage lawland.
A savage, lawless land.
Yeah.
And this film doesn't necessarily depict Irish people in a good light. So the local is named Hamish, and Hamish tells them about a famous landmark called the Stones of the God.
Yep.
They eagerly want to see it, but there's only one problem. It's a 7-hour hike away. So they decide to go anyways because the man offers for his son to take them halfway there. So they're like, okay, cool. And he's like, my son and I have a cabin you can stay at. We'll take you there, and you can stay in
the first thing in the morning.
Yeah, and the first thing in the morning you can go see this landmark. And they're like, yeah, sure, okay, cool. We wanted to see things. So they head off, and the man tells them about the town's rich history.
Them stones have been there for centuries, long before our village was built. But I tell you, about 15 years ago, we discovered gold in old Celtic cave, turned it into a mine. Stones were there too. But eventually the cave collapsed. Well, things ain't been the same around here ever since.
They arrive at this cute little cabin, and not soon after, start hearing strange noises coming from the field next door.
Mm-hmm.
The man and son suddenly get like deadly serious, and there's something moving through the tall grass. You don't see what it is. Hamish grabs a shotgun and fires it, scaring whatever was in the grass away. Hamish and his son then leave the group at the cabin. Hamish and the son leave the group at the cabin, and Hamish hangs a gold Rolex at the front of the cabin. Weird. Why would he be doing this?
Mm-hmm.
That night, the secondary girl, who I didn't bother to put most of these characters' names down, hears some strange noises coming from outside. She investigates and spots something moving around the cabin. Spooked, she alerts the rest of the group. Her boyfriend, David, goes to investigate, only to find they're locked inside the cabin. Suddenly, some creature emerges from the fireplace and begins to attack. They hold up in one of the bedrooms and brace themselves against the door. It quickly gets in, though, and they climb into the chimney, which has a little door at the bottom of it for some reason. That leads outside. I've never seen this. Yeah, because it only exists in movies.
I was trying to think of
sense. And there's no practical sense for it.
The only thing I could think of is it's used to
refill the fireplace?
No, to remove the ashes, so you don't have to take them through the. I mean, it seems practical enough, but I don't know enough about old farmhouses in Ireland to know if that's a real thing or not. But
comment below, Irish listeners, if that's a real thing.
It definitely becomes very convenient for a number of things in this movie.
Yeah. So then what happens next? The creature gets in, and they climb into the chimney and climb out to the outside. David has his leg bitten by the creature in the scramble to get outside. They run to a house nearby and lock themselves in, buying some time to regroup. Cut to Hamish and his son arguing about the morality of sacrificing the tourists as an offering to the creature. Because, of course, that's what they were doing. It couldn't be any more obvious. It is at no point even somewhat ambiguous whether or not these town people are evil. They're obviously evil. They have some nefarious plans.
Yep.
Yeah. Pretty clear from the get-go. Our protagonists explore the house, finding piles of items from previously killed tourists, which was kind of a neat little touch. They walk through the house and there's like piles of the same kinds of touristy type items. That they, so clearly the implication is like the town's been doing this for years, just killing off any poor bastards that show up at their doorstep.
Yep.
Sophie then finds a book that has information about the creature they're dealing with, a leprechaun. Ooh. Then Sophie jumps to a pretty big fucking conclusion. She remembers Hamish talking about mining the old cave for gold and reads about the leprechaun and is like, oh, they took the leprechaun's gold, so now they have to pay it back until the debt is paid, so that's why they're sacrificing us. She figures this out instantly.
It's a massive stretch.
Whatever it is, you think that's what they dug up in that mine?
It wasn't a mine originally, it was a cave. But the people in the village took the gold, that's what Hamish said to us.
Okay, now we're talking pots of gold.
I know. Okay, I know it sounds crazy, but I'm just... This is what happens when you take its gold. You have to make amends. Until the debt has been repaid.
So they put us in this cabin. They locked us in there to sacrifice us to a leprechaun.
What?
Yeah.
It's like, imagine you were like, okay, imagine you, for whatever reason, were attacking our friend group and all of us had to lock ourselves here in this studio, right? And you're on the outside pounding on the door. And I find a book and inside it talks about Zorg beasts. And I'm like, oh, Zorg beasts have this thing where, they seek vengeance for something. And I'm like, oh, that's why Mark's attacking us, because he obviously offended the Zorg beast.
Right.
This isn't our friend Mark. This is our friend Mark trying to save himself from the Zorg beast. Like, it's just such a stretch to be like, oh, that's why they're doing that.
Yeah.
It's like, no, you don't know that. Maybe they're just cannibals.
Yeah. In every convenient thing that's ever happened in any of the movies we've watched, this is the most convenient convenience.
It is such a stretch.
Yeah.
So she instantly figures out like the plot of what's actually going on. She also learns the leprechaun can't go past the stone monolith, which they saw when they first walked into town. So their plan is to make it back to that area and get out alive. What follows is the group trying to escape the village, the villagers hunting them down to use as a sacrifice to the leprechaun creature, and the feral leprechaun slowly picking people off as it hunts them all down.
Yep.
That is the plot of Leprechaun Origins. And this is what you get when you suck all the fun out of something. You're left with this.
Yep.
It's just a husk of the Leprechaun movie.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is the anti-Leprechaun movie.
Those other two movies that we talked about before have a stronger connection to the Leprechaun franchise that we've already been discussing all day today than this one does. And yet those ones have nothing to do with the Leprechaun franchise. This is not a Leprechaun movie.
No, it's not a Leprechaun movie. So the director, it was directed by Zach Lebowski, who also just directed Final Destination Bloodlines, funny enough, a future slash cinema movie that we'll have to be watching. And apparently that movie is actually pretty good. So his whole thing was, he was like, yeah, I wanted to make, he's like, I didn't care for any of the goofy shit in the Leprechaun movies, so I wanted to make a completely serious Leprechaun movie. And he did, but it's just not fun.
Yep.
And it's not, like, I know you don't feel that the Leprechaun and Leprechaun Back to the Hood fits, but I think you would agree he's still the Warwick Davis Leprechaun.
Yep.
Maybe you don't feel he fit in that movie, but that was still a serious version of him. I think if the most serious Warwick got was in 2 and Back to the Hood.
Yeah.
I think those were the most serious interpretations.
Yep.
That's as serious as you needed him to be.
It's still the character.
Right.
Yeah. You can do the character a little darker than they've done it in some of the other entries in the series, But you got to keep the character, even if Warwick Davis isn't going to play the role anymore. If you want to make this movie a part of the franchise, you do need to kind of keep that. And I felt like they didn't. The strange thing about it is that the actor that plays him, you talked about him,
Hornswoggle?
Dylan Mark Postal played Hornswoggle in WWE. Hornswoggle was a Leprechaun
caricature character, yeah.
But in
why
this,
wouldn't you tie? Yeah, right. Like, why would you get someone that can play that?
Yeah,
you get him to play a creature.
That's how he got the role. But then when he got to the set, they're like, no, we're not doing any of that. Like the look of him is nothing like.
Well, let's talk about the Leprechaun.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Let's just jump right ahead to the Hornswoggle Leprechaun. So he took the role without having seen any of the previous Leprechaun films, to which that's actually part of the reason the director liked him. He was like, oh, you haven't seen any of them? Perfect. You're perfect.
Okay, I understand that, but seriously though, you as the director should have at least made the movie relatable to the rest of the franchise, and you didn't.
I mean, the question is this even really a Leprechaun movie? And it's not.
No.
This isn't a Leprechaun movie. Who would, like, I haven't touched on this yet, but who are these movies for?
Yeah.
Because I think my answer is these movies are for people that like dumb horror. And there are a lot of those people.
Yep.
There's a lot of people that like the trauma movies, that kind of tongue-in-cheek, very on-the-nose horror comedy.
Yep.
They're not for us, I don't think. I'm definitely not for me.
Yeah, I mean, they wouldn't be our favorites. No.
So if the franchise as a whole is more made for that type of audience that likes goofy, campy shit, why would you suck all that away?
Yeah. Every other time that we've had a modern sort of reboot in any of the franchises, it's a newer, slicker version, but it's a newer, slicker version of something that we've already established. They don't venture too far away. Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street. Nightmare on Elm Street was bad, but at least it was still trying to be a somewhat scary horror movie, much in the vein of the original ones, right? This one is just, it has nothing to do. There's no connection whatsoever. It's embarrassing actually to watch it.
And it seems like the filmmakers were embarrassed about some of what they made, because like, let's talk about the design, the creature, and really creature is the word. So the Leprechaun doesn't talk. He doesn't talk at all. So they traded in the wisecracks and quips of like the Warwick Davis Leprechaun for just this snarling monster.
Beast.
It's literally just a monster.
Lovely golden palaces, completely full of riches. I'll rip them off and rob them blind, those dirty sons of bitches.
What is that thing, man?
I come from the land of the Irish Spring. Dublin's the place where I learned my thing. From the Emerald Isle to your place in the hood, I'm the man of green, come to do no good. Left in the hood, come to do no good.
Sean.
This is a Zorg beast.
Yeah, this is a Zorg beast. It actually reads more like gargoyle or demon.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't read leprechaun to me, because when I think leprechaun, I think this.
Yeah.
I think this right here.
A small man.
A little small mythological creature.
Mischievous.
Yeah. Yeah, right. This is just like a snarling feral thing.
Yep.
And it has no magic whatsoever. It's literally just teeth and claws, and it just rips into you. This could have been any monster.
Yep.
What about this reads leprechaun? Like literally.
I made a note. It's like a Predator ripoff, like in a lot of ways, because they also show you
the thermal vision.
That's right. The point of view from the leprechaun.
Yeah.
And
so I actually have a comment on this. I think they were embarrassed about how the leprechaun looks, because the design is ugly and it's very muddy, muddled. Yeah. It's like this, like Okay, so at no point in this movie do you get like any clean shots of the actual creature.
Yeah.
So all of the opening shots of it are just bits and pieces. And then every time it is on screen, it's like extreme close-ups of parts of its body. They never give you a clean, full view of it.
Yep.
And then you get all these POV thermal shots, like you said. And then even when they do show you the creature, they do this like weird effect where they like blur. Did you catch this? They're like using the editing to try to enhance the scariness. And they like blur the edges of the screen, but it just makes it look like shit. And it just angers you, or you're like, oh, you're just fucking up the image. Like this, it's so infuriating.
It's trying to be gritty, I think, but it just ends up looking ridiculous.
It just ends up looking cheap.
Yep.
And my answer is just show the fucking monster.
Yeah.
Like, sorry, you wanted to be like, oh, fuck this Warwick Davis clown. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy.
We know better.
We're going to show you the real scary leprechaun. Well, then show us the fucking design. Why are you hiding it?
Are you surprised though from a WWE production? Like,
I expected. So I had heard for years from talking to like my customers, like, oh no, Leprechaun Origins sucks.
Yeah.
Like that's what and I'd heard a few people had literally said to me, oh yeah, there was like that creature one. And I remember thinking like, what do they mean by that?
Yeah.
Like I didn't get what they meant. I would have never, honestly, I didn't expect this. I was shocked.
Yeah.
When the thing came on screen, I was like, oh, it's literally just a monster.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't even speak.
And the funny thing is that, you know, you might be inclined to think like when you hear about something like that from one of your customers, like, oh, okay, you might not be like a horror movie fan, so I can't always take your opinion on this too seriously. This is the one where no matter what background you're coming from, you got it right. Nobody in their right mind would think that this was a decent entry.
I have a logic question. So the whole thing in the movie is like, oh, there's the evil villagers, and that this movie plays out like a traditional horror movie.
Yeah.
Like this feels like a traditional horror movie. It's trying to be a straight horror. There's no comedy whatsoever. It's just straight horror. It's like we got the slow reveal of the creature. It's like, you know, you see a little bit of it, then you get a tease of it, then it starts attacking them, then it attacks them a little more. The conflict, like the way it plays out is a traditional horror film. And then they even do the trope of like the evil villagers, right? And the evil villagers are like, they're secretly sacrificing these poor tourists that show up at their doorstep. But the monster's like this snarling creature. It seems to me like they don't even have some deal with this creature.
How would you even
communicate with it?
Yeah. How do you negotiate with that thing?
Right. Like, how are you even negotiating to be like, look, we stole your gold. We're just going to feed you these people.
Yeah.
Because they don't see, because seemingly the creature goes after them as well because it kills one of the villagers.
Well, the whole idea, I think, is that if they stop presenting sacrifices, then that's what's going to happen. He's going to come after them
but it
next.
does it immediately. Like it doesn't seem like at no point do they show that the creature actually can communicate to some intelligent degree.
Yeah.
It just seems like a mindless beast the entire movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question. Does this movie improve if you take the Leprechaun name off of it?
No, it's still a bad movie. It's a terrible movie.
But does it go from being a terrible?
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Would that fix it a little bit?
Yeah.
That fix is the wrong word. That would help it.
Like if this was called Field of Fear.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Call it whatever. Ireland tourist trap.
It becomes forgettable, whereas right now it is offensive.
It's offensive.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. It offends me. If this was called Nightmare on Elm Street or something, as soon as you attach a franchise which has a fan base to it, you are now pissing people off.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is offensively bad. Yeah.
Like I could easily see this being easily forgotten in like the bargain bin of horror movies if it just didn't carry the Leprechaun name. It doesn't make it better by making that change, but the fact that it is associated with the franchise means it's held to a higher standard, and it does not meet that higher standard. Yeah.
So I want to talk about the characters for a second. And like, this is like the last thing I have to say. Like, nothing's good in this movie.
Yep.
I'm just dunking. I don't really have any positives. These characters suck. They're the worst characters in the whole series. They're just weak fucking protagonists.
Especially after coming from the one that we just came from.
Oh,
where
where
you
it's
have
like
some
the
of
best characters.
right?
Yeah. They don't even, it's funny watching this after watching Back to the Hood.
Yeah.
It was shocking. These characters don't even like each other.
Yeah.
Like legitimately, this group doesn't like each other. They don't have good chemistry. There's no, like, the actors didn't seem to mesh well. The characters aren't written to like each other. It's like, why would you even want to go on a vacation with these people? Like, you don't seem to like one another.
Yeah.
The main couple, Sophie and Ben, they like hate each other.
He's so butthurt about the fact that she wants to go on this adventure. Meanwhile, that's kind of the reason they're there, right? Like, they're history buffs. She's studying Irish history, but what she wants to really learn about is what you don't read about in the history books. So when they present the idea of, hey, you really want to know about Irish history, come join us and we'll show you somewhere. You would think that they all know that that's exactly what they're there for. Yet he gets so bent out of shape that she would suggest spending a day going and experiencing or exploring something that he just wants nothing to do with her for the rest of the trip. Like,
but there's also some weirdness between them where like he's going away to school and she wants to follow him or something, but he doesn't want her to. I didn't quite get this. I kind of missed what it was, but it was like she keeps bringing this up about her like moving with him to wherever he's going away to school, and he keeps like, he clearly doesn't think of her as she's the one. So like he clearly sees like, oh, there's an expiration date on this relationship, but she doesn't see it that way. And like at one point, she tries to like get something going between them, and she tries to tempt him. She's like in her bra and underwear, and he just has like no reaction.
Well, I mean, do you really think you could give all this up?
I know I'd miss you.
I miss you too.
Seriously, dude is going to be pissed off and read his book when his girlfriend is presenting herself like that, all because she wants to go on this adventure and he doesn't. Only in a movie, I guess.
Yeah, like fuck off.
Yeah.
And like, this is the exact opposite of Back to the Hood, where like in that one when Lisa died, I was bummed. I was like, because I liked all of them. In this one, when they care, I'm just like, whatever. I don't fucking care.
They think that this counts as characterization, and it doesn't.
Yeah.
Like this is a conflict we don't care about. Like I don't. Now all I want to do is see both of you get shredded because you've wasted my time.
Right.
Like,
And we do get to see a few of them get fucked up pretty good.
One in particular.
Sophie or sorry, Ben or
no.
Well, Ben gets it good too. So Ben gets his he gets a Mortal Kombat fatality.
That's right, the spine
He gets
rip,
the spine. His spine is ripped out
Yeah.
by I'm not even calling it a leprechaun, by the creature.
The creature, yep.
But the funny kill is Jenny. Is that what you're thinking of? The fireplace?
That's right. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay. This is the only good thing in the whole movie is a good kill with the fireplace. So they have like a thing where they're like, we're going to trap the creature. So we're going to use the fire door, and Jenny will go out the fire door, then run back in. And then when the creature's chasing her, we'll hit the creature with an axe.
Yep.
So Jenny goes out, and then the creature grabs her and then shoves her through the fire door, and then they fucking full-blown axe her to the face, and they show it.
Yeah. I don't know if you can put it on, but
Oh, dude, I showed that one from Silent Night.
That's true.
From Silent Night. I'm definitely showing that.
Yeah.
He's coming!
You showed the one from Curse of Chucky as well, which I
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I don't hold
You
back
don't-
on this.
no pulling of punches.
And just so you guys know, it does hurt our monetization. Yeah, like we don't pull our punches on this show, and we, because of that, make like no money on this show. So I hope you appreciate what we are bringing you. And the way to show your appreciation is to comment, like, and subscribe so we can get some more views, because I genuinely think YouTube fucks us in the algorithm. Like, because I show all the gore, I do blur the nudity, but the nudity still it's still on screen.
Yeah.
We obviously don't censor ourselves. I don't censor any of the swearing or anything. I think because of that, yeah, we don't get pushed in any of the search engine like results.
Yeah.
Like the algorithm is not our friend. Our videos very rarely get pushed because I know they don't, because every once in a while, we're going on a rant, we're not even talking about this movie, but every once in a while, one of our videos will get a lot more attention, and it's always something random, and it's like, oh, that's what happens when it actually shows up under the, like when YouTube kind of gives us a little bit of a push.
Yeah.
So like, for example, there was, back when Kevin and I still did a podcast on this channel, I did a short review of the horror film, The Black Phone.
Yep.
That video has like 2,000 views.
Yeah.
It's not even an in-depth review or anything. It's like fucking 15 minutes of me, gushing about Black Phone. It's not like edited the best. It's not in depth like this.
Yep.
And it's got more than double the views of any video you and I have done.
Any two that we've done. Yeah.
And we put weeks and months of effort into these videos. So that just goes to show you, no, YouTube's not our friend.
So unless you want this show to become the Return of the Living Dead Part 2, PG, please, like Justin said,
comment, like, and subscribe, and spread the love.
Yep.
Spread the love, because YouTube does not love us,
Nope,
unfortunately,
not at all.
because we're not very easy to put ads on. That's all I got, man. Fuck this.
do you remember the last line of the movie? Or the
okay. So yeah, actually, I'm glad you brought this up. So there's multiple leprechauns. There's because they changed the lore, and there's this whole thing where it's like, oh, the monolith, the stone monolith, they can't cross the monolith. So here's what doesn't make any sense about that. At first, they're like, there was a stone monolith in the cave, and it was at the cave entrance. So that to me makes sense, because if you have a cave, there's this opening, and then if the monolith's there, it can't cross that. But when you have a monolith in a field, it's in a 3-dimensional space. So you're saying it can't cross it. In regards to what direction?
How far around it? Can you go around it?
Like, no, but that's what I mean. It's like you can't, because they're going, it can't cross it. In what direction?
Yeah.
It can't cross it. Infinitely?
There would have to be two of them.
That's
creating
it. That's it. Or at an entrance. So it makes more sense. It's like, they didn't really think that one out. Yeah, it doesn't really make any sense. It's like, okay. But then, so the ending is Sophie's like getting chased, and you see several grass trails. So it turns out there was multiple leprechauns. Yep. But she kills the one leprechaun. Take it away, Mark.
Well, we've heard this before, right? She repeats a line from, I think it's like verbatim what the previous one was. Fuck you, Lucky Charms.
Fuck you, Lucky Charms.
Where have we heard that before?
That was the kid says it at the end of part 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. They reused that, like, because it was so good then.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Lucky Charms.
This movie's trash.
Fuck this movie.
Please don't. Please don't watch.
Don't watch it. There's nothing else to say. Yeah, it's just bad. Everything sucks. Yeah. Moving on.
Yep.
All right. Our last entry from 2018. It's not even that old. I mean, I guess technically 7 years, but it's not that old.
Still fairly modern.
Fairly modern. This is Leprechaun Returns. It's my number 5.
Number 5. Yeah.
Whoa. Yeah. Dude, we got to do the high five.
It's always right at the end.
We always get one. There always seems to be one that we cross over on.
Yeah.
I don't think we're yet to have a video we didn't cross over on one.
One question I did have for you. Where did you have number 1 again?
I think it was number 4.
Higher or lower than this one? Because I have this one actually a little bit higher than the original.
So I have this one a little bit lower. I think I have it down 1.
Okay.
Yeah. You're like 1 point above. I'm 1 point below.
Yeah.
But it's like it's so relative. Yeah. What I liked the original more than this one because the characters in this one I just thought sucked.
Yeah.
They're just kind of vapid, nothing characters, and I think with the exception of one person,
I feel like this one is what the first one should have been, but just wasn't. So it's a marginal.
It's a marginal improvement. Yeah, it's a marginal improvement. Okay. So, Leprechaun Returns. Here it is, the long-anticipated serious legacy sequel to Leprechaun.
To the original. It's the first time that there's actually been a true sequel to any of the movies in the franchise so far.
Yes,
Yeah.
except for Back to the Hood.
Spiritual sequel, right?
Yeah. So it is a direct sequel to 1. It ignores all previous entries, and this is the serious legacy sequel. So many franchises have this, which it's also kind of shocking. That's like, oh, Leprechaun also got that.
Yeah.
Like Leprechaun was prestigious enough to get the legacy reboot sequel series. You know, like that. I think that's kind of funny. It's like they all. Silent Night had it, and that shocked me. That it's like there was a gritty. I guess that wasn't a legacy sequel, so never mind. But they didn't get a gritty reboot.
This one legitimately follows on from the first one.
This is a legacy sequel.
You mean like after all this time though? Like why even bother?
Why? Yeah.
Like I'm glad they did, but I would never have thought that they would bother. Right?
Yeah.
But
Here we are.
Yep.
So it opens with a production card revealing this to be a sci-fi original movie. So it's fucked already. Yeah, that's not it. It's not as bad as WWE Studios, but it's not far off. Yeah. We then get a reshot version of the ending of part 1, where the leprechaun like is melting and then goes into the well. But this time the well isn't blown up, and he just like falls down the well, and he's like, ah! Like they do one of those. Yeah. So they tweak it a little bit because they're like, well, we can't blow up the well. We need the well to still be there.
Yeah.
And okay, sure, whatever. So they do retcon something. It's kind of like in Halloween 4 where they changed it, where it's like suddenly it was like he didn't fall into a grave, fell down into like a mine shaft, and the dynamite blew a hole out of the wall, like the side of it.
He just kind of rolled into the river.
Right.
And it was fine.
Yeah. Cut to a young girl on a bus who has a lame jump scare dream sequence that's like 2 seconds before she wakes up. Why?
Yeah.
Don't ever do. These are never good.
No
one
especially
wants
to
these.
start your movie like that. Like
That's such a bad start. Yeah. Her name is Lila. She is our main protagonist. She gets off the bus and waits at a station when a familiar-looking truck pulls up. The sign on the truck reads Ozzy's Taxi and Paint Service. And we once again are introduced to Ozzy, played again by actor Mark Holton.
Yeah.
I was actually surprised that they got anyone. That was what surprised me. So, spoiler, no, he's the only returning actor. Yeah. No one else returned. Yeah. You don't get Jennifer Aniston. Jennifer Aniston, they asked her, and she obviously is like, no. But no one returned. They didn't even get like the father or Nate. They didn't even get the kid.
I was gonna say the kid. You would have thought maybe you'd be able to get him.
I
right?
thought the kid would have they would have aged him up, and then he could have been maybe Lila's love interest, possibly,
or at least just because I can't remember what his name was.
Alex,
right? Alex and Ozzy had a pretty good relationship from the first one. If you were going to bring Ozzy back, make strides to try to get Alex back as well, because they kind of functioned.
And I feel
as a
like
pair.
they kind of were missing something there, where there should have been a one line where he said like, "Oh, my friend Alex, he was real smart. He got a great job overseas. I'm proud of him."
Or
like
New York City, or
right?
something,
Just like a little line to explain that there's no bitterness between them, and that they left on good terms, but to explain why Alex no longer lives in the town.
Yeah,
right, like something. But no, we don't get that.
Well, and the more I think about it, Ozzy's connection was with Nathan and Alex. It was the three of them who had their business.
Had the business together.
Tori, he only knew her for like a week.
Right.
And yet he seems to have a stronger connection to her than he did to any of the...
my implication... We're already getting into it.
Yeah.
My reading on that was that it was what we didn't see. So
that's true.
We never saw after the first movie how long Tori would have stayed, right?
Yeah.
So my implication was that they got to know each other through... my implication was she stayed the rest of the summer and they would have got to know each other a little bit better.
And if the other two are fine, then you wouldn't feel...
the need to bring them up.
The loss, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So Ozzy then drops some exposition revealing Lila is with some group of girls who are fixing up the home from Leprechaun 1, and he comments that she looks familiar. Lila agrees to get a ride from him to the property, and it's also revealed that she is in fact Tori Redding's daughter.
Yeah, actually at the house we're going to. Her dad, well, my grandfather, bought it for her, but now the university owns it.
You're Tori Redding's daughter.
Yeah, I am. Did you know her? Is that who you thought I looked like?
Yes.
So that's Jennifer Aniston's character from part 1. And Tori has now died, and the local university has bought the property from Tori's father. So yes, so remember that we were saying, like, do they even own it? It's like, no, they did own the property.
Okay.
So then the university bought the property. But there's something weird about that hold that thought.
Yeah.
It's going to come up here in a second. So they arrive at the property, and Ozzy ominously tells her if there's any problems to look in the basement. We're then introduced to Katie and Rose, who are part of the group. And I saw there's, did you catch the Greek letters on the house?
I did. I don't remember what they are, though.
AU? Did you get that reference?
No.
That's the periodic table symbol for gold.
Oh, look at you. Look at you.
It's kind of clever.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. That's kind of clever. I was
Look
like,
at Justin over here.
That-
Look at Professor Ashley.
Egghead likes his Wookiee wook.
Throw coins at him.
Yeah. We also meet the fourth member of the girl group, Meredith, who's like the party animal.
Yep.
And she shows up with some random hot-looking guys, some random dudes, and this causes friction in the household. Ozzy leaves and then returns back to the property because he forgot his phone.
Yep.
And he starts hearing strange noises from the old well. And then suddenly a burst of water shoots up. It's like green water shoots out of the well, and some of it gets in his mouth. And then moments later, the leprechaun is reborn by literally bursting out of his stomach. And I could have sworn that this was Warwick Davis. Did you know it wasn't until this moment?
I did.
Okay,
Yeah.
see, I didn't.
Yeah.
I thought they got him to come back.
No.
It is not Warwick Davis. It is a new actor. Lyndon Porco is the actor's name. Apparently, Warwick declined to return. His exact words were, "Fuck you, Leprechaun fans." No, I don't know what he
Paraphrasing.
said. Paraphrasing. And like, also fuck this movie for that. You bring back Ozzy and then kill him like 15 minutes into the movie.
Yeah.
Like, why? Why even have a legacy? It's so cheap.
I mean, realistically, the only real reason to have any of the legacy characters is to connect it to the first one. Once you've done that, I mean,
he served his purpose.
It's like they want to make the connection, but as soon as they've made that connection, they promptly want to move away from the first one to tell their new Gen Z story, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in case you're wondering, like, well, how did that even make any sense? So Mark brought this up when we were talking about part 1. Ozzy in the first film swallows one of the gold coins. He swallows the 100th coin because he's trying to test to see if it's real. And then he accidentally swallows it like an idiot.
Yeah.
And so the gold coin is in his stomach. And because of that, the leprechaun is able to harness the magic from that gold coin in Ozzy's stomach and use that to then rebirth himself.
Yeah.
Why would this coin still be
How
there?
long?
Yeah, it does not. It would not stay in your system forever. That's not how that works. Yeah. You would have internal issues.
I mean, Lila is old enough to be going to college,
so it's been in there for like 20 years.
She wasn't born literally the day after the first movie.
Right? No, it's been like 2 decades.
Yeah,
it's like 2 decades. This
been
coin,
sitting here with this
coin has been in his bowels. Like, get out of here. Okay. Later that night, the sorority sisters get to know each other. Lila drops some exposition about her mother, Tori, revealing that she struggled with mental health, and some people thought she was a bit nutty as she was always talking about little monsters. The next morning, Lila hears noise coming from the basement. She investigates, only to find it's flooded with water. She fixes the problem, and the whole house gets to work fixing up the property. Lila then starts having visions of a dead Ozzy while getting to know one of the hunky boys. The leprechaun reveals himself to Lila and confirms that her mother wasn't crazy after all. He also states that he was able to reform through the gold in Ozzy's gut. Yep, as we just talked about. Yep. The leprechaun then demands the rest of his gold, and Lila tells him to fuck off. And then the power goes out. What follows is a desperate fight for survival as the leprechaun terrorizes the sorority sisters while searching for his coveted gold. A forced ghost Ozzy appears to help Lila by showing her a literal cheat sheet for the leprechaun, culminating in a crazy plan to put the leprechaun down once and for all. That's the plot of Leprechaun Returns. It's okay.
It's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It does some things really well and most things not so well.
My biggest, there's some things that kind of really jump out as being difficult to sort of take, right? Like we talked about it already. The timing of the Ozzy sitting with a gold shilling still stuck in his gut. I don't understand how, like, what is the likelihood that it's Lila, right? Lila is coming back to the house that her father, her grandfather owned, but has now fallen under ownership of this university.
Okay,
like, she's not already.
I want to talk about this. So like, I still don't understand this.
Yeah.
I tried figuring this out. Okay. So the property was originally owned by her grandfather.
Yep.
But then it got sold, I guess, to the university. So then it's the university is turning it into a sorority house. But then why are the girls having to fix up the property? This is what I don't understand.
Yeah.
Like, if it's owned by the university, then they would be renovating it. Like, when you go to a frat house, you don't have to fix up the frat house.
You don't have to make it a functioning house.
Right. Like, that's not on you to make it have electricity and water and plumbing and all these things.
Yeah.
Like, it does, because they keep being like, oh, we made a deal with the university. It's like, what? What deal? Like, it's so vague. I'm not understanding this. The university would renovate it themselves. They wouldn't hire four girls
the only other thing
to fix it up. It doesn't make any sense.
The only thing I can think of is that part of their program at the school could be turning this house into like a sustainable building.
Like it's a project.
Yeah, like because a lot of things they're doing, one of them is into.
Oh, it's all renewable energy shit. There's like a
right?
solar panel and stuff.
So I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. But I still don't find the convenience of having Lila come back here. Like, this is the worst way to explain her coming back to her familial home. Like, you already had the connection. Her family owned the house. Like, if you want to get her there, just go the easy route. Like, go the route that would make sense to have a granddaughter going back to the house.
The easy route would have been she inherits the house.
Sure. There you go. Right. But no, she's coming to a university from way out of town because like when she arrives, she doesn't know where she is.
No.
She doesn't know. So it's
not. Why
like,
are you even going to that university?
That's right. Right. It's such a coincidence that
Such
this
a
is
weird
happening
stretch.
that it stands out like a sore thumb. Yeah.
Let's talk more about this being like a legacy sequel.
Yep.
You can only bring one character back. You bring back Ozzy. I got to give it to Mark Holton.
Yep.
He does a good job giving you a more toned down version of the character from the first movie. He's a little bit more serious. He's still a simpleton, but he's not giving you the goofball from part one. It's it's a more matured version of that character.
She passed away last year.
I'm sorry. She was nice to me.
Well, if you have any stories about her, I'd like to hear them.
She didn't tell you anything about the place where you're going?
No?
Well, it's probably because everything's all right now.
What is?
So like they mature him a little bit. He clearly has like PTSD a little bit. Like it's almost like even though he's still simple-minded, the events of the first one clearly fucked him up a little bit.
Yeah.
Because he's got like the clovers all over the inside of his truck, and like even the way he talks about it, like his body language. He's not the happy-go-lucky guy from part one.
Yeah.
It's like he's a little battle-worn, you know?
Yeah, I got a note. A bit of justice for Ozzy, as he's not nearly as dim as they made him out to be in the first movie. He can drive a car and he runs a taxi and paint business all by himself.
Yeah, but it's
right?
unfortunate then they didn't just kill him off instantly.
Yeah.
And it's just such a fucking waste.
Yeah.
Like, fuck any movie that does this.
Yeah.
And too many horror movies do this. It's the legacy. We're going to bring back a legacy character and then just give you a cheap fucking death to raise the stakes. It is so lame. So many horror fucking movies do this, and they got to stop. If you're going to bring back a legacy character, I don't mind if you kill them off later in the movie, but don't kill them off immediately.
His death is pretty cool, but
It is, but it feels
it's like 10 minutes in.
Yeah, and it just feels
it's cheap because
it's just cheap.
You've used him to pull in
to pull the nostalgic string.
That's right, and then you just cut them
and then
off,
you just
right?
cut the string, right? Yeah, and then they bring him back as a Force ghost.
Yeah, that's one of the parts.
That's so weird.
Like I was saying before, that are just really difficult to swallow on this movie. Like, oh, come on.
Yeah,
Like,
what did you think about and so he's like a Force ghost, but he can't talk for some reason for plot convenience.
And when people see ghosts, like she would be crapping her pants over that, but she's like,
oh, you're a Force ghost
over here
Ozzy?
in the wall.
Oh,
like as if I you're just the Force ghost I'm seeing today, but I see Force ghosts all the time.
I mean, in her defense, she did just see a leprechaun, so I mean, I guess it's not that much of a stretch.
No, but
the only funny bit I liked out of that was there's an exchange where Ozzy's trying to explain the ending of part one by like miming it out, and she doesn't get any of it.
Yeah.
I thought that was a funny.
Yeah.
I got kudos to the actor like Mark Holton for pulling that off, because he does a pretty good job pantomiming the ending of part one with no dialogue. Yeah, and then he gives Lila this cheat sheet that like tells you all of the leprechaun's weaknesses, and it's all the shit from part one. Although they added, did you catch they added the wrought iron from part two? They added that bit of lore. Yeah, because at one point the leprechaun tries to grab Lila, and she's got fool's gold, which is an iron derivative.
Yeah.
And it burns him.
Ah, okay.
So they added that little element, but it's like, oh, that was actually part two's canon, but sure.
We'll take it.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting.
I thought it was a little bit. I don't like when they do this, and this happens sometimes in movies where So in this one, Tori is, legend has it that everyone thinks she goes crazy. Right? She's constantly talking about this leprechaun character that she sees.
Well, Halloween did the same thing with Laurie Strode.
Right. The problem with this, though, is that Tori wasn't the only one to survive that ordeal. Right. So if you are the only one and you're trying to tell this story to other people, it's understandable that people are like, no one's going to.
And they might not believe Ozzy, but they definitely would have believed Alex and Nathan.
It's not just Tori. There's four of them that are all saying exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
Right. But no, she's the one that goes crazy. And like, it just seems, it's just,
you're right. In that case, it doesn't quite work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
there's a lot of horror movies that do this, where it's like it's a sequel and it's like, oh yeah, they went nutty after the events.
If you're the only one that made it out,
no one believed her.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
some other things. The truck, they get. Well, firstly, I want to give this a sci-fi production. It does look like a good movie. Like filmically, it looks pretty good. It looks like a quality film. I could see this getting a theatrical release.
Yeah.
It looks no worse than like Curse of Chucky. Or something. Like, I'm not shitting on Curse of Chucky. That looked like had good cinematography. So like the production value is there.
Yeah.
There's some money being spent. They did a good job reconstructing that property.
Yep.
So it looks just like the set. I mean, it was a simple set from part one, but they did a good job. They find the truck from part one, and the gold is still in the same spot.
Yeah.
That was kind of stupid. But also, wasn't the gold, maybe I'm wrong, but remember they moved the gold, and didn't they hide the gold in the well?
Gotta hide the rest. We can't tell anyone about this.
Right. Why?
Because you know how adults are, especially when it comes to money. They'll just try to take it away. I get the perfect place to hide it. The old well beside the house.
With him? With his...
No, but see, I swear to God, Alex and Ozzy, when they find... Maybe I'm wrong. Well, the title card on the screen right now is going to tell you, but I swear Alex and Ozzy find the gold in the truck, but then they take the gold, and then they're like, oh, we should hide this in a better spot. And I thought they hid it in the well. So as far as I know, the pot of gold was in the well, but in this one, it's in the truck. And later on, there's a revelation that the one girl had been siphoning the gold out of the pot, and because they're like, oh, we'll give him back his gold, but it's like half empty. And she's like, oh, I had been taking the money to fund this project. So again, even more confusing. Who is the university owns this, but why are you paying for this? If it was a school project, the school would pay for it.
Right.
This makes no sense. Explain to me this fucking situation, Mark.
Yep.
I want to know what's happening because I don't understand.
Yeah.
And she's like, oh, I used all the money and now it's all gone. Okay, if it was... Okay, so let's just assume it was this many gold coins, right? That would be hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of money if you were to convert that in 2018 money. So how exactly did you blow that and are left with nothing? Like, that's
and
so
how
stupid.
do you expect to pay it back? Like you, oh yeah, because that was what she said, right? I was going to put it all back once what? Like
hundreds of thousands of dollars.
This isn't a business. Like you're just making a home functional again. So
it's
like,
that whole situation's so stupid. Yeah. How do we feel about? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
How do we feel about Lila?
So we could talk about Lila in particular, but I want to ask you another question that might lead into this.
Yeah.
Am I getting old?
I mean, you have been old for a while. I mean, getting is, I think you're there.
Yeah.
I think it's just, like when we started this podcast, you weren't a young duckling then.
No,
so you were the old guy on the podcast 3 years ago.
When we first started.
Right. So, but now this is the third year of Slash Cinema. Yeah. See, time moves forward.
Oh,
yeah.
God, that's how that works?
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
Mark,
how old do you think Mark is? Because add 5 or 6 to whatever that number you have in your head is. Yeah. Mark
5 or
is
16.
54 years old right now.
Yeah. I'm a senior citizen almost.
You're getting there.
Yeah.
But okay. Sorry, all jokes aside, where's it? Mark, where's this vulnerability coming
where are you
from?
going?
Please
Where are you
open up
going
to
with this?
me.
I can't stand these kids. These gens, and maybe it's just the fact that I'm an old crusty guy, but
You're an old fogey.
These kids, same.
No, these characters suck.
Like, and it's almost like they're dialing up the Gen Z to 11 on every single one of them. Like, there's lines like, "Oh, I'm so over Kale." I'm like, we get it, okay? You're trying to be modern. They're all Greta Thunbergs at this point, saving the world. I'm like, just stop. Right. If you are actually like this, like, are there people really like this?
Well, none of them are watching our podcast.
No,
so don't worry
they're not fans of this show.
No, that's for sure.
But it's so annoying.
We should have been done with this already, but it took longer because someone decided to try and jerry-rig the solar panel so she could use it to get internet.
Dude, we haven't had it for like 3 days.
Wait, there's no internet?
Yeah, no internet, no power, and no cell service either until we get these freaking solar panels installed.
By the end of summer, we'll have moved all our electricity to solar and all our water to the well.
We'll have gray irrigation
And we're raising myotonic goats for their milk and soil aerating because the nitrogen in their... it's gonna be like totally kick-ass.
You do have a great ass. No offense. You guys might win nerdiest sorority on campus.
Like, okay, I get it.
Well, their dialogue just sucks. The characters
We're
suck.
trying to make the house sustainable. They're putting the solar panels on the roof to make this. I can't stand it. Like, which is not to say that I'm all for like destroying the environment, but it's like, you can't be 20 years old right now and not be an activist. Like, that's what the producers of this movie think every one of you that was born, after the year 2000 is, right? So,
I think I I don't think it's supposed to be all kids. I think it's just this group. It's just an annoying group of kids. Right?
They're all like trying to live
I think
off
they're
the
all
grid.
the social do-gooders.
Yeah.
Like I think that's all what it is. Yeah. But these characters suck. Like Lila is the only one that's pretty good. She's okay. That's a tough role to step into. It's like you're our only real attachment to the other legacy character, but they're not there, so you have to be the proxy for that. And you have a lot of work to do there to get us to win you over, a lot of work to win us over to liking you. She's kind of the outcast. Like she's the exact opposite of her mom, because her mom is like the stuck-up, spoiled rich bitch. Lila grew up a very different life where she was kind of the weird girl because everyone thought her mom was crazy. So by proxy, they all thought she was a little weird. And she clearly has a bit of a chip on her shoulder. And she also had to be, because her mom was the way they implied is like her mom was like heavily medicated. She had to take care of her mom and herself. So she's very self-sufficient, the exact opposite of Tori. So she's very hardworking and handy,
resilient.
Yeah, resilient, handy. Like she does like a lot of the work on the I keep wanting to say farm, but like on the property,
farmhouse.
She's very sufficient. She's able to do a lot of that stuff. In like things that her mom would have never been able to do. She's intelligent. She's thoughtful. But the other characters just let all this down. The other characters just suck.
I think they're your classic shitty characters from a slasher where,
But they're not fun or likable. Yeah. Like I never liked any of them. And my biggest problem with them is Lila doesn't fit in with them.
Guys, I always thought that my mom was sick, okay? I mean, the strange things that she used to say, that he would murder anyone for his gold.
Yeah, well, maybe we shouldn't take stock in the rantings of a crazy person.
She wasn't. Okay? I mean, I always thought, but... she wasn't.
Kitty and Andy are back.
Well, we can't leave them.
Oh, guys, I really don't think that this is a good...
And that's a problem.
Yeah. Well, I didn't get the sense that they were friends before. She's meeting them for the first time.
Right. Yeah. But the way to do this is to have them slowly work together and then they become friends.
Yeah.
And they instead they don't like each other the whole movie. They even try to screw at one point. The party chick, Meredith, she betrays Lila and like locks her in the basement and makes a deal with the leprechaun.
Yeah.
And then is just like, fuck you. Yeah. And like, so none of the characters know Lila. And because of that, to them, Lila is just disposable.
Yep.
Like rather than work with Lila to get out of this weird, crazy situation, they kind of just ditch Lila and like try to run off. And that's not the way to do that.
Yep.
The way to do that is to endear them to each other throughout the runtime. What they end up doing is like 90% of the movie, they don't work together. They don't like each other. And then like the last 10 minutes, they're like, okay, now we work together. Now I'm your friends.
The ones that are left are,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so fast and convenient. Like it just happens. Yeah. It's so unnatural. It's just like now they're all chums.
Chummy.
Yeah. It doesn't work for me.
I did like the fact that this time around, they terrorized our lead characters, right? If we go back to the first movie set in the same house setting, the biggest mistake that I said they made in the original is they took our core cast of characters, put them in this house, but then nothing really happened to them. That is not the case here. Some of them make it out alive, but they don't all make it out alive, right? But that's what you need, right? If you're going to put them in a isolated environment and then attack them, there's got to be consequences, right? Somebody's got to bite the dust in order for this to matter. Otherwise, there's no consequences, right? So this is one of the reasons why I felt this one edged the original, because they realized what they didn't do right in the first one, tried to kind of do it again and improved in some of those areas, right?
Let's talk about the Leprechaun.
Yep.
What did you think about Lyndon Porco's interpretation?
Oh, he was all right. Yeah.
Yeah. Credit where credit's due. Yeah. He had some big little person shoes to fill.
Yeah.
And I thought he did a pretty good job. I mean, it's pretty tricky when the producers clearly were just like, okay, be Warwick Davis.
Yeah.
Do what he did. So like that's always hard to step into that role. You know?
want to add your own. I think he found a good balance.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just doing a version of Warwick Davis's Leprechaun, but he works pretty well. I do think, like, he's doing the same kind of mannerisms and everything. I do think his voice sounded weird.
A little too high pitched.
He's like kind of got this shrill, high pitched voice that it almost sounds like audio filtered.
You vile troll! Troll? That's just offensive. Now, why would she go and do that? You can't leave perfectly good shoes just lying about without a care.
But the other thing I noticed, and I don't know if you caught this, at many moments when he's talking, you can hear he clearly has some sort of mouth appliance, and you can hear it obstructing him speaking. Did you catch this?
Yeah.
And when he's talking, it's just like he can't quite talk with the mouthpiece
the thing in there.
Yeah.
25 years? You're looking a little worse for wear, my boy. If you don't take care of your body. It won't take care of you. I promised I wouldn't lay a hand on you. I didn't say I wouldn't kill you.
Why does Lila have visions? Oh, come on. God.
You mean like Ozzy?
Anybody. She sees, filmmakers, please don't do this.
What visions? I'm trying to think what you're thinking of.
Like right at the start, she's in the car and she wakes up after she sees.
Oh, right, she sees the leprechaun.
These are.
Yeah, like, and this should never happen.
Yeah.
Like so many movies do this. It's so cheap.
Who do you know in your life has ever done this?
Had visions.
Like, see the future.
I mean, I saw that this podcast was, I mean,
you can foresee that.
I had visions after we did our first episode. I was like, oh my God, I could see it. Yeah, I saw all the way up to Leprechaun.
I've been having nightmares of this every night.
I saw all the way up to episode 11.
So I just, who thinks that this is a good idea? Like,
it's just stupid.
Can you not advance the plot some other way?
Organically?
Does she need to see?
What does it add?
Yeah. It's
like jump scares. What does it add? It's not scary. It's just dumb.
You're telling me the best way for Lila to find that special message in the basement was to have her see a vision of Ozzy and have him tell her where it is? Like, come on. Like,
another thing that would have made more, like, a better way of doing that is like, why doesn't she just find, I don't know, Tori's like journal?
Sure.
Like something like that.
He already told her, like, it's kind of a line that stands out, but
if something goes wrong, look in the basement.
Right. So he's already done that. Right.
Why do you need the Force Ghost to show up? And he shows up at the end too. Right. He's like, and like fades away.
I'm at peace now.
Yeah, like I can move on. It's stupid.
Oh man.
Let's talk a little bit more about the Leprechaun.
Yep.
His design's revamped a little bit. Not much. They made him a little bit more menacing compared to like the version from part 1. They go back to though, he's like got the full on magic from part 1. Like they don't do it as much. He does more telekinetics shit because he's trying to he needs his gold back, right?
Yep.
To have his full power. But they also bring back, along with that, they bring back the stupid shoe thing again.
Yeah. Yeah. He's polishing shoes.
Yeah. It's stupid. He can regenerate.
Yep.
Just like he did in the first one. They add, I mentioned they added the wrought iron weakness. One of the things first time we see this, they blow him up at one point. They like trap him and they pump him full of clover water, which was pretty cool. And then he blows up and you think that's the end of the movie, but then he then reforms into all these little leprechauns, these like mini leprechauns. And then they start like fucking shit up.
Yep.
And then they combine to regrow him completely. So He's just it's all the same powers of part 1, I guess. There's not much tweaked there.
One thing about this leprechaun that I thought was a little bit out of place, he's very sexual in this one. You notice this one? So there's a lot of
he makes a comment.
There's lots of lines that he
makes
has.
some sexual comment about Lila.
Yeah, there's a scene where she smacks his head off his shoulders, like literally.
Oh yeah, you give great head.
Great head.
You give great head.
And it's like, I don't know if we need that.
And Lila is 15 years old. I want to point that out for our viewers. This is, And,
but there's
and the Leprechaun and Lila are stepbrother and stepsister.
Right. He's
There's
6,000 years old. So, but I mean, like, there's a number of lines you like that. Justin's done. All this gets edited out. Oh man.
I'm laughing at a 6,000-year-old creature perving on a 15-year-old girl.
Yep.
But he's not. She's not 15. But that's what broke me was that thought. There's a bit of an age gap difference there.
There's a few lines in this movie.
Do they have porn like that? That's not underage, but do they have porn that's? This is why we're not monetized.
No.
Do they have porn that's like someone playing an ancient creature having sex?
I mean,
with like a young like nubile woman.
There's something for every kink, I
guess.
That's
it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
So, but yeah, there's a number of times in this movie where he has like a lot of like sexual innuendo lines.
Fruity and full-bodied, with hints of your mother.
Well, he did perv on Tori in the first one. Yeah, he did.
But it just seems like the
Leprechaun is not asexual.
No,
because like he has those zombie. What are they called?
The zombie fly girls.
Zombie fly girls from part 4 or 5. So,
but it's not his motivation necessarily.
Oh, and he's trying to get laid in 2 and 3.
Sure.
So
yeah,
I
don't know.
So sorry, 2 and 4. He's got his bride.
But those ones were like the goofy ones. This one seems like they're trying to go back to a more serious.
A little bit more serious.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Tiny bit.
Not a ton. Yeah. Another plus, surprisingly high production value.
Sure.
Yeah. The credit where credit is due. The movie looks good. The kills are really good in this.
Some of them are
some excellent kills. There is a mailman kill that is fucking awesome.
I had to watch it back a couple times to make sure I could figure out exactly what they did.
So there's a mailman that shows up and the leprechaun sticks his head in the mailbox and then knocks him onto the street and then gets in the truck and then backs it up and then squishes his fucking head like a grapefruit in the mailbox and it just splurts out a bunch of blood.
I thought this was a cool way of utilizing his magic because he's essentially in the mailbox.
Yeah.
And then when the mailman looks in, he reaches and grabs him and pulls him through the mailbox, basically. Yeah.
And I gotta say, as someone that vehemently hates Canada Post, I got so much pleasure out of watching it. My first thought was I would just love to see a Canada Post worker get this. They just know Canada Post workers while you're on your fucking 10th strike this year and fucking over small businesses like me, that this is what we're picturing. And just think, one of those fucking mailboxes is going to have a leprechaun waiting for your ass. You're on notice.
Thank you to our public service workers who do a great job.
Oh yeah, they're frontline workers. Yeah, thank you for your service. Yeah, get out of here. They couldn't even fucking deliver the post on time during COVID.
Justin's business, when some jackass orders a copy of Leprechaun 5.
That's actually the kind of shit that I would ship is this shit. Yeah. You want to talk about any of the other kills? There's all the kills are good.
The solar panel.
Oh, it's awesome. There's a solar panel kill. At one point, the leprechaun uses his telekinesis to take down. They set it up where they're installing the solar panel, and the girl makes a comment.
I love this part.
Yeah, the girl makes a comment about are you sure you're installing that solar panel correctly? I don't think you're screwing it in right. And he's like, I know what I'm doing, sweetheart.
Easy, honey.
Hey, easy, sweetheart.
She's doing it properly. She's doing it at an angle to go in where he's just doing it straight down or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's not securing it properly. And so it telegraphs to later on in the movie where the leprechaun basically uses the screws that he didn't put in properly
to make it come loose, and then it slices him, it bisects him.
Like front to back, though. It's like
in a weird
not
way.
this way.
Yeah, and it's like it's a kill I'd never really seen before. It's a really good kill.
Excellent. Yeah.
Yeah, and then it's a good effect of him just like splitting in half.
Yep.
Yeah, that was good.
Yep.
The drone kill is good. He kills one of the guys with the drone. I liked that one.
Yeah.
You just didn't like that it was a drone.
Well,
They gotta modernize it a little bit.
the problem is drones aren't spinning, whirling blades of death. They just fall apart at the. So
They can if it was a commercial drone. A commercial drone could do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think if it hits you, it's going to do some damage, but I don't think it's going to like mangle your face.
No,
like,
a commercial drone could buzzsaw your face. A commercial one? Yeah.
Yeah.
Not like, because that wasn't a kid's, like, no, a commercial one could fuck you up.
I don't know.
It's like it's like saying a commercial fan wouldn't slice your arm. It's like, yeah, of course it would.
All right, viewers, let us
Challenge
know. Do you have it?
accepted.
Yeah. Have you
Put your face in
Yes,
front of one and tell us.
Let us know.
Yeah, let us know how that
Yep.
goes. The sprinkler kill is excellent. That's the one where
Yes, yes,
he's like
yeah.
launching, he's like dancing and he's launching with his magic the sprinklers at the girl.
That's Meredith trying to get away.
Yeah, and it like jams into her head, and then it's like
shooting the blood out.
shoots
Yep.
out the blood.
Yep.
Also, the one girl gets it so brutal. That shovel kill with the trophy. So there's like the little leprechauns, and they trip her, and then there's like a trophy that's like some sort of like environmental, award for something, and it's just literally a golden shovel, and she falls, and her head goes right through that fucking thing. That's brutal.
It's good.
And so the kills in this movie are fucking good. It's just like the characters just aren't very good. The movie goes by in a flash, and there's just not a lot of I would say the best thing about it's got great kills. That's about it.
Which is
and it's competently
It's
made.
got decent moments that put it comfortably in the middle of the pack, but no higher than that.
Yeah.
Yep.
I have a nitpick.
Yep.
So at one point, and speaking of visions, so Lila is asleep, and she has a vision of a dead Ozzy appearing to her. This is before he shows up with the Force Ghost, and he's like, and he drips blood onto her face, and then she wakes up, and it's the next day, but she still has the blood on her face. So now we're following Nightmare on Elm Street logic.
Yeah.
Like that doesn't make any sense.
If it happens enough in your dreams, then it becomes real.
Like it literally makes no sense.
Yeah.
She should have just woken up and then like chucked her cheek, and then there should have been nothing
Nothing
there.
was there, yeah.
That would have made sense. So they were. I don't think they understand. Again, none of these movies really have a consistent logic with the Leprechaun. Every one of them kind of fucks it a little bit, where they're like, he has telekinesis, but then he makes things. That's not telekinesis. He can create illusions, but then those illusions actually do things.
But this isn't even the Leprechaun doing it. She's just having a dream of Ozzy, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So, yeah. Whatever.
It's exactly whatever. Yeah.
Stop Hammer time. Did you catch that? I'm like, these kids wouldn't even know who MC Hammer was. So there's a line. Leprechaun throws a hammer into Rose's chest and says, "Stop Hammer time." I'm like, who are you making this movie for? Because
Well, I guess that makes sense, because the Leprechaun would have keep in mind, he died in the 80s, right? So all of his references would be dated. So that actually, I'm actually going to defend the movie.
Oh, okay.
That makes sense. That actually makes more sense.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. What did you want him to? He wanted him to have like a reference to like Taylor Swift or something.
Sure.
Yeah.
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 I mean, everything else in this movie is.
Was that swift enough for you, Swifties? Like something stupid like that. Yeah. Or he kills one of them on the carpet, and it's a reference to like Sabrina Carpenter, like something like that.
That was weak.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to come up.
That's all weak,
I don't
man.
hear you coming up with any stupid connections.
I mean, I get the
Fine,
Hammer time reference. So.
Fine, he kills a carpenter named Sabrina. How's that?
There we go.
Is that better?
Yep.
Yeah.
Make that happen.
I was trying to think of modern like things.
That's awesome. Why did they do that?
Yeah, do that. Date yourself instantly. Yeah. Anything else you got, Mark?
No, I think that's it.
Let's wrap this bitch up.
Yep.
All right, here we go. The rankings. This is my worst to best for the Leprechaun franchise. Starting with number 8, Leprechaun Origins, because of course. Number 7, Leprechaun in the Hood, the first one. Number 6, Leprechaun 3, that's the Vegas one. Number 5, Leprechaun Returns, the Legacy sequel. Number 4, the original Leprechaun from 1993. Number 2, Leprechaun 2. Number 3, Leprechaun 2. Number 2, Leprechaun 4 in space. And my number 1, Leprechaun Back to the Hood.
Jesus.
Right.
Oh, all right. On my side, coming in at number 8, Leprechaun Origins. And my number 7 pick, Leprechaun Back to the Hood. Number 6, the original 1993 Leprechaun. Number 5, Leprechaun Returns. Number 4, Leprechaun 4 in space. Number 3, Leprechaun in the Hood. Number 2, Leprechaun number 2 from 1994. And then rounding out the top, Leprechaun 3, Leprechaun in Vegas.
I feel like with that one, you just pulled out like a hat. Like, I think a lot of them you were kind of like, yeah, it's kind of fun. And then you just took one of those out of a hat and were like, okay, it was 3. I don't know that you didn't really defend 3 enough where you kind of were like, yeah, that's the best one. Like, there were your top 3, debatably your top 4 were all kind of, I think any one of those could have risen to the top.
No, see, we've had this discussion before. The good ones don't need to be defended because everyone knows they're good.
Everyone knows they're
right?
the best,
It's like,
yeah.
we don't have to say why Nightmare on Elm Street 3 is so great.
We all just know.
We talked very little about that one because it's just universally accepted.
Did we? I feel like we talked a lot about those. We have a question to answer, Mark.
Yep.
What is your favorite kill in the illustrious, the lengthy Leprechaun franchise? I think I already know the answer.
Yeah, so I because of this, I'm going to give you an honorable mention.
So I have an honorable
first.
mention too. Yeah. You go first.
Yeah. So my honorable mention is Andy's solar panel kill in Leprechaun Returns.
I thought that was going to be your number 1.
Yeah.
So I intentionally did not pick that because I went, Mark's going to pick the fucking solar panel kill. It is so cool.
It is good.
It's really good. I think most people have it as like the number 1 kill in the franchise. My problem with it is, to set this up again, the kill is that the kids are fixing up this house and they have to they're trying to make it like self-sufficient. It's like supposed to be off the grid or whatever. It has to like generate its own power and it's all be like renewable resources. It's supposed to be like a greenhouse kind of idea, right? And so they're putting these solar panels on the roof. And the douchey guy, is it Andy? Is that his name was?
Yeah, Andy. Yeah.
And he's like arguing with his on and off, again, fling girl.
Yeah.
And they're like bickering about how to install this panel. And he doesn't put the bolts or the screws in right.
That's right.
Well, it's funny. I think she says screws, but actually you wouldn't use screws for that. You would actually use bolts.
Whatever. She's doing it right and he's doing it wrong.
Well, she's not if she's using screws because those would pull out. You're
Yeah.
supposed to you should be using bolts and you should be ratcheting it in if you want it to actually stay up there. But I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
And so then later on, the Leprechaun uses it as a weapon against them, and he like uses his telekinesis and then knocks it off because it's not properly secured.
That's right.
And then it perfectly bisects him down the middle.
It slides off the roof and he's standing underneath it and it just comes
And
right
it
down.
looks like something out of Final Destination.
Yeah.
It just looks
That's
like
a good way to describe it.
It looks like
yeah.
a Final Destination type kill. That's just like brutal, extreme violence.
Yeah.
And it like bisects him where his front and his back split apart. And I don't know if any of it was practical.
I don't think it could have been, but
no, but I mean, like, I don't like, was the body practical when it slides off the panel? Because that looked pretty convincing. It looked pretty damn good.
It was good.
I don't know what was practical, what wasn't, but it looks really good. That's a good kill.
Yep.
But I didn't pick that one because it's not really a showcase of the Leprechaun's powers.
Yep.
To me, that's not like, because I'm thinking best kill, I'm going, what is the best representation of what the Leprechaun can do?
And I think this is the reason why I came prepared with an honorable mention, because I think we both have the same one for this.
Because to me, that's the cheap one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's your number one?
So my number one is obviously the lawnmower kill.
That's my honorable mention.
Yeah.
So I want to make it number one. Yeah. It's a really good kill. Mark, set it up. How does that kill go?
So this is
from part 2.
Leprechaun 2.
Yeah.
And
Ian is the character.
Yeah. And he has come back to
so he drops off Bridget.
Yeah.
And
they've been on their pseudo date.
Yeah, and Bridget cock teases him and then tells him to fuck off.
She goes back inside, but then he gets a glimpse that she's in the garage, and she is her shirt is open, and he sees her bare breasts, and he's sort of drawn into this. What we know and what he doesn't know is that the Leprechaun is using his magic to make Ian think that her bare breasts are that, when in actuality it's a lawnmower. And I don't know if I've ever actually seen one like this. 2 blades spinning, and he basically just sticks his face.
No, that's what that's definitely. They have lawnmowers where they have
the 2 of
two
them?
blades.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's just literally, that's what it would look like if it was vertical, right?
Yeah.
So it's a lawnmower that is hovering in the air vertically, and Ian's just drawn into it because what he thinks he's seeing is her tits, and he thinks he's about to go into her tits, and then he just goes into the lawnmower.
Basically sticks his face into
spinning blades.
It's a perfect description of the magical powers that he has to not only
illusion.
make
It's an illusion. And he's also using telekinesis. He's not manifesting that lawnmower. It was already
it's
there.
sitting there.
Yeah, he's just turning it on and holding it in place, and he's using his illusion. Why that doesn't get the number one kill?
Yep.
They cut away.
The vision before you appears to be true. But a leprechaun's magic fools humans like you.
They don't show it.
Well,
it's bloodless.
Yeah, you don't get to see his face get completely.
No, but you don't even get to see any of it. It just goes to the shadow. It goes to a silhouette, and then you just hear some noises. They puss out.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like the saw blade kill in part 7 of Friday the 13th. They puss out. They cut away, unfortunately.
But it's just such a.
It's cool.
Yeah.
It's a cool visual. The idea is haunting, but it's not my number one.
No.
My number one, a kill that you actually get to see. The sprinkler kill from Halloween Returns, from Leprechaun Returns.
Yep.
So this is Meredith. And so she made a deal with the Leprechaun to sacrifice Lila.
Yep.
And then the Leprechaun turns on her and starts chasing her. And she's like running through a field, and it's kind of like a farm-esque place, right? So there's a bunch of sprinklers.
Yep.
And this classical music starts playing, and the Leprechaun starts dancing around to the music. And he's in time with the beats of the music. He's using his telekinesis to launch the sprinkler heads at Meredith, and he's like pelting her with them. And then he sends one of them flying at her, and it rams into her fucking head, and then continues to work.
I wouldn't lay a hand on you. I didn't say I wouldn't kill you. Now she's one with nature. Ashes do ashes. Oh, blood and guts.
And she like falls to the ground, and the sprinkler's still working.
It's the kind that's like.
Yeah, it's like.
Yeah. It's just
and then it just starts spurting out. Somehow the sprinkler's still working, and it instead of water, it's now shooting out her blood like in a stream. It's like spurting it out in these spurts. That to me is a perfect Leprechaun kill.
Yeah. It's especially great because she deserves what she gets.
Her fate.
Yeah. So when you see her get such a violent kill like that, you're like, yes, thank you.
Yeah, that's a really good one. It shows his powers because he's using telekinesis. It shows his humor. He's like dancing.
He's loving it.
He's loving it. Like, and it's a fun kill and it's a good gore kill.
Yeah.
So that's my number one in the franchise. Yeah. But I respect your Ian pick. That was my honorable mention. I thought for sure you were going to pick the bisection.
Yeah.
I respect the fact you didn't, because I think anybody would take that one. Most people take that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it doesn't feel very. There's just not much humor to it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. It's It's the obvious pick.
Yep.
Yeah. Mark, what is your worst kill in the franchise?
So, to be perfectly honest, I did not remember that Justin wanted us to bring
to two best and worst.
Yeah, so I just brought a best. I brought two bests apparently. So this is kind of a cop out.
Sure.
But I will say, throughout this franchise, this happens a lot. A lot of kills in these movies happen off screen. So I don't have a specific one for you, but there's too many that just cut away and show you nothing.
Yeah.
And
well, I mean, Ian's kill does, but I would say the pawn shop owner from Leprechaun in the Hood. That's a terrible one.
If you're watching this franchise, or if you're going to watch this franchise, be prepared for that.
A lot of cutaway kills.
Some entries more than others. Yeah, like
it happens.
You're not going to get to see what you want to see in a lot of these.
This
movies.
is a pretty bloodless horror franchise.
Yeah, they make up for it in.
It's not in specifically in Returns.
Yeah.
We got to give Returns credit for the amount of gore in it. Yeah. It does what modern horror films do now, which is show you everything. Everything. But like, this is a very bloodless series. It's not very gory, and there's actually not as many kills as you'd think. The body counts in these movies are pretty low.
Pretty low.
Yeah, which is weird. That actually hurts it for me.
Yeah.
You know, you gotta.
And it takes points away from, is this a slasher? Because I mean, slashers have body counts. Like that's the whole idea.
Yeah.
Right?
And there's not as many creative kills as you think.
Yeah.
So I was actually struggling to come up with my top ones.
Yeah.
I was like, these aren't that creative. A lot of the kills are kind of just bland.
There's not a whole lot to
There's
choose
not
from.
a whole lot to pick from. Yeah. But my number one worst is from Leprechaun 3, and that is Gupta's death, the pawn shop owner.
Yeah.
Firstly, fuck this whole scene. It ruins the opening of this movie. And it opens with the Leprechaun and Gupta like going to war for like the first half an hour of
it's
Leprechaun
30 minutes
3.
before he dies.
Yeah, it's 30 minutes before he dies. And they drag this out so long. It starts off promising. So first, the Leprechaun like bites off Gupta's ear.
Yeah.
He bites a chunk out of his ear. And then he starts beating him with a shillelagh. It's actually one of the few movies, we didn't mention this when we talked about Leprechaun 3. There's, I think, one or two movies where the Leprechaun has a shillelagh, which if you're not familiar with what that is, that's a Irish walking stick, which they actually also use for like self-defense.
Right.
Like it's an actual thing. So that is a neat little touch to add to the Leprechaun repertoire.
Yeah.
So kudos to 3 for giving him that. And I think one of the other ones he has it as well. And so he's beating Gupta with the shillelagh and maiming him, and then he even bites off one of his toes. And you're like, okay, this is good. But then Gupta fights back, and he has like pulls out the medallion, and the Leprechaun shrinks away, and then he like takes out a gun, and then it just drags out into this cat and mouse bullshit, and it goes on way too long.
Yeah.
And Gupta's winning, then the Leprechaun's winning, and then the Leprechaun like hits him with an arrow from like one of the store like statues. And then you're like, okay. And then at one point they just like pause and aren't even fighting, and they just start like negotiating. I'm like, what is this? This isn't a kill scene. And then it all culminates and you're like, okay, well, it's going to have a big finish, right? Do you remember how it ends?
No.
The Leprechaun strangles him with a phone cord.
This is your last chance. I warned you. I want me shilling! Oh no! What was I thinking?
That's right. Yeah, I do have a note about that.
He like just wraps a phone cord around his neck and he's like, "Where's me gold?" And that's it. And then he strangles him a little too long. Gupta's like, "Oh."
there's no story reason to have that fight go on that long.
Right.
So by the time he actually gets around to killing him, no matter how he kills him, it's not going to be worth it. Right. Like
Yeah. There you go, buddy. We're done. There
Another
you
one?
go. That is all 8 entries in the illustrious Scream franchise. We tackled them all, buddy. We did every Scream movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. We said we would. We finally did
it. you hate our viewers.
You wanted Scream. You got Leprechaun. This was my pick.
Yeah.
And I picked it because I'm always trying to go after the big boys. This is a big horror franchise. We've knocked another one off. I'm glad we knocked another one off. I think this is the weakest franchise that we've watched so far for me. I know you said Return of the Living Dead you thought was worse than this.
Yeah.
I think I'd rather watch those. There's less of them.
It's a less time commitment.
Yeah. Yep. I think this is a very weak franchise, but I'm not shitting on you if you like these type of movies. I don't like when they're in on the joke. Very rarely can they pull that off.
It's
they can.
Tough balance.
Yeah, they can, but it's really hard. I would say the closest this franchise got to winning me over was Back to the Hood. And I know we argued on this one, but that is the closest it got to actually winning me over of like, okay, this is actually a real slasher movie.
Yep.
And like there's you've got some good characters and some good kills, and this is pretty good. But the rest of the series is very tongue-in-cheek goofiness.
Yeah.
And way more than something like Child's Play.
Yeah.
And way more than Freddy Krueger. Like Leprechaun goes hard onto the camp.
A little too far, too often.
Yeah. So be aware of that if you're interested in these movies. Like if that's not the style of horror you like this is horror comedy, like almost
Straight up.
all of them, except the one that's not, and it's the most boring one.
Yeah.
It's just a generic horror movie. Yeah. So what's your take on this franchise, like overall? Because it kind of won you over a little bit.
Again, it was better than I was expecting. So I was pleasantly surprised, but it still isn't enough to sort of crack my favorites, first of all. But hey, you know what? Going through some of these, if this is what I get, and it's like, oh, okay, that was a little better than I thought, then that's about all that I can hope for.
I'm just happy we knocked another big boy off.
Yep.
8 entries, another big one's off the list. So that's a win for me.
Yep.
Thank you for watching on YouTube. If you're watching this with the video, thank you for listening. However you listen, we are available on Spotify and Apple, iTunes, fucking podcast. I think we're on Amazon. Anywhere you get podcasts, we're on. So you can listen to us or you can watch us. I know that the video lengths scare a lot of people off. Just to reiterate, in the description of the video, I put time codes so that you can skip to any one of the particular entries in case you don't want to watch the whole thing through, however long this fucking video
turns out to be.
Yeah, I don't know how long it's going to be, but if you are not subscribed, please do so. It does help us in the ranking, and please give the video a like and comment. We love your comments, but we do read all the comments, and some, and like 5% of them are really nice.
Yep.
No, actually, I honestly, aside from those comments, mostly our fans. I hesitate to use that word, but. You guys actually have some good comments and good feedback, and we do read them.
We love it.
We like reading them.
We love going back and going through them.
Yeah, and please suggest some franchises you want us to tackle next so that we can ignore them because, we're just going to do whatever we want anyways. But the next pick is Mark's.
Yep.
So we're not doing, notice there's no box. We're not doing the box gimmick again. I know where we're going. You know where we're going. Kate, we haven't mentioned this, but we're going to go back and forth.
Yep.
So it's going to be my pick, Mark's pick, my pick, Mark's pick. I picked Leprechaun. Mark picked the next one. Where are we going? It's hard to say.
I think I got a bit of a sleeper hit for you that you might not have heard of. Or,
this is going to be an interesting one. Yeah. I'll say that it's summer now. Mark and I need a bit of a break.
Yep.
We're going to go away for a bit. Yeah. I think we're going to go on a trip and go and relax. And maybe on the way, we might just take a wrong turn.